Chapter 2193. Why are there 5 regional walls mixed together? Is this an arrangement in Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space? No, this is Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light qi, but he modified it. It is like the 5 regional walls have been reborn. Fairy Wuxia quickly deduced. Fang Yuan's 5 restriction profound light qi and 5 regional limit formation were exposed in the Fate War. With these clues, it was not a problem for a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Minghao. Boom. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared, a killer move slammed onto Demon Judgment Board. The Demon Judgment Board was instantly blasted deeper into the fog. We cannot fight here. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, he is not restricted. Guiyue Fangjing shouted. Originally, the 5 regional walls had completely vanished. To think that they would reappear in Fang Yuan's hands. It seems that he has prepared a lot for this battle. Fairy Minghao gritted her teeth, ordering, find the 5 regional limit formation and destroy it. Southern restriction purple-black miasma light qi, central restriction white-gold sacred light qi, northern restriction jade licorice light qi, western restriction scarlet raging fire light qi, and eastern restriction blue water light qi. These 5 were no longer the same as before, they had all been enhanced, they were almost the same as the 5 regional walls of the past. Back then, Tao Zhu researched the 5 regional walls and created 5 restriction profound light qi and the 5 regional limit formation. Fang Yuan made a breakthrough on the basis of his life's research. He reached a height that even Tao Zhu could not reach in his life. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, he was not restricted by the 5 regional walls. In contrast, other Gu immortals were suppressed by the regional walls, no matter what Gu worms they used they would suffer backlash. As a result, Fang Yuan's advantage was too huge. This was something the Celestial Court immortals did not want to see. In the past they would not be suppressed by central restriction white gold sacred light qi, but it was different now. After the 5 regions merged, qi tide swept through the world and cleansed it. After the 5 regions merged, Gu immortals' auras were no longer differentiated. And this aura was the combination of the 5 regions, it did not belong to any of the previous 5 regions. Thus, no matter which region Gu immortals came from, they would face 5 layers of suppression and 5 restriction profound light qi. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan aimed a vicious attack at the city of God Emperor, causing the green radiance on the surface of the majestic city to tremble violently. But the Divine Emperor city was too big. It was hard for Fang Yuan to shake it in a short period of time. A female immortal rushed out from God Emperor city. She had the appearance of a young lady and was pretty. It was Fairy Wuxia. Her fighting spirit was strong, and she took the initiative to face Fang Yuan. Guiyue Fang Yuan, do you dare to fight? Right at this time, another immortal Gu house entered Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was the Calamity Luck Altar of Longevity Heaven. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan transmitted, Immortal friend Fang Yuan, why don't we work together and destroy this Divine Emperor city? Fang Yuan smiled and replied, no, the Demon Judgment Board has already been smashed into the 5 regional walls. The God Emperor city is too majestic and cannot be easily shaken. You stall Divine Emperor city, I will go in and destroy the Demon Judgment Board. Immortal friend Fang Yuan. Bing Sai Chuan wanted to persuade him again. But Fang Yuan turned around and entered the 5-colored fog without hesitation. Ignore him, our target is Divine Emperor city. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was sitting on the main seat of Calamity Luck Altar as he ordered. Yes, master. Bing Sai Chuan immediately activated Calamity Luck Altar and charged towards Divine Emperor city like a golden meteor. Fairy Wuxia gritted her teeth, she had no choice but to defend. Lu Weiyin also entered at this time. Lord Fang Yuan. He only saw the final scene of Fang Yuan's figure disappearing into the 5-colored fog. Sigh. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply, he did not dare to enter the 5-colored fog, he could only inform Bing Sai Chuan who was inside Calamity Luck Altar to attack Divine Emperor city first. The 5 regional limit formation continued to activate, the 5-colored fog continued to spread. Within the fog, Demon Judgment Board roamed around, trying to find the location of the formation. And outside the fog, there was an intense battle between Divine Emperor city and Calamity Luck Altar. Found it. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fairy Minghao suddenly opened her eyes. She was a pseudo-venerable wisdom path great expert, her full strength was no small matter. But this deduction caused her to suffer a lot of damage. After all, she was using a wisdom path killer move inside the 5 regional walls. Good, destroying this formation is equivalent to destroying one of Fang Yuan's trump cards. Guiyue Fangjing's morale was high, he controlled Demon Judgment Board to fly forward with all his strength. The five-colored fog became denser, Demon Judgment Board's radiance became dimmer, Guiyue Fangjing was enduring a huge backlash, his expression soon turned pale, blood started to seep out of his mouth. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan found them, he continued to use killer moves with terrifying power. Demon Judgment Board resisted with difficulty, it staggered forward. Ignore him, destroy this formation first. Fairy Minghao's childish face was filled with determination and decisiveness. Demon Judgment Board paused for a moment before shooting out a blood-red pillar of light. The blood light was extremely grand, it shot towards the formation with the momentum of wind and lightning. The 5 regional limit formation's surface shined with 5-colored light, it shook slightly but it did not fall. How can this be? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Fangjing was very shocked. He knew the power of this move even in the 5 regional walls, it should not be like this. But Fairy Minghao saw through it, her pupils shrunk. Fang Yuan invested a lot in this formation, there are at least 5 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses, its defense is very strong, we won't be able to destroy it in a short period of time. The 5 regional limit formation originally used Boundary and Limit Gu as the cores, with a vast number of Mortal Gu as support. But later, Fang Yuan added Earth Vein Immortal Gu, followed by 2 Immortal Gu, Formation Spirit and Formation Flag. During the Fate War, most of these Immortal Gu were rank 7. But Fang Yuan was different now. During this period of rest, not only did he modify the 5 regional limit formation, other than increasing its defense, he even raised all of the Immortal Gu in the formation to rank 8. He was so rich that it made people's hair stand on end. Demon Judgment Board's full-strength attack could not even scratch a layer of the 5 regional limit formation skin. Instead, because the killer move was activated too fiercely, the backlash was even greater. This famous rank 8 Immortal Gu house was covered in cracks, it was showing signs of breaking apart. What do we do now? Guiyue Fangjing was panicking internally. Fang Yuan was bombarding it from outside, he felt great pressure. The goal of destroying the 5 realm limit formation had also been declared a complete failure. I suggest we retreat. Fangjing gritted his teeth, suggesting to Fairy Minghao. Fairy Minghao nodded, we are at too much of a disadvantage if we fight here. But it is fine. Destroying this formation is just an attempt, if we fail, it will not affect the overall situation. Let's go. Fairy Minghao came out of Demon Judgment Board, opening her Immortal Aperture's entrance and quickly storing this house. Next, under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, she vanished on the spot. Soon, Lu Weiyin, who was fighting outside, transmitted to Fang Yuan that Fairy Minghao suddenly appeared beside Fairy Yuxiu. He asked about Fang Yuan's situation. Minghao and Yuxiu, these 2 pseudo-venerables, can they teleport to each other and reinforce each other instantly? Fang Yuan guessed. Fairy Minghao and the rest did not destroy his 5 regional limit formation, while Fang Yuan did not dismantle Demon Judgment Board. In essence, both sides were evenly matched, Fang Yuan might have a slight advantage. But the battle was still in a deadlock. As long as the 5 regional limit formation continues to work, the 5-colored smoke will spread and fill the entire Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. But if this takes too long, be it Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven, they will not allow themselves to stay in the smoke. Fang Yuan thought rapidly. The 5 regional limit formation was not a battlefield killer move, it could not restrain these people, they could still move in and out freely. The 5-colored smoke would take too long to fill the entire Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. During this period of time, Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance might be discovered by someone, or the space might collapse due to the intense battle. Fang Yuan flew out like lightning, leaving the 5-colored smoke, he rushed towards the battlefield of Divine Emperor City and Calamity Luck Altar. On one hand he was wary of Celestial Court's deduction ability, it was like his refinement path attainment, Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment had a huge advantage over him. Fang Yuan had to restrain these people, they could not deduce the location of the true inheritance. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had to fight while making deductions in his mind. Divine Emperor City floated in the sky, green light spread, it was majestic and unmoving. Calamity Luck Altar was like a golden meteor that was pushed to its limits by Bing Sichuan, it flew around Divine Emperor City while launching all sorts of attacks. And between the 2 Immortal Gu houses, Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, Yuxiu and Minghao for pseudo-venerables fought. Both sides were in a deadlock at first, but not long after, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's side fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Minghao and Yuxiu both had extremely outstanding and mature combat systems. Fairy Minghao's Flying Star attacks looked like a single attack, but they were actually consecutive moves. Under the situation of consecutive hits, Fang Yuan suffered higher and higher damage each time. Meanwhile, Fairy Yushio's methods were very profound. She used her attainment level to suppress others. Ordinary Gu immortals could not defend against it. Under Fairy Yushio's care, Lu Weiyin fell into a tough battle. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had a taste of Fairy Minghao's pride Gu. The thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind collided. There was a huge problem. Many powerful and complex killer moves could not be used by Fang Yuan. The risk was too high. And most importantly, Minghao and Fairy Yushio had great teamwork. This level of teamwork was extraordinary. This was the first time in Fang Yuan's life that he had seen something like this. In this aspect, Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's teamwork was completely suppressed by the two fairies. Yushio and Minghao's teamwork has already undergone a qualitative change. If I fought them alone, I would have lost already. Lu Weiyin had a heavy heart. The other side had incredible teamwork. This level of teamwork was beyond the realm of mortals. It gave off a feeling that it was natural and natural. Other than fighting against Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin, Yushio and Minghao even had the strength to help Divine Emperor City deal with Calamity Luck Altar. Fang Yuan, you want the thieving heaven true inheritance? Fairy Yushio smiled. Then do you know that Giant Sun Immortal had once come here and destroyed thieving heaven's world, forcefully taking out a portion of the true inheritance? Thankfully you are allies now, you can ask for it. Fairy Yushio smiled sweetly, sowing discord. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He said to Lu Weiyin, go deal with Divine Emperor City, I will deal with these two. Lord Fang Yuan, without me you are alone? Lu Weiyin hesitated. Fang Yuan glanced at him coldly. Go, you are hindering me. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. He had to fly away from Fang Yuan. Fairy Yushio and Minghao immediately saw their weakness. They looked at each other before attacking Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Fang Yuan opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, letting out a young Gu immortal. It was rank 8 transformation path Gu immortal Zhan Budu. Immortal killer move, incomplete freedom transformation. The young man shouted. A blood-red cloak fluttered behind him. I became more handsome and stronger. Zhan Budu clenched his fists, staring at the two female immortals with a bright gaze and surging battle intent. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2194. In Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance Space, the battle between the two immortal Gu houses had been going on for some time. The battle was intense. Come and fight. Zhan Budu shouted. He was like a rampaging dragon, charging towards the two pseudo-venerables of Celestial Court, Minghao and Yushio. Yushio and Minghao split up, retreating at the same time, hiding far away. Zhan Budu missed again. He snorted coldly, feeling a little angry. He was one of Fang Yuan's clones. He cultivated Transformation Path. His cultivation level was rank 8 and he had totem killer moves. But his battle strength was still far from peak rank 8. He was not the match of experts like Qin Dingling and Wu Yong. But once he used Incomplete Freedom Transformation, he rose to Pseudo-Immortal Venerable Battle Strength. Incomplete Freedom Transformation was not a small matter, it was extremely profound. This move was made up of 3 moves. They were Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation, and Internal Breath Green Fish Transformation. After Zhan Budu used Incomplete Freedom Transformation, he immediately gained the advantage of the 3 killer moves. He did not have any shortcomings in other aspects. He could move like lightning, he could breathe out lightning bolts, he had strong recovery and regeneration abilities, he could also devour all attacks. Even though he had a human body, his movements were filled with monstrous strength that could scare even ghosts and deities. He directly suppressed all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts. He turned into a human-shaped dragon that fought heaven and earth, rampaging unhindered. Even Yushio and Minghao did not dare to fight Zhan Budu head-on, they only fought while moving around. However, all sorts of killer moves flew towards Zhan Budu. He would either devour them or endure them. His injuries would heal rapidly. After the first few rounds, Yushio and Minghao lost their temper towards Zhan Budu. This opponent's skin was too thick, but he was extremely fast. Fortunately, he was slightly weaker in Wisdom Path, but Yushio and Fairy Minghao were the most proficient in this path. Thus, Yushio and Minghao used Wisdom Path killer moves to weaken Zhan Budu while helping themselves to deduce and evade Zhan Budu's attacks. It was undoubtedly a wise decision for Fang Yuan to hand over Incomplete Freedom to Zhan Budu. He himself was a pseudo-immortal venerable, so it was a bit of a waste for him to use his Incomplete Freedom. Handing it over to Zhan Budu immediately gave him another pseudo-immortal venerable to assist him. After Zhan Budu made his move, the situation changed. Fang Yuan and Zhan Budu joined hands and fought fiercely against Wuxia and Ming Hao, regaining control of the situation. The Celestial Court lost their previous advantage, and both sides fell into a stalemate again. Zhan Budu frowned deeply. These two are very slippery, they play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. They are not letting me use my advantage at all. Moreover, their coordination is too good. My main body and I are the closest, but our coordination is actually not as good as theirs. This is likely related to the fact that they are both Wisdom Path grade experts. Rumble. While moving and turning, both sides exchanged killer moves again, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Fang Yuan's main body had a cold expression from start to finish. Wuxia and Ming Hao were also secretly scheming. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan has not used his full strength, he is deducing while fighting. He wants to deduce the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fairy Wuxia had a deep understanding of the enemy's situation. Fairy Ming Hao gritted her teeth. He still has the Qi Si clone, that also has pseudo-venerable battle strength. If he lets it out, it will be troublesome. If we work together we can block the three of them, but the crafty Fang Yuan will definitely make use of his advantage in numbers. He will let us go and focus on Divine Emperor City. The Celestial Court actually knew about Qi Si ancestors' true identity. It turned out that Qin Dingling had already found out about this secret, but she pretended not to know. During the pursuit of Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court did not notice it. But after the pursuit, Qin Dingling learned of this truth from the Celestial Court Grotto Heaven. After all, the Qi Si clone was formed in the Celestial Court. He even used the Qi harvest fruit that the Celestial Court produced. The Celestial Court had stood for 3 million years without falling. It naturally had its methods. Precisely because of this, the Qi Si clone used the name of the Righteous Qi Alliance to invite the Celestial Court to send Gu Immortals to deal with Fang Yuan, but Qin Dingling brushed it off. Fairy Wuxia transmitted, Qin Dingling is a qualified leader of the Celestial Court. Back then the Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. If she did not act, Fang Yuan would misjudge the situation and not expose the Qi Si clone. In this battle we will benefit from it. Fairy Ming Hao nodded to herself. In a hurry, Fang Yuan cannot be killed. We cannot let Fang Yuan obtain the Thieving Heaven true inheritance here. We need to focus on this Thieving Heaven space and destroy it from the inside. The battle was intense, but strangely, none of the Gu Immortals in the battle treated the other party as their main target. Fang Yuan had been deducing in secret. He did not use his full strength. Zhan Budu was released to restrain the two pseudo-venerables of the Celestial Court. After all, his clone's cooperation was much better than Lu Wei Yin's cooperation. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court's main goal was to destroy the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. As for Longevity Heaven's side, Calamity Luck Altar had been looking for trouble with Divine Emperor City. It used all sorts of killer moves without restraint, not caring about the Thieving Heaven true inheritance space. Evidently, no matter what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's main motive was, he definitely wanted to destroy this space in advance, so that Fang Yuan could not obtain anything. Even though Longevity Heaven allied with Fang Yuan, it was only because of the pressure from the Celestial Court. They did not want to see Fang Yuan receive funding again. Especially when this funding came from the venerable Thieving Heaven. Outside Divine Emperor City, the jade green light was still dense, firmly protecting it, no matter how the outside world attacked. Divine Emperor City was not just defending, it had both offense and defense. Immortal killer move, Divine Bean Soldiers. The yellow bean soldiers charged at the front, the green bean soldiers rained down arrows, the red bean soldiers self-detonated, and the black bean soldiers were the core of the army. There were also blue bean soldiers and white bean soldiers mixed in, each of them had their own role. Every time Lu Wei Yin charged towards Divine Bean Palace, he would be attacked by these Divine Bean soldiers. Lu Wei Yin used an offensive killer move. These Divine Bean soldiers suffered heavy losses, only 1 out of 10 survived. This result shocked Lu Wei Yin. Even though he was more skilled in defense, his offensive methods were definitely at the peak of rank 8, to think that he could not completely eliminate these Divine Bean soldiers. The reason was Divine Emperor City's other move, Graft Wood. This move allowed the Divine Bean soldiers to connect with each other. The damage they suffered would be shared among them. Most of the damage would be shared with Divine Emperor City, while the rest would be distributed to these Divine Bean soldiers. Thus, the Divine Bean soldiers were very tenacious in this battle. Lu Wei Yin spent some effort to break out of the encirclement. When he got close to Divine Emperor City, countless lightning bolts attacked him. It was a mortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Countless lightning bolts moved like snakes and dragons, there were also jade-green lightning balls that bombarded him. After the lightning balls exploded, the scattered wood path Dao marks remained in the surroundings, gradually transforming this battlefield. Thankfully, this was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It was not the ordinary 5 regions. This move's prowess could not be fully displayed. And when Lu Wei-yin endured the lightning bolts and got closer, the jade lights outside Divine Emperor City would turn into whirlpools that shot out painting path killer moves. These paintings were complex and varied. They involved flowers, birds, fishes and insects. They were extremely flexible and gave Lu Wei-yin a lot of trouble. Painting path is a whole of its own. My attacks cannot block them, my defensive methods cannot conceal them completely either. This is truly troublesome. Painting path was hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After all, Lu Wei-yin was at a loss in this battle. Lu Wei-yin could not break Divine Emperor City's defenses. Calamity Luck Altar was the same. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Goo House. It was personally created by Giant Sun Immortal when he was alive. It displayed unparalleled might during the Fate War. But now, it was hard to gain any results against Divine Emperor City. Because Divine Emperor City would shoot out a faint white light from time to time, Calamity Luck Altar would have to evade it every time, not daring to be hit by it. This was the human path killer move, Ruined Family. This move countered Immortal Goo Houses. Back then, during the Fate War, Immortal Goo House Chicken Dog Coop was only hit once before the entire Immortal Goo House was destroyed on the spot. None of the Goo Immortals inside survived. This was a human path offensive killer move created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Calamity Luck Altar was restricted because of it. At once, Calamity Luck Altar only dared to patrol outside. This 3-layered round altar had many pillars, white jade railings and golden light, but right now, it gave off the feeling of a powerless and irritated fly. Thinking about it, it was not strange. Calamity Luck Altar displayed its might earlier, but it was mostly fighting against Goo Immortals. In fact, its most valuable method was the killer move, Tribulation Operation Freedom Wheel. This move could transform all sorts of calamities and tribulations into something that did no damage to the immortal aperture. It could even turn into a rain dew that nourished the immortal aperture. Longevity Heaven relied on Calamity Luck Altar to safely survive calamities and tribulations and grow stronger. This was Calamity Luck Altar's position. Giant Sun Immortal left it in Longevity Heaven before his death for this reason. Divine Emperor City's Painting World. Fang Dichang and Xin Shang worked together to comprehend the profundities within. There must be some problems in the outside world. A huge battle is likely to occur. Divine Emperor City has Emperor City and Divine Bean Palace's various methods. These methods are being used frequently now. It shows that the Goo Cultivator attacking Divine Emperor City has extraordinary battle strength. Xin Shang said. To them this was a great thing. The more these methods were used, the clearer they could see and comprehend the profundities of Wood Path, Painting Path and Human Path. Could the one attacking the Divine Emperor City be his main body? Fang Dichang guessed. Or is it trying to save the existences in Qi Howling Painting World and Beast Howling Painting World? At this time, Xin Shang and Fang Dichang's expressions changed drastically. They stood up in shock. Their gazes penetrated the secret room and looked at the sky in the painting. In the sky, wisps of golden light suddenly gathered and condensed into 2 large hands. These 2 giant hands covered the sky and covered the earth. They were unimaginably large. The left hand grabbed the Roaring Qi mural and the right hand dug out the Roaring Beast mural. Genesis Lotus will roared furiously. The power of the painting path erupted, suppressing these 2 giant hands with all his might. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. The battle reached the final juncture. The entire thieving sky was covered in black cracks. It was on the verge of destruction. Jean Budu gritted his teeth anxiously. My main body has yet to deduce the location of the true inheritance. I'm afraid it's really too late. The time has come. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun glanced at Fang Yuan and stepped out. In the next instant he appeared on the battlefield. P.S. Congratulations to Sanshin Dazzling World and Yusin Daoist for becoming the 2 new alliance masters of this book. Cough cough. Dumbfounded. Can anyone tell me how many chapters 10? Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2195. Giant Sun Immortal? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Even though he had guessed it, he was still shocked internally. Golden light shone in the battlefield. Divine Emperor City shook intensely as if something was about to break out of it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. Inside the painting world, countless citizens stared at the sky with dumbfounded expressions. they saw two giant hands flying through the air and creating two huge black holes in the painting world. The two giant hands flew out of Divine Emperor City and disintegrated on the battlefield, revealing Demon Immortal Qiju and Mao Li Qiu. I'm saved? Demon Immortal Qiju was overjoyed. Master. Mao Li Qiu saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and started crying. I knew you would come to save me, woof. Mao Li Qiu shrunk rapidly, becoming small and exquisite as it entered Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's embrace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun revealed a doting smile as he patted Mao Li Qiu's head. You are still the same, barking like a dog when you are happy. Woof woof woof. Mao Li Qiu looked up at its master, barking as tears rolled down its face. Giant Sun immortal? He has already recovered to this extent. Fairy Ming Hao was shocked. Ignore him, stall Fang Yuan with all your strength. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space is about to be destroyed. Fairy Yu Xiu reminded. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Qi Si Ancestor flew out. Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si. At once, a grand and boundless aura surged over. Ming Hao and Yu Xiu were obstructed by this move. Fang Yuan took the chance to escape into the five-colored smoke. This is the place. He found the location of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. The five-colored smoke had already corroded it. Fang Yuan instantly broke through and took away the remaining Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Almost at the next moment, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space collapsed. Quickly leave. Lu Weiyin and the rest quickly retreated. After Fang Yuan kept the 5 regional limit formation, he was the last to come out. Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space vanished at almost the same time. In the end he still succeeded. Fairy Ming Hao sighed. Fairy Yu Xiu laughed. Half of this true inheritance has already been destroyed. It is fine, we have already achieved our goal in this battle. Let's go. The next part is the key. Fairy Yu Xiu put away Divine Emperor City and the two immortals instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan revealed a thoughtful expression. Lord Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin hurried over and met up with Zhan Budu, Qi Si Ancestor, and Fang Yuan. On the other side was Calamity Luck Altar and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Both sides did not speak. Although they were allies, both sides were well aware of the reliability of such an alliance. For pseudo-venerables. Bing Sai Chuan, who was in Calamity Luck Altar, was speechless. In such a short period of time, Fang Yuan's strength actually rose to such a level. Longevity Heaven's Gu immortals were not fools. Once Qi Si Ancestor appeared, they guessed that this was Fang Yuan's clone. Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun with narrowed eyes, remaining silent. Even though the other party was clearly an immortal zombie, he had extraordinary strength and profound methods. He immediately broke Divine Emperor City and saved Demon Immortal Qiju and Mao Li Qiu, who were sealed in the painting world. Right now, Mao Li Qiu was curled up in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arms, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Where was the majesty of a legendary immemorial beast? As for Demon Immortal Qiju, he was hovering at the side with a hesitant and doubtful expression. He was saved by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but right after he was saved, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan fought, and then Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. What happened to this world in the end? The situation was quite complicated. Demon Immortal Qiju could not accept it immediately. Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded at Fang Yuan and spoke first. This is Celestial Court's scheme. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? What scheme? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun pointed at the place where Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was destroyed. According to what I know, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space was added after the event. It was used for emergency purposes. It greatly hindered Limitless Demon Venerable's deduction. Thus Limitless Will was happy to destroy this place. At the same time, Celestial Court's Feng Ye's deduction of Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements was obstructed by this space. Now that this place is destroyed, her side is basically a piece of flat land. When I deduced Limitless arrangements earlier, I fought with her from afar. This immortal is the strongest wisdom path expert among the 3 pseudo-venerables. She has already touched the other core of the 9th layer, primordial domain. Celestial Court came this time to obstruct you, Fang Yuan, from obtaining Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, but the truth is that they are using the captives in Divine Emperor City to lure me into taking action. Without my obstruction, Feng Ye did not show up. It is very likely that she has already made a breakthrough. Her original lead is already huge. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. The other immortal's pupils shrunk. Even immortal zombie giant Sun turned to look at Green Lotus Great World. The immortals' gazes pierced through 10,000 li. They saw that at the center of Green Lotus Great World, at the peak of Book Mountain, a lump of light appeared. This lump of pure white light was extremely huge, far larger than Book Mountain. It was like a sphere, but it was shining brightly inside. Faint white light flickered continuously. The immortal's heart shook. Lu Weiyin's expression was unsightly. He blurted out, "Primordial Domain." The Legends of Renzu. Chapter 5, Section 36. Carefree Wisdom Star was born. She was very smart and quick-witted. Renzu liked his 8th child very much. But at the same time, Renzu was very troubled. "My mind is broken, what do I do? I cannot fill it with more knowledge. Sai, it seems that only the two of you can help me." Thus, Carefree Wisdom Star and Great Strength True Martial Kai used their minds to fill up with knowledge. They filled their minds with knowledge and went on their way with Renzu. Renzu and his son and daughter made their 3rd attempt. Before they moved, they would scatter ink texts and knowledge. The ink texts described the knowledge and formed a black path. Renzu and his children walked on this small path and walked forward. But when they used up all of their knowledge and reached the end of the ink text path, they did not see Wisdom Gu. Renzu's 3rd attempt failed again. Great Strength True Martial shrugged, saying in disappointment, "What do we do? We have already tried our best, but our knowledge is not enough. But we can't bring any more knowledge." Renzu sighed, feeling helpless. At this time, Hope Gu flew out. "Oh human, don't be disappointed, I am here." Renzu was curious. "What can you do?" Hope Gu replied, "Oh human, I can help you awaken your aperture." Hope Gu could awaken one's aperture. Hope Gu exerted its strength, opening an aperture for Renzu. Modesty Gu laughed. "Then let me help you as well, human." "Oh human, with humility you will be more open-minded, you will be able to store more things." Thereupon the aperture became much larger. Renzu obtained this aperture and was very happy. "This is so huge, I can store countless knowledge. This is amazing." Renzu and his children returned to Book Mountain again, refining knowledge and collecting ink texts. Renzu stuffed a lot of knowledge into his aperture, to the point that he did not even know how much he had. Renzu and his children set off for the 4th time. They walked on the ink text path and went deep into Jianghu Crystal Wall. They went very deep, they searched many places and changed directions, but they could not find Wisdom Gu. They had no choice but to return to Book Mountain again. Because this exploration took too long, the ink text path that they set off could not withstand the flood of information. Many of them had already disappeared. Renzu found an Inkman elder and asked, "Why can't we find Wisdom Gu?" The Inkman elder said, "Sometimes when we Inkmen go out to explore we will see Wisdom Gu by chance. But the 3 of you have searched almost the entire Jianghu Crystal Wall and did not see Wisdom Gu. It is likely that it is hiding and does not want to see you." Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly asked, "Then where is Wisdom Gu hiding?" The Inkman elder pondered, "Oh humans, you have searched almost the entire Jianghu Crystal Wall. But if Wisdom Gu is still in Jianghu Crystal Wall, then it can only be hiding in one place. This place is called Primordial Domain. It is the most mysterious place in Jianghu Crystal Wall. Jianghu Crystal Wall reflects everything that happens in the world. It contains endless information. And Primordial Domain contains the information of the beginning of heaven and earth. It also contains the information of the end of all living beings. It is the starting point and also the end point. It has nothing but it contains everything." Great Strength True Martial was overjoyed. "We have never been to Primordial Domain. Oh Inkman Elder, please tell us how to go to Primordial Domain." The Inkman Elder shook his head. "It is not that I do not want to help you, but we Inkmen have only heard of this place, we have never been there. Oh humans, we Inkmen admire you. The knowledge that you possess has long surpassed ours. So, if you want to go to Primordial Domain, you can only rely on yourselves." Renzu and his children could only research on their own. Carefree Wisdom Heart had a discovery. She cried out in joy, "I found it, I found it." "Oh my daughter, what did you find that made you so happy?" Renzu asked curiously. Carefree Wisdom Heart spread out her 2 palms. "I found the pear gu in my right palm. I found the error gu in my left palm. These 2 gu grew out of your body. They look ordinary, they are not as good looking as my authority gu. How can they help us?" Great Strength True Martial was very proud. He did not mind. Carefree Wisdom Heart replied, "These 2 gu can allow us to differentiate knowledge. Look at this knowledge, many of them are correct now, but after some time they will be wrong. There are also many that are correct here but wrong there. I feel that if we find the knowledge that has always been correct and use it to create our path, we will definitely be able to reach Primordial Domain." Renzu nodded. You are right. Let's give it a try. But no matter how they searched, they could not find such knowledge. Great strength, true martial, strong Gu said proudly. Oh humans, it is futile to search like this. Because in this world there is only strength and weakness, there is no right or wrong. Only people like you are doing unnecessary things, there is no right or wrong. Chapter 2196. Venomous Gu Master is taking a day off. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2197. Jianghu crystal wall reflects everything that happens in the world, all of the information is real, there is no fake information. Using right and wrong cannot filter them because they exist, or rather they existed before, then they are all logical. Carefree Wisdom Heart was criticized, but her eyes were shining brightly. I understand the existence of all things in the world, be it right or wrong, they are all logical, they have their true meaning. This is true meaning. Be it information or knowledge, they are a form of expression of true meaning, a form of confession. If we can grasp true meaning, not only can we explain what is right, we can also explain what is wrong, we can understand everything. Let us find it together. The three of them began to dig out the true meaning from the sea of knowledge. Great strength, true martial was impatient. Renzu also could not persevere, only Carefree Wisdom Heart was still meticulous, she had a solemn expression. After a long time, Great Strength True Martial suddenly pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart, saying in surprise, "Look, another Gu grew out of your body." The newly born Gu was called Serious Gu. Carefree Wisdom Heart was very happy after hearing this. With this Gu, I can recognize true meaning better. After a long time, Renzu also pointed at Carefree Wisdom Heart. "Look, another Gu grew out of your body." The second Gu was called Learning Gu. Carefree Wisdom Heart started to learn knowledge, transforming it into her own understanding, instead of using Memory Gu to memorize it. She understood more and more knowledge. A third Gu grew out of her body. The third Gu was called Talent Gu. I found it, I found it. On a certain day, Carefree Wisdom Heart cheered. With the help of Serious Gu, Learning Gu, and Talent Gu, she finally found true meaning from the knowledge. Quickly tell me, what is true meaning? Great Strength True Martial was very happy, he quickly asked. But Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head. There is true meaning in it, but I cannot decipher it. Then use ink to express it. Great Strength True Martial thought about it and reminded her. But Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head again. It can only be understood, it cannot be written. Renzu waved his hand. Forget it. Since you have a true intent, let's go. Free and unfettered Wisdom Heart was filled with true intent. Setting off from Book Mountain, the ink runes sprinkled down along the way formed a path of ink runes that was far more spacious and sturdier than before. The human ancestor and his children stepped onto the great Tao and reached the origin realm. In primordial domain they saw Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was helpless, it had already hidden so deeply, but Renzu still came to find it, it could not avoid it and was eaten by Self Gu. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th floor. At the center of the Green Lotus Grand World. The high seats at the peak of Book Mountain were rarely full. Che Wei was 5th, Qin Dingling was 4th, Fairy Minghao was 3rd, Fairy Yuxiu was 2nd, and Fairy Fengya was 1st. This Fairy Fengya had her hair coiled into a bun. She was rather old, but her beauty was not waning. She was graceful and gorgeous. Her whole body was shrouded in a layer of light, it was the sign of having Talent Gu. This time, it was precisely because of her that the primordial realm finally showed signs of appearing above Book Mountain's head. After Thieving Heaven space was destroyed, Fairy Yuxiu and Fairy Minghao brought all the troops and returned to Fairy Fengya's side. Fairy Minghao sighed. To think that Giant Sun Immortal's painting path attainment would be so deep, he could save Mao Li Qiu so easily. The Celestial Court wanted to use Mao Li Qiu and the rest to lure Giant Sun Immortal. The Celestial Court was very clear about Giant Sun Immortal's protective nature. But out of Celestial Court's expectations, Giant Sun Immortal actually succeeded and saved the captives. The other party is a former Immortal Venerable after all. It is not strange that it is unexpected. Qin Dingling said, furthermore we are the ones who benefited the most from this battle. Fairy Yuxiu however was hesitant. We cannot tell which side benefited the most now. We expanded our advantage, Giant Sun Immortal took back Mao Li Qiu, while Feng Yuan obtained the remaining Thieving Heaven true inheritance. For some reason I feel uneasy in my heart. Fairy Fengya looked at the primordial domain in the sky. The situation is clear now, Feng Yuan and Giant Sun will definitely attack us with their armies. Our side will wait patiently. As long as we defend, we will grasp the key to this battle and return victorious. We will regain the glory of Celestial Court. Are you confident? The other Celestial Court Gu immortals heard this and spoke excitedly. It is all thanks to Lady Fengya's planning that we have such a good situation. We must defend this time. We cannot make the same mistake again. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will not hesitate. In my opinion, even though they have many enemies, Feng Yuan and Giant Sun will not work together, they will be wary of each other instead. Yellow Earth Great World. Lu Weiyin saw Feng Yuan and frowned. Primordial Domain is showing signs of progress. Celestial Court's wisdom path attainment is truly amazing. We cannot compare to them. This situation is truly terrible. Primordial Domain had already been leaked, but only half of it had been taken by Celestial Court. It had not truly fallen into Celestial Court's hands yet. Even so, Celestial Court's advantage was huge. Because Primordial Domain was more important and crucial than Book Mountain. As long as a Venerable reached Primordial Domain, they would immediately replenish their attainment level and become a Tao Lord again. Whoever could enter Primordial Domain first would be able to turn their advantage into victory, and become the final victor of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Not only that, after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the Venerables who became Tao Lords would return to the 5 regions and dominate the world. They would likely become the final victor of the 5 regions' chaotic war, and become the ultimate master of the world. Lord Feng Yuan, Celestial Court is about to obtain Primordial Domain. We need to attack with all our strength. If we cannot stop Celestial Court, we will taste defeat this time. Lu Weiyin had a resolute expression. He had originally planned to defend first and then attack, but now he had no choice but to take action. How do we attack with all our strength? Feng Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin had a difficult expression. Celestial Court had an obvious wisdom path advantage. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Celestial Court had always held the initiative and maintained their advantage. Celestial Court's 3 pseudo-venerables all cultivated wisdom path. This advantage was not lost under their strategies, but instead expanded. Now, Celestial Court had actually drawn out the other core of the 9th layer, Primordial Domain. What was more terrifying was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not use any countermeasures. This meant that Celestial Court had already understood many of the mysteries of the 9th layer, and had cleverly avoided limitless methods. From start to now, Feng Yuan had not seen limitless will. It was most likely dead. Lu Weiyin sighed and said with admiration, "In the past, Limitless Demon Venerable killed his way into Celestial Court, forcing star constellations will to play chess with him. Both sides comprehended and deduced together, obtaining all kinds of Heaven Dao results that were secretly sent to Crazed Demon Cave to help this place deduce. However, at the same time, Celestial Court's methods also infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave. When Celestial Court drew out Book Mountain from the 9th layer, I already felt that something was wrong. Now, they want to draw out Primordial Domain. This level of wisdom path truly leaves me in the dust. Now, Celestial Court has the advantage, forcing us to attack with all our strength, while they are waiting. The worst thing is that we cannot truly use our full strength." Feng Yuan nodded slightly. "This is what I am worried about. Celestial Court's wisdom path is outstanding. Don't they know that this will provoke attacks from both sides? But they still did this. This means that they have the confidence to resist the attacks. And this confidence is likely to come from this Crazed Demon Cave. Celestial Court could draw out Book Mountain and now draw out Primordial Domain to avoid Limitless Demon Venerable's counterattack. Firstly, it was because of their amazing wisdom path methods, and secondly, they had already come into contact with Crazed Demon Cave for over 1,000,000 years. They had a deep foundation. Feng Yuan clearly could not reach this level. If he truly used his full strength, limitless methods would be triggered. That was to say, Celestial Court was still making use of Limitless Demon Venerable. This is the problem of fighting against such a wisdom path expert. Lu Weiyin frowned deeply. In fact, he had a deep worry in his heart, but he could not say it out loud. That was Guyue and Feng Yuan's strength. Feng Yuan was indeed a pseudo-venerable with outstanding strength. He was the strongest person in the world before this trip to Crazed Demon Cave. But now, he was facing Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's appearance shook Lu Weiyin's heart intensely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had not appeared all this while, was giving him more and more pressure. Could Feng Yuan fight against these two existences? To speak the truth, Lu Weiyin had no confidence. Venerables were invincible. This was the truth of humanity's hundreds of years of history. the truth that was witnessed by the vast and endless river of time. It was precisely because Lu Weiyin had no confidence that he set up the defensive counterattack strategy earlier. Fang Yuan might be able to resist a venerable for a while, but only a venerable could deal with a venerable. This was Lu Weiyin's true thought. Similarly, this was the thought of Fang Yuan's subordinates. Even though these subordinates worshipped him fervently, they would not be arrogant enough to think that Fang Yuan could defeat a venerable. Venerables were invincible. Back then, when primordial origin became venerable, variant humans were the overlords of the world. Did they not have pseudo-venerable battle strength? They did, and there were many of them. But they never had any hope of defeating a venerable. Yes, Fang Yuan's strength was unfathomable. He could even easily defeat other pseudo-venerable Gu immortals. But this was not strange. Even though pseudo-venerables were at the peak of rank 8, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. If Fang Yuan fought against a venerable, no one would think highly of Fang Yuan. They would only hope that Fang Yuan could last for as long as possible. As long as Fang Yuan can last until Lord Paradise Earth revives, that will be our chance of victory. But now the Celestial Court is forcing us to make a move. If we fight now, we might not be able to wait for Lord Paradise Earth to revive. Lu Weiyin felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Fang Yuan looked at Primordial Domain expressionlessly. The situation is like this, we can only attack head-on. Just follow the agreement with the Longevity Heaven and send out all your subordinates. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2198. Crazed Demon Cave 8th Layer. The illusion of the Origin Realm hung high in the air, growing more and more lifelike. The Green Lotus Great World, the Yellow Earth Great World, and the Savage Wilderness Great World had fused more and more deeply. Now only a small portion of the Earth Wall remained, preventing the three worlds from communicating. The various small worlds had long since merged with the three great worlds. Among them, the Savage Great World had benefited the most. It was also the largest great world. This was all thanks to the giant Sun Immortal's fate of heaven and earth, which allowed most of the small worlds to fall into the Savage Great World. Fang Yuan sent almost all of his Gu cultivators towards Celestial Court's Book Mountain. The Longevity Celestial Sect also mobilized their army. Their military might was vast and mighty. The Celestial Court was already on standby. They were led by Duan Hu and Ye Kuangfeng respectively. As long as it's not a sage, none of you are a match for me. Ye Kuangfeng roared. His body danced in the air, stirring up gales that stretched for thousands of miles. The gales swept through the battlefield, vast and mighty. The enemy is here, we need to cooperate to have a chance of victory. Xiao Hejian looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. The latter nodded with a solemn expression. In the previous battle, these two variant human Gu immortals had fought against Nye Kuangfeng. They had both lost. Not only did many Gu immortals lose their lives, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were also in a sorry state. They managed to survive. After this recuperation, their strength had recovered to its original state. Now that they were facing Nye Kuangfeng once again, they decided to put aside their personal grudges and fight together. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch waved his hand as frost chi surged out, enveloping Nye Kuangfeng and slowing his movement, slowing his speed. Xiao Hejian, on the other hand, shot out green leaf blades that covered the entire sky with astonishing power. The violent gale swept up the long gale, blowing the sky and earth until it changed color, and the green leaves and cold winds scattered in all directions. Immortal Killer Move, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted as he concealed his aura, not letting it leak out. In the next moment, with a loud bang, his body exploded into countless rays of cold light. Cold light shot out, extremely cold. Wherever it went, the atmosphere froze and turned into pieces of floating ice, which then fell to the ground. Nye Kuangfeng's heart palpitated. He hurriedly dodged, but how could he make it in time? He was shot by countless ice crystal lights and sealed in the mountain like ice. The thicker the layer of ice, the more powerful the cold light shot from the outside will be. Nye Kuangfeng was unable to struggle free. Under the pressure of death, he once again fell into a trance. Kacha. From the inside out, countless cracks quickly appeared on the solid ice and spread outwards. Oh no, I cannot trap him anymore. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sensed something amiss. Xiao Hejian finally succeeded. Immortal Killer Move, Cutting Grass. Xiao Hejian's palms were like blades as he aimed at Nye Kuangfeng, who was trapped in the ice, and gently sliced downwards. Immediately, two blades of grass condensed and fell down leisurely. They drilled into the cracks of the ice and shot into Nye Kuangfeng's body. Nie Kuangfeng's body immediately trembled twice. Xiao Hejiao appeared again and again, causing Nie Kuangfeng's body to tremble unceasingly. The green mass of wind became increasingly sparse and weak, until its resistance became weaker and weaker. I'm willing to surrender. Nie Kuangfeng weakly shouted. Master's orders are not to be surrendered, Xiao Hejian said coldly. In the end, Nie Kuangfeng lost its life under his and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's joint attack. Once Nie Kuangfeng died, the Mutant Gu Immortals lost their leader, they were heavily injured and escaped in defeat. Fang Yuan's army advanced and attacked all the way to the base of Book Mountain. On the other side, Space Extremity and Desolate Extremity of the 8 extremities in Longevity Heaven worked together to kill Duanhu. The two armies met at the center of Green Lotus Great World. Celestial Court had only obtained Book Mountain for a short period of time, they could only set up a formation around Book Mountain. This formation was called Four-Way Star Formation. It had 4 subformations in 4 directions, completely surrounding Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengya activated her killer move day and night, drawing out the primordial domain in the sky. After the two armies discussed for a while, they split up to attack the 4 subformations. Mao Liqiu led the way into the western subformation. Gai Liqiu led the way into the northern subformation. Xiao Hejian led the way into the eastern subformation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch led the way into the southern subformation. The remaining troops were led by Bing Sichuan and Lu Weiyin, they were the vanguard of the 4 groups. Mao Liqiu entered the formation, countless starlight beams rained down like a storm. Mao Liqiu roared, its body expanded and became extremely huge, its purple fur was smooth and tough, the starlight could not penetrate it. It rampaged through the subformation, the other Gu Immortals followed behind, killing and destroying everything in its path. Evil beast, you are causing trouble again. We will kill you this time. The star formation shook, 2 Gu Immortals flew out. One was 9 Spiritual Fairy, the other was Prince's Impatience. 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into an immemorial desolate beast, blocking Mao Liqiu. The fake immemorial desolate beast was stronger than the real immemorial desolate beast. Mao Liqiu was soon suppressed. Its flesh was sore and it was exhausted. Prince's Impatience used fire path killer moves, all kinds of yellow bird flames flew everywhere, killing the mutant Gu Immortals of Savage Wilderness Great World. More than 10 of them died. Mao Liqiu was impatient, it had to retreat. On the other side, Gai Gu faced Zhou Xiong Xian and Jun Xinguang. Zhou Xiong Xian used an information path killer move to attack, while Jun Xinguang turned into a rainbow, supporting him from the side. One main and one supplementary, they complemented each other. Yellow Extremity Jianghu used a totem killer move to fight with Zhou Xiong Xian, they were evenly matched. Just as they were about to fight, Gai Gu was shouting loudly, he was fleeing from Jun Xinguang's attacks. Leave, leave. Gai Gu grabbed Jiaohu's shoulder, ignoring the latter's stare, he dragged him away. Longevity Heaven's 2 groups returned in defeat, Fang Yuan's 2 groups were in an even worse state. Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were trapped, they could not escape even if they wanted to. These 2 immortals collided with Celestial Court's Che Wei and Wan Zihong. The situation is dangerous, I hope you can save them quickly. The letter requesting for help had already been sent to Lu Weiyin. Che Wei created Weapon Path, his methods were becoming more mature, his status was only below Qin Dingling now. Wan Zihong was originally a Western Desert demonic cultivator, she was recruited by Celestial Court. She had a good performance in the Fate War, now that her immortal Guqi Bei had recovered to its peak, she was extremely powerful. Bing Sichuan and Lu Weiyin discussed urgently, this surrounding star formation belongs to Star Path, we are not proficient in it. If we want to forcefully break it, Celestial Court has elites guarding it, it will be very difficult. Lord Fang Yuan's item can even break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, this formation will definitely be easy to break. Bing Sichuan was talking about the 5 regional limit formation. Lu Weiyin nodded, he was about to speak when a Gu Immortal came from Yellow Earth Great World. This female immortal had snow-white skin, rabbit ears and blood-red eyes, it was Lady White Rabbit. Under Fang Yuan's guidance, Lady White Rabbit had genuine rank 8 cultivation level. Lu Weiyin laughed heartily, saying to Bing Sichuan, I have already asked Lord Fang Yuan for help, we will borrow the 5 regional limit formation and use it to break the formation. Lady White Rabbit, it has been hard on you. Lady White Rabbit smiled, I have to do my best for Master, I have to disregard my life, this is nothing. But Master did not bring the 5 regional limit formation this time. Master said that this formation has no status, its effect is slow and cannot be used in an emergency. Thus I brought some other methods. Bing Sichuan was curious. Lord Feng Yuan's methods must be extraordinary, please let me take a look. Thus, Lady White Rabbit took out an immortal goo house from her immortal aperture. Rising Cloud City, Frost House, Unbreakable Fortress, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, Red Heavenly Altar and Scarlet Palace. A total of 7 immortal goo houses, each of them was rank 8. Bing Sichuan was dumbfounded. Master said that he could only create this many immortal goo houses in a short period of time. Master has ordered us to use these immortal goo houses to charge the formation. Lady White Rabbit said. As it turned out, ever since Feng Yuan entered Crazed Demon Cave and collected a vast amount of immortal materials, his Time Path clone He Chunqiu had been using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine immortal goo. After all the rank 8 immortal goo were refined, he started to construct the immortal goo houses. Feng Yuan originally did not intend to build immortal goo houses, because they were not practical for him. But after arriving in the great world, he could not casually make a move at his level. Thus he started to prepare for a rainy day and started to arm his subordinates. They were indeed pressed for time. These immortal goo houses were modified by Feng Yuan from Cloud City, Dark Flow Giant City, Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare News Dark Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, and other immortal goo houses. Strictly speaking, they were half new and half old. If it was the Celestial Court, even with 3 Wisdom Path pseudo-venerables, they would not be able to break it easily, they would need to spend time to deduce it. That was enough. Lu Weiyin was overjoyed. He sent the immortal goo houses to break the formation and save Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiaohe Jian. Next, 7 rank 8 immortal goo houses entered the battlefield and destroyed the other 2 subformations. 2 groups of people charged towards Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Feng Ye's eyes were shut as she controlled her methods. Yu Xiu and Ming Hao were in charge of the situation. Seeing so many immortal goo houses, Fairy Yu Xiu's expression turned grim. Feng Yuan is so rich, his refinement path methods are terrifying. I'm afraid he is plotting something in refinement path. Thankfully he cannot match us in wisdom path, so these immortal goo houses are half new and not old, we can still use them. Fairy Ming Hao said as she activated a killer move. Human path killer move, humble reciprocation. Book Mountain shook, countless killer moves blossomed like dazzling fireworks. In the sky, primordial domain floated in the sky, tribulation clouds rumbled, calamities and tribulations were everywhere. On the battlefield, countless killer moves filled everyone's vision, surging like a tidal wave, raining down from all directions. Under such a vast number of killer moves, Feng Yuan's subordinate goo immortals hid inside the immortal goo houses, going against the flow. Longevity Heaven had many goo immortals, they could not all enter Calamity Luck Altar. Bing Sichuan took out 5 immortal goo houses. One was Broad Summer's Harem, one was Heart Delight's Harem, one was Red Bean's Harem, one was Yearning's Harem, and one was Peach Heaven's Harem. These were the 5 harem that Giant Sun Immortal had set up in the 5 regions when he was alive, they were all at rank 8 level. The foundation of an immortal venerable was on full display at this moment. My lifetime's accumulation still cannot compare to Feng Yuan, rank 8 immortal goo are actually overflowing in his hands. Is he trying to become a venerable through refinement path? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun looked at the battlefield as he deduced. Feng Yuan observed the battlefield while comprehending Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. This Thieving Heaven true inheritance originally contained Imitation Goo, the Killer Move Duo pair, and so on, but Feng Yuan only obtained a small portion of the Thieving Heaven true inheritance. However, this small portion was extremely important to Feng Yuan. The true inheritance's content involved refinement path, it described how Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable forged Chen Kun Crystal Wall back then, how he forged Immortal Goo and so on. Other than the 4 refinement path domains that I calculated earlier, there is also this one. Refining Fake Goo, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left this true inheritance to me with deep intentions. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2199. Surrounding the black and white Book Mountain, Goo Immortals fought intensely, their figures could be seen everywhere. Immortal Killer Move, Single Chi Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stretched out his finger and pointed. Instantly, the air in front of him surged and condensed into a lump. Hundreds of milky white chi lumps shot out like meteors, dispersing the attacks of Book Mountain. Fairy Minghao had been using Book Mountain to activate humble reciprocation. Using this terrifying method, she was able to suppress the fierce attacks of Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven. These killer moves originated from Book Mountain's records. There were many types, they were human path killer moves in essence, but they imitated the power and effects of various paths. Demon Immortal Qiju fought attacks with attacks. After destroying the attacks in front of him, he sighed and retreated. After he was dealt with by Giant Sun Immortal, he did not interact with Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side. He moved freely and understood the situation. Celestial Court wanted to obtain Primordial Domain. That was something Demon Immortal Qiju did not want to see. He naturally wanted to enter Primordial Domain and raise his Qi Path attainment level to Supreme Grandmaster. How could he allow others to get there first? Demon Immortal Qiju was alone. He could not affect Celestial Court's momentum. But now that Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven were attacking him, if he did not make use of this external force, he would not be Demon Immortal Qiju. To think that attacking Book Mountain would be so dangerous, we can't even reach the middle of the mountain. Demon Immortal Qiju frowned. When he was suppressed in Divine Emperor City, he lost a lot of Qi Path Dao marks. Not to mention the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi Land, which he had been relying on, only had 30% of it left in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, like a tsunami, another wave of attacks crashed down like a waterfall from the mountain peak. Demon Immortal Qiju could only retreat again and again. Charge charge. A rank 8 Immortal Gu House passed by, ignoring Demon Immortal Qiju. That was Fang Yuan's subordinate rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Unbreakable Fortress. The Gu Immortals in the fortress saw Demon Immortal Qiju but ignored him. When Demon Immortal Qiju first appeared, he attracted a lot of attention, but seeing that he was attacking Book Mountain, Fang Yuan's subordinates understood Demon Immortal Qiju's standpoint. Demon Immortal Qiju watched as the Unbreakable Vajra Fortress charged forward and forcibly resisted the waves of killer moves. He could not help but reveal a look of envy. In this battle, the importance of Immortal Gu Houses was very obvious. Immortal Gu Houses provided the Gu Immortals with ample protection. Otherwise, how could the Gu Immortals move forward against the endless tribulations and killer moves? The Vajra Fortress charged all the way to the waist of the mountain when a bloody figure suddenly appeared in the smoke screen of the killer move. The next moment, a huge blood shadow rushed over, revealing its true appearance. This was a giant crimson tombstone. All kinds of characters were moving about on the tombstone, and the aura of the blood path was extremely dense. This was the Demon Judgment Board. Don't even think about taking another step forward. Guiyue Fangjing was the one controlling the Demon Judgment Board. Boom. With a loud sound, the two Immortal Gu Houses collided directly. The Unbreakable Vajra Fortress's momentum stopped. Demon Judgment Board shot out a bloody light. The bloody light was like a pillar that shot towards the Unbreakable Vajra Fortress. The Unbreakable Vajra Fortress activated its defensive method. Even though it blocked the bloody light, it was pushed down the waist of the mountain by an unstoppable force. Even though the Unbreakable Vajra Fortress was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House, it was still inferior to a peak Immortal Gu House like Demon Judgment Board. Guiyue Fangjing breathed roughly. Celestial Court had few Immortal Gu Houses. Including Demon Judgment Board, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and Divine Emperor City, it only had 6. Right now, these 6 Immortal Gu Houses were used to defend against the attacking Immortal Gu Houses. On Longevity Heaven's side, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace did not move, but Calamity Luck Altar and the 5 Concubines had 6 Immortal Gu Houses. They were already equal to Celestial Court in terms of Immortal Gu Houses. On Fang Yuan's side, 7 Immortal Gu Houses suddenly appeared. This was out of Celestial Court's expectations. They had thought that Fang Yuan would likely rebuild Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, but to think that Fang Yuan would start anew and take out 7 Immortal Gu Houses like the Unbreakable Vajra Fortress. Not only did he take them out, but these Immortal Gu Houses were all rank 8. 7 rank 8 Immortal Gu Houses immediately gave Celestial Court a huge pressure on their defenses. The Immortal Gu Houses on Celestial Court's side were only half of the enemies. Moreover, Longevity Heaven's Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Fang Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress did not participate in the battle. This made the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals feel even heavier. Under Fangjing's control, Demon Judgment Board attacked everywhere, forcing back the invading Immortal Gu Houses and defending themselves. The enemies are too strong, Divine Emperor City, Heaven Overseeing Tower, and my side are the pillars that can hold on. But at this rate, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Guiyue Fangjing's expression was pale, but he understood in his heart. He could already feel that he was reaching his limit. The battle was too intense. Demon Judgment Board not only had to attack everywhere and defend against the immortal goo houses, it also had to resist the bombardment of killer moves and calamities and tribulations. The immortal essence expenditure was so intense that even Fang Jing was shocked. Demon Judgment Board's damage was also becoming more severe. Earlier in Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance space, Demon Judgment Board was heavily injured by Fang Yuan. It had already recovered. These damaged areas were all newly added. If it was just Fang Jing alone, he would be in a difficult situation. He would not be able to deal with it. Fortunately, Demon Judgment Board had the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords. These wills helped Fang Jing repair the immortal goo house's damage. Since when did my Celestial Court's foundation lose to others? At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao maintained the killer move humble reciprocation as she sighed. As far as Celestial Court was concerned, the situation was not looking good. Even though Celestial Court's goo immortals were fighting with their lives on the line, the defensive line was in danger. An immortal goo house might break through at any moment and reach Book Mountain. At the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Fengyo was still using her killer move to get to Primordial Domain. She could not be interrupted. Fairy Ming Hao and Fairy Yuxiu looked at each other. The latter waved her hand. Go! A tiger's roar and crane's cry resounded in the battlefield. Two legendary immemorial beasts, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan, charged down the mountain. Even though Celestial Court did not have an immortal goo house, it had two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beasts had thick skin and flesh. Legendary immemorial beasts were even more so. Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan charged towards Rising Cloud City while enduring the killer moves and tribulations in the sky. Rising Cloud City was controlled by Fairy Miao Yin. She was about to enter the battlefield when she saw the two legendary immemorial beasts pincer attack. Fairy Miao Yin quickly activated her killer move. Rising Cloud City spewed out countless cloud chi that lifted the immortal goo house up. But Ruan Dan flapped its wings and flew above Rising Cloud City, activating its killer move and clawing at the roof of Rising Cloud City, destroying countless mortal goo. Bam! At the next moment, Shabi 95 charged fiercely. Rising Cloud City was knocked over and rolled down the slope. Fairy Miao Yin's body staggered. She wanted to control Rising Cloud City to fly up again, but Rising Cloud City did not listen to her. There was no response when she injected immortal essence into it. Demon Immortal Qiju was nearby. Seeing this, he immediately flew over. He shouted as the silhouette of Shi-Land appeared above his head. Immortal killer move Shi-Shi. Shi-Land erupted with a fierce suction force. The chi rings on the surface of Rising Cloud City were all sucked into Shi-Land. Rising Cloud City regained its freedom after being freed. Thank you. Fairy Miao Yin thanked him. She was about to activate the immortal goo house to attack again when she heard Fang Yuan's command. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned. But soon she reacted and brought the other goo immortals out of Rising Cloud City. Lord Qiju, my master has ordered me to gift this Rising Cloud City to you. Fairy Miao Yin said. Oh. Demon Immortal Qiju was stunned before laughing loudly. Fang Yuan is truly generous, I will accept it. Demon Immortal Qiju did not stand on ceremony. He entered Rising Cloud City as the latter flew up and attacked towards the waist of the mountain. At the waist of the mountain, Shabi 95 and Ruan Dan worked together to attack Dragon Soul Dark Castle again. Lady White Rabbit led the immortals inside Dragon Soul Dark Castle. They were not in a hurry to attack again. They landed at the foot of the mountain to receive Fairy Miao Yin and the rest. Demon Immortal Qiju finally reached the waist of the mountain. Seeing Shabi 95, his eyes shined. Good beast, I lack a mount. Demon Immortal Qiju stored Rising Cloud City as he attacked Shabi 95. After a few rounds of fighting, Shabi 95 fell into a disadvantage. It quickly called for help. This legendary immemorial beast belonged to Chi Path. It was completely countered by Demon Immortal Qiju. Don't panic, I'm here. Ruan Dan came to its rescue, spitting out a red pill. What path is this? Demon Immortal Qiju saw that the pill's aura was mysterious. He did not dare to be careless. He quickly released Rising Cloud City and entered it. Boom. The pill crashed into Rising Cloud City and self-detonated. Shockwaves from the explosion spread everywhere. A corner of Rising Cloud City was directly blown up. Even though Pill Path did not specialize in offense, it was a new path after all. Rising Cloud City could not defend against it. Ha, 95, you owe me a favor. Ruan Dan laughed proudly. Shabi 95 curled its lips. It was about to reply when its expression suddenly changed. It shouted, "Be careful." Ruan Dan's heart palpitated. It quickly pounced forward. But the mysterious enemy was even faster. Can you escape? A voice came. Ruan Dan immediately felt a small hand grabbing its neck. Compared to its mountain-like body, a normal person's hand was small and exquisite. But Ruan Dan's hair stood on end when this hand grabbed its neck. It screamed in shock. Because it turned around and saw a young man wearing a red cloak standing on its back. It was none other than Fang Yuan's transformation path clone Jianghu. At this moment he had already activated incomplete freedom transformation. His battle strength rose to pseudo-venerable level. Wait! Ruan Dan shouted anxiously. But Jianghu laughed sinisterly and exerted strength. At the next moment, boom! There was an intense explosion that sounded like thunder. The book mountain shook and black and white stones flew in all directions. In an instant, a huge crater appeared. Ruan Dan was knocked unconscious by Jianghu's punch. Its body was embedded in Book Mountain. Its mouth was wide open as it spat out blood. Its body was motionless. But immediately Ruan Dan's body shone with resplendent light. Its wounds quickly healed. It regained its consciousness. Thankfully, I have a killer move, life-saving recovery pill. Ruan Dan regained its senses and wanted to struggle. But Jianghu had already raised his fist. Bam bam bam. With a series of punches, Jianghu landed on Ruan Dan's head again and again, causing Book Mountain to shake. Jianghu only stopped after Ruan Dan's head cracked and brain matter flowed out. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 2200. In front of Jianghu, the great legendary immemorial beast Ruan Dan could not retaliate at all. But at the next moment, a bright light shone and enveloped Ruan Dan's corpse. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. Under the killer move, Ruan Dan's broken skull quickly healed. He soon revived. Pill path. Jianghu also had a strange expression. Ruan Dan's healing killer move was truly amazing. It could actually revive him again. Even with Jianghu's pseudo-venerable battle strength, he could not break it immediately. After all, even his main body did not know much about pill path. Since I can't break it, I want to see how many times you can revive. Jianghu showed a ruthless expression. Bam bam bam. He swung his fists again, punching heavily, killing Ruan Dan once more. The pitiful Ruan Dan had just revived. Before he could react, his skull was smashed and he died again. Immortal killer move, life-saving recovery pill. A few breaths of time later, the healing method on his body activated again. But this time, the killer move's radiance was much dimmer. Hold on Ruan Dan, I will save you. Shabi 95 shouted, rushing to save him from another direction. Even though it did not get along with Ruan Dan normally and often quarreled, the two had a deep friendship. Especially in battles like the Fate War they fought side by side, their friendship was very deep. Even against Jianghu, Shabi 95 did not care, it only wanted to save its friend. If you want to leave now, do you think I am just a decoration? Demon Immortal Chi Ju snorted angrily, activating a killer move that hit Shabi 95's back. Shabi 95 suffered a heavy blow, it growled in pain as it fell from the sky. Seeing that Ruan Dan died at Jianghu's hands again, on the peak of Book Mountain, Fairy Ming Hao frowned even more deeply. An opponent like Jianghu gave Ming Hao, Wuxia and Fengya a headache. His monstrous strength was terrifying, his skin was rough and his flesh was thick. Combining all the advantages of the Thunder Rush Yellow Bird transformation, the Devouring Blue Leopard transformation, and the Internal Breath Green Fish transformation, Jianghu had no shortcomings at all. The three immortals had no way of attacking him. If it was a field battle, the three immortals could use guerrilla tactics to attack Jianghu from afar, restrain him and weaken him. But now, the Celestial Court was determined to defend the Book Mountain. This was a defensive battle. And what a defensive battle feared the most was existences like Jianghu. Once he was allowed to rampage and break through the defensive line, it would be disastrous. But luckily, the three immortals had already planned and had a plan to deal with Jianghu. Immediately, Fairy Ming Hao sent a voice transmission to Genesis Lotus Will in Divine Emperor City. In the next moment, a vortex appeared on the surface of Divine Emperor City. A giant flew out from the center of the whirlpool. The giant even wore a greenish gold armor. He held a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. His aura surged violently and was full of vitality. The giant let out a long roar, 100,000 Yojiao hate without end. Killing the enemy leader with his broken body. Divine Emperor City opened its eyes again. Qingqiu was under the Karma Tree. It was the legendary immemorial desolate beast, Qingqiu. During the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, Qingqiu killed Spectral Soul, but because of Spectral Soul's self-detonation, its body was shattered into countless pieces. But Divine Emperor City retrieved these pieces of flesh, reviving Qingqiu. The current Qingqiu was no longer the original tortoise shell, tiger claws, dragon tail, snake neck, bat wings and human head. It had truly turned into a fully armored battle general. Qingqiu charged towards Zhan Budu, its huge body pressed down like a mountain. Its spear tore through the air as wind howled. It was like a giant dragon was attacking. Good timing. Zhan Budu advanced instead of retreating. His figure vanished and appeared in front of Qingqiu's forehead. Zhan Budu punched Qingqiu's helmet fiercely. With a loud sound, a huge force surged towards it. Qingqiu was pushed back. Its mountain-like body fell down from the middle of the mountain, causing Book Mountain and the surrounding ground to shake. Zhan Budu pounced down, fist shadows shot out like a storm. They were extremely fierce. If Qingqiu allowed these fist shadows to wreak havoc, it would end up like Ruan Dan. At the crucial moment, Qingqiu's green hair suddenly turned into a giant tree, absorbing Zhan Budu's fist shadows. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree. At the next moment, the divine tree shook, countless fist shadows shot out from the leaves. It was Zhan Budu's previous attack. This move had once been difficult for Spectral Soul to deal with, even more so for Zhan Budu. He was forced back by the fist shadows. Qingqiu took the chance to stand up, while Zhan Budu floated in the air, defending against Fairy Minghao's humble reciprocation killer move while regaining his footing. Qingqiu roared as it took 2 steps forward, arriving in front of Zhan Budu in just 2 steps, waving its spear as it attacked. Rumble. 2 figures continued to fight intensely, exchanging blows and causing mountains to shake. The commotion was intense. I get it, so this was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's scheme. Qingqiu has already been subdued by Divine Emperor City. It has become the commander of the Divine Bean Soldiers. He is the strongest Divine Bean Soldier. Zhan Budu realized in his mind. After a few rounds he gained the upper hand again. Qingqiu was not an ordinary legendary immemorial beast, but Zhan Budu relied on incomplete freedom transformation. Pseudo-venerable battle strength was the real deal. Qingqiu had no chance of winning. Celestial Court also did not expect it to win. Ming Hao and the other immortals were only trying to stall for time. Just like how Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable invited Fang Yuan to stay, it was to stall for time. As long as time passed, Celestial Court would obtain primordial domain, their advantage would increase again, they would be able to secure victory. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. The Qi was grand and vast. It surged forward and covered the sky. It was Qi Ancestor. Seeing that Zhan Budu was obstructed for a while, Qi Ancestor chose another direction and attacked the peak of the mountain. At the peak of the mountain, Fairy Yushio sighed. She had no choice but to make a move. She flew down the mountain and fought Qi Ancestor. Qi versus Yushio. One was a Qi Path Pseudo-Venerable, the other was a Wisdom Path Pseudo-Venerable. The former attacked fiercely, wanting to destroy Celestial Court's attack. The latter was determined. Even if it cost him his life, he would defend his foundation. Qi Ancestor's attacks were grand. Qi tide swept the area, white Qi pillars shot out from time to time. Fairy Yushio moved like a fairy. She dodged the attacks in the sky agilely while activating all kinds of Wisdom Path killer moves. She had an outstanding combat system. Her method of using attainment level to suppress others was extraordinary. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was suppressed by this move. But her opponent was Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. The clone shared attainment level with the main body. Fairy Yushio's methods were effective. They were not difficult to resist against for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a master in Dream Path, Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path and Sound Path. He had a Grandmaster foundation in Blood Path, Strength Path, Star Path, Dark Path, Formation Path, Soul Path, Sword Path, Human Path, Wood Path, Food Path, Phantom Path, Luck Path and Ice and Snow Path. He was a great Grandmaster in Theft Path, Transformation Path, Rule Path, Chi Path, Fire Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Earth Path and Poison Path. And he was a quasi-supreme Grandmaster in Refinement Path, Time Path and Enslavement Path. How could Fairy Yushio suppress him with such attainment level? Fairy Yushio had no choice but to use other methods to deal with Qi Ancestor. Fairy Yushio could not display her full battle strength, but thankfully she was familiar with Qi Ancestor's methods. Even though Qi Ancestor had primordial origins true inheritance, the killer moves in the true inheritance could not be used in front of the Celestial Court. As for his other killer moves like Heavenly Astral Cloth Robe, Yin Yang Great Killer Move, Unlimited Qi and others, they were all known to the world. Let me lend you a hand. Lu Weiyin flew over to help Qixi ancestor. Fairy Wuxia used her signature killer move. Lu Weiyin was suppressed by their attainment level, his strength immediately weakened. But with help, Qixi ancestor had an even greater advantage. He gradually closed in on Book Mountain. Right at this time, Calamity Luck Altar suddenly spewed out a golden light. The golden light surrounded Book Mountain, spreading over the battlefield like vines. Everywhere the golden light went, calamities and tribulations changed and attacked the peak of Book Mountain. Meanwhile, Book Mountain was also penetrated by the golden light. It shook continuously. Fairy Minghao's body became unstable, her expression turned pale as her pupils shrunk. This is definitely Giant Sun Immortal's handiwork. To think that humble reciprocation killer move was only used once, it was actually broken by the enemy the second time. She gritted her teeth. Even though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to cancel her killer move humble reciprocation. If she continued, she would only lose her life. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin had just entered Yellow Earth Great World and led the army to attack the base of Book Mountain, they were stopped by Fairy Minghao's humble reciprocation killer move. Giant Sun Immortal was extremely talented. In a short period of time, he thought of a method to break it and used it in front of him. Without the obstruction of the calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's immortals could see clearly. Many immortal Gu houses shouted excitedly as they attacked from all directions. Fairy Minghao gritted her teeth. Fairy Fengye did not have the strength to fight. While Fairy Wuxia was fighting outside, she could only rely on her in this situation. Immortal Killer Move, People's United Hearts. Immortal Killer Move, People's United Hearts. Immortal Killer Move, Heroes Among People. The scene from the Karmic War replayed itself. Light spread and attached to the Celestial Court's immortals, causing their strength to soar. But this was not enough. Celestial Court's Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses were too few in number. Then wake up. Fellow immortals of the heavenly courts, fellow Taoists. The humans of the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you, Celestial Court needs you. Fairy Minghao shouted loudly. An immortal graveyard appeared at the northwest of Book Mountain, shining with endless light. 2 figures walked out of the light. One was an old man with a kind expression. His eyebrows were very peculiar. They were like 2 small dark brown roots that extended from his eyebrows to his chest. The other was a middle-aged man with a muscular body. His skin was like brass, emitting a cold metallic luster. I heard the summoning. The old Gu Immortal Duke Mei squinted. Where are the enemies? The middle-aged Gu Immortal Duke Tong's gaze pierced through tens of thousands of li, locking onto Calamity Luck Altar. Chapter 2201. All the relevant information instantly flowed into the minds of Duke Mei and Duke Tong. When the 2 of them saw the battlefield with their own eyes, they knew the whole story at the same time. Duke Mei sighed. Duke Long? Back then, when he first saw Duke Long, the other party had black hair and a young appearance. Duke Long had just joined the Celestial Court. He paid his respects to Duke Mei. Even though Duke Mei was old, he quickly returned the greeting. You are a Tao guardian, the welfare of the people of the world rests on your shoulders. Duke Long had a solemn expression. I will do my best, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate. With the passage of time, when Duke Mei woke up and returned to the 5 regions, Duke Long had already died, he had already left. Duke Long, you died a worthy death, you never went back on your words in your life. Duke Mei sighed as he flew forward, and now, it is our turn. Within Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's eyes shined with bright light. Immortal Graveyard, so it was hidden nearby. Celestial Court has good methods, we searched many times but did not find it. Be it Longevity Heaven or Fang Yuan, they both knew about the Immortal Graveyard's information long ago. Thus, the awakening of the Gu Immortals in the Immortal Graveyard was within their expectations. Look, Fang Yuan's side is making a new move. Chang Bai, one of the 8 extremities, reminded. Bing Sichuan quickly shifted his gaze. He saw that Frozen Frost House, Dragon Soul Dark Castle, Red River Pavilion, and Red Heavenly Altar, these 4 immortal Gu houses had turned around and flew down the mountain. Bing Sichuan could not help but feel bewildered. It seems that Fang Yuan's side already has a plan, but isn't it too much to mobilize 4 immortal Gu houses at once? Fang Yuan had a total of 7 immortal Gu houses. Now that Rising Cloud City was given to Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and 4 were gone, only Unbreakable Steel Fortress and Scarlet Palace were left on the mountain. The most important thing now was to get to the peak of Book Mountain and destroy Celestial Court's killer move, to prevent them from obtaining Primordial Domain. Right now, Fang Yuan had sent most of his forces to kill the Gu immortals in the immortal graveyard. It was too reckless. But at the next moment, the 4 immortal Gu houses split up. Frozen Frost House and Red Heavenly Altar charged towards Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. Bing Sichuan realized at once. He praised in his mind, Immortal Fang Yuan. Bing Sichuan realized at once, Zhan Budu, Immortal Gu means Zhan Budu. Zhan Budu had incomplete freedom transformation. He had monstrous strength and thick skin. He was the crucial battle strength for Fang Yuan's side to reach the peak. Immortal Sai, Fang. Zhan Fang was divine. Zhan had Ming, with in. Divine Emperor City at the waist of the mountain was even more of a problem. It had the killer move Family Destruction. It countered these immortal Gu houses the most. Thus, letting Zhan Budu charge forward was the wisest tactical arrangement. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar were extremely fast. They soon arrived in front of Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Duke Mei breathed in deeply. He stretched out his arms and aimed his palms at the 2 immortal Gu houses. Suddenly, vines grew on the surface of Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar. These vines were dry and tough. They coiled around the 2 immortal Gu houses. Oh no, the immortal essence stored in the immortal Gu houses are being absorbed by these vines. Fang Yuan's subordinates realized this and shouted in anger. The 2 immortal Gu houses started to retaliate. Red light shined on the surface of Red Heavenly Altar. The dry branches within the light melted. Dragon roars could be heard from Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The branches around Dark Castle broke and fell. But after being delayed for a while, Duke Tong had already prepared his killer move. 2 huge bronze rings of different sizes quickly condensed and bound the 2 immortal Gu houses. They rotated rapidly and emitted loud buzzing noises. The bronze rings flew extremely quickly, leaving behind afterimages as they restrained the immortal Gu houses at the center like 2 bronze balls. The heavenly courts could be said to have learned from their mistakes. During the Fate War, because of the method left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, Longevity Heaven had directly charged into Celestial Court and caught Celestial Court unprepared. During that battle, even though Celestial Court's Gu immortals woke up, they could not display their full strength because they did not have enough immortal Gu. But here, Celestial Court had already prepared all the immortal Gu for the slumbering Gu immortals. Thus, Duke Tong and Duke Mei took action and restrained the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses. However, good times did not last long. Dragon souls suddenly emerged from immortal Gu house Dragon Soul Dark Castle. The dragon souls failed several times and broke the bronze rings. Next, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit flew out of the immortal Gu house and attacked Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Fairy Miao Yin activated her killer move Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. Her 8 arms stretched out as she moved gracefully. Lady White Rabbit was surrounded by lumps of light. She had an aggressive aura. The 2 immortals charged while Duke Mei blocked them first. After a few rounds, Lady White Rabbit found a flaw and went around Duke Mei to fight Duke Tong. Duke Tong was disrupted. He had no choice but to cancel the Bronze Ring's killer move and fight White Rabbit. The 4 immortals separated and regrouped. They were locked in battle. Duke Mei and Duke Tong had rank 8 cultivation level. Even though their battle strength was on par with Qin Ding Ling, they were not pseudo-venerables like Duke Long. Dragon Soul Dark Castle and Red Heavenly Altar regained their freedom. They charged towards the immortal graveyard and wanted to destroy it first. Rumble. These 2 immortal Gu houses had just charged forward when they were repelled by a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal had a calm gaze. He had a high nose and deep eyes. His shoulders were like 2 small mountains on them. With me, Uncle Feng here. Don't even think of destroying the immortal graveyard. Uncle Feng blocked the path of the 2 immortal Gu houses. He gave off an aura of being able to defend against 10,000 enemies alone. Fang Yuan's subordinates were not resigned to this. They continued to control the immortal Gu houses to attack. But Uncle Feng's style was similar to Lu Weiyin. They were both skilled in defense. Even when the 2 immortal Gu houses charged forward, he could barely block them. What do we do now? The Gu immortals and Red Heavenly Altar were troubled. Right now, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were fighting against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. The heavy responsibility of destroying the immortal graveyard was left to the 2 immortal Gu houses. No matter, he has already been hit by our method. The immortals in Dragon Soul Dark Castle snickered. The moment he said that, Uncle Feng's expression turned ashen. He spat out pieces of soul fragments. This is a soul path method? Uncle Feng frowned. In his era there was no such thing as soul path. At this time, A newly awakened Gu immortal flew out of the immortal graveyard. It seems that I woke up at the right time. This female immortal was a soul, she did not have a body. She blew a breath of air at Uncle Feng. As soon as the grayish-blue aura touched Uncle Feng's body, it quickly fused into his soul. Uncle Feng felt a sense of relief, the injuries on his soul healed rapidly. Oh no, this is a soul path great expert of spectral souls era's celestial court, she is on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch Fairy Charming Soul. She is most skilled in healing methods. The Gu Immortals and Dragon Soul Dark Castle changed expressions. The Immortals in Red Heavenly Altar gritted their teeth. Kill this healing Gu Immortal first, otherwise no matter how hard we work she will destroy us. The battle started again, the two immortal Gu houses targeted Fairy Charming Soul. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed, Uncle Feng resisted with all his might, the two sides fought intensely, winds blew everywhere. During the stalemate, another immortal woke up and joined the battle. This immortal had a round head and large ears, he wore a loose robe, his chi path aura was overflowing. Boom boom boom. With a huge explosion, the Chi Path Immortal charged into the middle of the two immortal Gu houses. Take my move, jagged fiendish Chi. The Chi Path Immortal roared, his sleeves fluttered as countless fiendish Chi blew out. These fiendish Chi condensed and formed into huge rocks, forming strange mountains that surrounded the two immortal Gu houses. Red Heavenly Altar and Dragon Soul Dark Castle charged forward at the first moment, destroying countless fiendish Chi mountains. But after these mountains were destroyed, they gathered together again, blocking the two immortal Gu houses. This is Senior 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. Uncle Feng and Fairy Charming Soul were overjoyed. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch was a famous Chi Path expert. After becoming rank 8, he roamed the world, searching for fiendish Chi sea springs and refining fiendish puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 fiendish puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These fiendish puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves. They had countless uses and were almost unstoppable in that era. The current Shabi 95 was one of them. After a long time, its strength had grown to legendary immemorial beast level. With 7 fiendish primeval monarchs' help, Celestial Court finally defended the immortal graveyard. Next, more and more Gu immortals woke up, Celestial Court got through the initial danger and started to counterattack. Many Gu immortals went around the small battlefield and went to reinforce Book Mountain. Giant Sun Immortal. Are you inside? Come out and see me. Golden Hooped Immortal Wang De shouted furiously. He had once invited Giant Sun Immortal to tour Celestial Court, but at that time Giant Sun Immortal used this method. During the Fate War, when this method was used, it allowed Longevity Heaven to launch a surprise attack on the Celestial Court's territory, causing great damage. 95 Come here. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch blocked Demon Immortal Chi-Ju as he beckoned to Shabi 95. Master. Shabi 95 was filled with respect and fear. It came to 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch with injuries all over its body. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch caressed it lightly. Shabi 95 immediately felt refreshed. Its injuries were almost healed. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had a grim expression. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch's appearance destroyed his hopes of capturing Shabi 95 alive. Stop him. Right at this time Fairy Minghao shouted. Jean Budu was like a mad dragon that had appeared. He had already killed his way from the southeast corner to the middle of the mountain. Behind him, Qing Cho chased with all its might, but it was obstructed by Frozen Frost House and Red River Pavilion. It could not catch up to Jean Budu. 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch breathed in deeply. He is one of the clones of the current generation giant demon Fang Yuan? I want to meet him. Just as he was about to move, he was stopped by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The latter snickered coldly. You think you can leave? 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch had a solemn expression. Since Senior insists, I will risk my life and ask for your guidance. Where do you think you're going? Guiyue Fangjing shouted. Demon Judgment Board, which was fighting everywhere, quickly arrived. Bam! With a loud sound, Demon Judgment Board was knocked over by Unbreakable Fortress. Protect Jean Budu and kill his way up the mountain. The other Gu Immortals saw the opportunity. They attacked with all their strength, blocking the obstructing Celestial Court Gu Immortals for Jean Budu. Fairy Minghao saw this and sighed deeply. She had no choice but to move. She flew down and blocked in front of Jean Budu. Wait! Get lost! Jean Budu shouted as he swept his arm. Bam! Fairy Minghao's body shined with starlight. Even though she blocked this attack, her entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. She crashed through a large number of rocks on Book Mountain before stopping. Chapter 2202. Fairy Minghao's body shook, she quickly stood up. She was not injured, but the biggest problem was that she could not stop Jean Budu. In this situation, Jean Budu's threat far surpassed those immortal goo houses. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Fairy Minghao stomped on the ground and flew up. She waved her hand as dozens of stardust flew out. Jean Budu did not dodge, he allowed the stardust to hit him. He was like a ferocious tiger, his target was the peak of the mountain. Fairy Minghao gritted her teeth, she had no choice but to fly towards Jean Budu again. Jean Budu kicked and sent her flying again, ignoring her. He is going up. Some Gu immortals saw that Jean Budu had reached the peak of Book Mountain and were overjoyed. They were about to cheer when starlight flashed in front of them. Jean Budu was covered by the starlight. He vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already at the foot of Book Mountain. The immortals were shocked before understanding. This killer move was not unfamiliar, it had been used in the Fate War before. As expected, Jean Budu raised his head and saw that above the peak of Book Mountain, there was a small and exquisite immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house was like a chessboard. If it was not Star Constellation chessboard, what else could it be? Star Constellation chessboard let out waves of starlight. Any enemy that got close to the peak would be covered by the starlight and forcefully sent far away. Fairy Minghao pounced at Jean Budu again, trying to stall him. She was very nervous. I hope no one can break this move. This move had been used before. The more times a Gu immortal used this method, the greater the risk. Jean Budu's gaze sank, he quickly made up his mind. He endured Fairy Minghao's frenzied attacks as he charged forward again, climbing rapidly. It seemed like he was returning without success, but he had already succeeded. Fairy Fengya had been collecting the primordial domain with all her strength, but now she had to multitask and control Star Constellation chessboard. Her efficiency was greatly reduced. Feng Yuan's side had to continue pressuring her and distract her. Fairy Minghao had an outstanding combat system. The more stardust she had, the more damage she would receive. When Jean Budu first tried to resist the stardust, he couldn't even break his skin. However, after several hundred stardust, his entire body was already soaked in blood. By the time the stardust broke 1,000, the wounds on Jean Budu's body were already so deep that bones could be seen. During this time he charged continuously and failed 3 times. They were all teleported away by the constellation chessboard. It seems that no one has been able to break this technique. Fairy Minghao relaxed. During this period it was not that no Gu immortals took action, but this killer move of Star Constellation chessboard had been slightly modified by the Celestial Court. It was still in effect. We can't delay any longer. Qi Si Ancestor had been fighting with Fairy Wuxia. Seeing Jean Budu's situation, he made up his mind. He waved his sleeves and a phantom appeared to replace his true body to deceive Fairy Wuxia. Fairy Wuxia quickly saw through this fake body, but Lu Weiyin quickly flew in front of her and tried to stop her. Fairy Wuxia was delayed for a while, but a secluded domain of heaven and earth suddenly appeared above Qi Si Ancestor's head. Who land? Demon Immortal Qi Ju and 7 fiendish primeval monarch who were fighting turned around at the same time, exclaiming in shock. Get out of the way. Qi Si Ancestor's robe fluttered, his beard fluttered as his face turned red. Lu Weiyin quickly dodged. Qi Si Ancestor suddenly changed his direction and targeted Book Mountain. Oh no! Fairy Wuxia's heart jumped when she saw this. She quickly used her killer move and blocked between Qi Si Ancestor and Book Mountain without fear of danger. Immortal killer move, Hu Elevation. Hu Land shook intensely as boundless Qi currents erupted from it. The Qi currents surged and were grand. There was righteous Qi, evil Qi, blood Qi, strange Qi and others. Under the effect of Hu Land, they gathered into one force. They were inseparable and closely connected. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, ghosts and deities were shocked. A Qi pillar shot out, it was extremely thick and terrifying, it charged towards Book Mountain as if it could split heaven and earth. Fairy Wuxia gritted her teeth as she used the strongest defensive method in her life. Clear wisdom path inscriptions revolved around her, illuminating the world. As the Qi pillar approached, the wisdom path inscriptions quickly melted and engulfed Fairy Wuxia's tiny body. The Qi pillar was obstructed and its power weakened by 30%, but it still approached Book Mountain with an unstoppable momentum. Don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, Baizang Shui controlled a rank 8 immortal Gu house to charge forward. Amidst a loud explosion, Celestial Court's rank 8 immortal Gu house only lasted for a few breaths of time before it started to break apart. On Book Mountain, Star Constellation chessboard shot out a pillar of light. Following the cracks of the immortal Gu house, it enveloped Baizang Shui and brought her away. Without Baizang Shui's control, The immortal goo house quickly turned into scraps under the chi pillar's attack. Next, these scraps were all destroyed by the chi pillar. The chi pillar's power weakened by another 20%, it was less than 100 steps away from Book Mountain. At the crucial moment, a green-gold giant appeared. It was Qingqiu. Qingqiu raised its shield and blocked the chi pillar. There was a loud bang. The chi pillar sent Qingqiu crashing into Book Mountain, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of feet deep. As the chi pillar dissipated, its remaining aura spread throughout the battlefield. Qingqiu did not move, its shield was destroyed and a huge hole was left in its chest, it could be seen from the inside out. Divine Emperor City quickly rushed over, green light flickered on its surface as a whirlpool appeared, absorbing Qingqiu's corpse. On the other side, starlight flickered beside Fairy Minghao as Fairy Yuxiu appeared. Fairy Yuxiu's hair was disheveled, she was in a sorry state. Her face was pale, her body shook as she staggered and half knelt on the ground. Qi Ancestors' whose elevation killer move was terrifying. In one move, he defeated Yuxiu, destroyed the immortal house and killed Qingqiu. But Qi Ancestors' condition was also quite bad. After using this move, his immortal essence storage fell by 30%, he lost over 10,000 Qi Path Dao marks. Chains stretched out from the space around him, tying up Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor's killer move is too powerful, it caused limitless arrangements to take effect. Lu Weiyin saw this and his expression changed. If this Hu elevation did not land on Book Mountain and was defended by Celestial Court, it would have dealt a destructive blow to the entire Great World. It would have severely interfered with Limitless Demon Venerable's final deduction. Thus, Limitless Demon Venerable activated his arrangements and immediately restrained Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor wanted to struggle but he found out helplessly that he could not move. There were chains in his mind that blocked his thoughts, there were also chains in his immortal aperture that sealed his immortal essence. Lu Weiyin quickly went to his side to protect him. The peak of Book Mountain was still not taken down, the phantom of primordial domain in the sky became more solid, but Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly inside Calamity Luck Altar. Celestial Court is out of tricks. At the crucial moment earlier, even though Celestial Court blocked Hu elevation killer move, it was exhausted and had no trump cards left. Bing Sai Chuan saw the situation and immediately said to the 8 extremities behind him, "The opportunity has arrived, attack Book Mountain." Heaven Extremity Gai Mei, Earth Extremity Gan Ni, Black Extremity Sun Ming Lu, Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua, Space Extremity Chang Bai, Ian Extremity Man Xine, Flood Extremity Uee, and Desolate Extremity Lu Tong Lan were all mobilized. Once they left Calamity Luck Altar, the 8 of them activated an ancient battle formation. 8 extremities. This ancient battle formation was very special. Ordinary ancient battle formations gathered the strength of the Gu Immortals into one, but this ancient battle formation distributed the strength to the Gu Immortals, causing the 8 extremities battle strength to rise rapidly, rising from rank 7 to rank 8 elite Gu Immortals. The 8 extremities had just moved out when another group arrived from Yellow Earth Great World. They were led by Fang Yuan's enslavement path clone Wu Shuai, as well as the giant formed by the 12 Zodiac battle formation. It turned out that Fang Yuan had been observing the battle from the back. When he saw the opportunity, he immediately sent his backup. Celestial Court's pressure immediately increased. To prevent Gu Immortals from breaking through, most of Celestial Court's Gu Immortals flew out of their immortal Gu houses. For a moment, the battle surrounding the Book Mountain reached its most intense moment. Killer moves were activated with almost every breath of time. Countless killer moves shined together, creating dazzling fireworks. Killing intent shone from the dazzling lights of all colors. Red Heart Traveler suddenly raised a blood sun that shone in all directions, protecting 9 Spiritual Fairy. 9 Spiritual Fairy gave a clear shout, the 9-colored light barrier on her body shook, the 9 layers of light fused into one, becoming extremely dazzling and colorful. Next, the mixed-colored light sphere suddenly changed, 9 Spiritual Fairy turned into a rainbow-colored rhinoceros. The rhinoceros had a large head and a small body, its body shone with all sorts of colors as it spoke, "Thank you." Saying so, it charged towards the 12 Zodiac Giant. Rumble. The 2 colossal creatures clashed, causing dust to fly and rocks to tumble. 9 Spiritual Fairy had just left when Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua suddenly appeared behind Red Heart Traveler. Whoosh. Flames surged, Red Heart Traveler was caught off guard and was hit by Yellow Extremity, his defensive killer move was pierced and he suffered heavy injuries. How can this be? Red Heart Traveler was shocked and quickly counterattacked. But at the next moment, Yellow Extremity pierced through space and rapidly escaped. Red Heart Traveler's heart sank when he saw this. He recognized that Yellow Extremity cultivated Fire Path but could use Space Path methods. So Longevity Heaven's 8 Extreme Killer move can not only connect the thoughts of the 8 extremities and share their vision, they can also share killer moves. Under the 8 Extreme Killer move, the 8 extremities cooperated and displayed unimaginable battle strength. Red Heart Traveler became extremely vigilant and dodged sharply. At the next moment, the densely packed army ants surged like a tide, drowning from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. Wuxia did not ascend the mountain, he was manipulating it outside. Countless Divine Bean soldiers flew out of Divine Emperor City and fought with the army ants. In the chaotic battle, a figure moved like a sea dragon leaving its nest, creating raging waves wherever he went. He was wearing a blood-colored cape, it was Jean Budu. Fairy Yu Xiu had already gone to intercept the 8 extremities, while Fairy Ming Hao was swept away by Jean Budu again. "Stop him!" Fairy Ming Hao shouted. Ruan Dan was nearby, she hesitated and did not dare to move forward. Zhou Xiong Xian gritted his teeth and stood in front of Jean Budu. Immortal Killer move, Triple Humans become Tiger. The fierce tiger roared and pounced at Jean Budu. Jean Budu inhaled and sucked the fierce tiger into his stomach, before arriving in front of Zhou Xiong Xian. Jean Budu's fist directly pierced through Zhou Xiong Xian's chest and came out from his back. Zhou Xiong Xian's eyes opened wide as he died on the spot. Jean Budu swung his arm and flung this corpse away, before encountering the awakened Gu Immortal Fairy Delicate Soul. Jean Budu shouted, under the monstrous power of his iron fist, this fairy charming soul was shattered into pieces, her soul dissipated. Jean Budu finally reached the peak of the mountain. This time, Star Constellation chessboard also stopped firing, no more star pillars shot out. Chapter 2203. Venomous Goo Master is calling for monthly votes for Little Dragon. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2204. Venomous Goo Master will be updated at 9 p.m. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 2205. The childhood star constellation was giggling. She wandered around the back mountain, walking among the beautiful mountain flowers, playing with the sweet spring water. She played with a young leopard cat that was full of intelligence. She had accidentally saved it. During this period of time, whenever she had time, she would come to the cave to look at it, feed it, and play with it. "You're playing again?" A voice suddenly came from behind her. The child star constellation's body shuddered, her hair turned numb as she slowly turned around, seeing Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable dressed in a white robe with a solemn expression. "Master." Star Constellation lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. "Stretch out your hand." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable took out a ruler. Star Constellation gritted her teeth, stretching out her small white hand. Slap. The ruler hit her palm, leaving a red mark. Intense pain assaulted her, but Star Constellation did not cry. "Your homework has been a mess recently. Instead of practicing killer moves, you're playing with a kitten?" Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the little leopard cat behind Star Constellation. The child Star Constellation's eyes were brimming with tears. "Master, don't be angry, don't chase little yellow away. Its injuries have just healed. I promise I will practice killer moves obediently in the future." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable focused on Star Constellation, but at this moment, Star Constellation mustered her courage, she was ready to protect the little leopard cat with her life. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had a stern expression as he lifted the child Star Constellation up. "Follow me." Star Constellation felt the intense wind blowing at her, she could not open her eyes. After an unknown period of time, the howling wind suddenly stopped, she felt her feet touching solid ground. "Open your eyes and take a look." Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's voice resounded. Star Constellation opened her eyes, seeing that she was standing in ruins. Her pupils shrunk to pin size, what entered her eyes were burning houses, corpses of men, women, old and young. This village was originally quiet and peaceful, but because it was close to the regional wall, a group of variant human bandits charged in and slaughtered everyone. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said, "Do you know how often this happens?" Primordial origin immortal venerable asked. The child star constellation was very shocked. She subconsciously shook her head. Almost every day this kind of situation happens. Primordial origin immortal venerable sighed. Not just the periphery of central continent, even central continent's interior still has variant human remnants. They often appear and kill humans. Now that the celestial court has been established in the central continent, the humans have the upper hand. The super forces of the mutants have either gone into hiding or fled the central continent. What about the other 4 regions? The outsiders were still in power. Do you know why? The young star constellation didn't think too much and answered, I know. I've long heard from my senior brothers and sisters that Master has dominated the 5 regions and attacked all the super forces of the mutant humans. No matter how many variant human goo immortals there are, they cannot defeat you, but they are all hiding. We can't find them. Not bad. Primordial origin immortal venerable nodded. Once the immortal aperture is placed in heaven and earth, it will shrink to a point. Searching it is like searching for a needle in a haystack. It is extremely difficult. That's right. Even though the human race has an immortal venerable like me and is invincible, it's still difficult to effectively eradicate those mutants. Even though our human race has taken control of central continent, the other 4 regions are still not liberated. Because our population is too small, we can't compare to the variant humans. Even if we attack the variant human goo masters and mortals of the 4 regions and slaughter them all. As long as the blessed lands and grotto heavens of those variant humans still exist, we can easily nurture a vast number of variant humans. Once the blessed lands and grotto heavens were hidden, they were hard to find, and the time inside was much faster than the outside world. This caused the population inside to increase rapidly. Every once in a while, the blessed lands and grotto heavens would open their doors and release the excess population into the 4 regions. The immortal apertures of these goo immortals are the foundation of the variant humans. If we can't find their exact location after I die, humanity will still be in a precarious situation. The tragedy of the past will repeat itself. Primordial origin immortal venerable sighed deeply, caressing the young star constellation. This is why you need to work hard. Fate has declared that you will be the future immortal venerable of humanity and create wisdom path. With wisdom path, we can deduce the location of most blessed lands and grotto heavens. We can kill these variant human goo immortals and truly establish the golden age of our human race. O star constellation, you need to understand that every moment you waste playing here, there are humans dying under the butcher knives of the variant humans. Among them, there are many old people and there are also many people who are about the same age as you. While you are playing, children of your age can only lie in pools of blood, unable to see tomorrow's sun. The young star constellation's expression was pale as paper. She bit her lips and remained silent. Primordial origin immortal venerable activated his killer move again and brought her back to the back mountain. He did not continue lecturing her and let her go alone. Several days later, the young star constellation and the little leopard cat Little Yellow parted. Even though Little Yellow was very attached to her, she still sent it back to the forest. When she was alone again, she squatted on the ground and hugged her knees, sobbing softly. Even though Master is right, I am only a child. My senior brothers and sisters can play, why can't I? Is it because fate decreed that I will be a future immortal venerable? The young star constellation cried for a long time, all the way until night fell. The summer night was filled with stars. She slowly stood up, tears still lingering on her face. A lump of starlight appeared in her heart. Star constellation took out this lump of starlight and threw it into the back mountain. This lump of starlight vaguely contained her image. The young star constellation said to this lump of starlight, I actually do not want to be an immortal venerable, but fate cannot be changed. Everyone is so good to me, I have to think for their sake. I also want to make the entire human race happy. If there is a next life, you can play to your heart's content and make up for my regrets in this life. The star shadow hesitated and did not leave. The young star constellation looked at her and said, Let me give you a name. Since Master often praises me for my bright eyes and white teeth, I will call you Minghao. The star shadow seemed to be very happy after getting a name. It quickly flew away. The young star constellation had already grown into a young female immortal. She did not just stay in closed cultivation, she often traveled around and broadened her horizons. There was no use in hiding because what she needed was not to inherit primordial origin immortal venerable's legacy, but to create wisdom path. When she disguised her identity and traveled in Eastern Sea, she met a goo immortal. By chance and coincidence she met this Gu immortal many times. They worked together to fight enemies, exterminate variant human tribes, explore deep underwater trenches and so on. Their friendship deepened and turned into feelings for each other. However, you are actually a variant human. Star Constellation saw her sweetheart's true appearance and retreated in shock. Xing, I did not hide it on purpose, listen to my explanation. Her sweetheart was extremely anxious. Star Constellation shook her head and flew into the sky. Her sweetheart chased after her, but due to his heavy injuries he finally fell from the sky. When he woke up from his coma, he found himself lying on a beach with Star Constellation beside him. You saved me, Xing. It must be you, where are you? Come out and meet me. Her sweetheart was overjoyed. He struggled to get up and shouted with all his might, but there was no response. Eventually he could only stagger away from the island. Under the setting sun, looking at his lonely figure, Star Constellation stood on the beach and revealed her figure. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was reluctant to part with him. Why do you have to be a variant human? How good would it be if you were a human? Do you know that I already want to marry you? According to the customs, Master has already prepared an embroidered tower for me as a dowry. But I cannot. Because I am Star Constellation, I will be the future immortal venerable of humanity. I want to eliminate variant human Gu immortals for humanity. If I were your wife, how could I do it? If I tolerate variant humans, what will happen to humanity? Her master's expectations, the hope of humanity, the hopes of everyone around her, they were all on Star Constellation's shoulders. But her heart still ached. The pain of not being able to love her was almost tearing her soul apart. Starlight surged out of Star Constellation's chest. She took out the ball of starlight again. She murmured to Xing, since you're praising me, I'll give you the name Wuxia. If there is a next life, please live well for me. Don't care about the future of humanity, don't think about the safety of all living beings, just live for yourself once, be selfish for yourself, love to your heart's content, cry to your heart's content. The star shadow rippled with light, seemingly replying. In her later years, Star Constellation had already become a venerable. In the hall, she sat on the main seat, looking at her senior sister who had always been supporting her and taking care of her. They were like mother and daughter. Let me go. The senior sister shouted, Ah Su, you are a grand immortal venerable, you cannot sacrifice yourself to fuse with Providence. No. Star Constellation shook her head. Precisely because I am an immortal venerable, I must do this. The senior sister had tears in her eyes. Ah Su, when you first became my disciple, you were only 3 years old. I have been taking care of you, I watched you grow up step by step, until you finally became the human race's Star Constellation immortal venerable. No one knows the bitterness and pain of this process better than me. The price you have paid for this is too much. You have already done very well now, you have already satisfied everyone's expectations. Don't sacrifice yourself anymore, you still have a lot of time to do what you want to do. Don't you always talk to me? In this life of yours, even though you have endless glory, even though you are praised by everyone, you have many regrets. You should go and live a better life, Asu. You have sacrificed too much for humanity, it is time for you to live for yourself. Therefore this time around, let your senior sister assimilate with the heaven's will. Star Constellation smiled, her figure flickered and she was already standing in front of her senior sister. She gently wiped away her senior sister's tears and took out a star shadow from her chest. Senior sister. You have been praising me recently, saying that I am very magnanimous. This star shadow of mine will be called Fengya, let her accompany you in my place. I was an orphan when I was young, you took care of me as I grew up, you are my elder sister and also my mother. How can I sacrifice you? Anyway, I have sacrificed so much, I am already used to it. Let Fengya stay by your side and help me make up for my regrets. I have left behind 3 star shadows, it is actually a setup for my rebirth. I do not want to be reborn one day. If the situation deteriorates to that extent, I will be reborn again. I will listen to you, senior sister. I will live for myself, I don't care about this world, I don't care about humanity. I also want to be selfish for once. Crazed Demon Cave. When Ming Hao, Wuxia and Fengya woke up, they received a huge nightmare. Fate Gu was destroyed, Celestial Court had fallen to rock bottom, Feng Yuan had turned into a demon, Righteous Path was declining, Demonic Path was rising, Central Continent was filled with danger. I had once sworn to myself. I want to live for myself. I want to live for my own happiness, for my own love, for my own happiness. Is there anything wrong with that? I have already completed my mission, I have already created Wisdom Path, I have already exterminated most of the variant human goo immortals, I have already led humanity towards prosperity. I need to rest. But why? Why did I subconsciously start to plan and make arrangements? Why am I still fighting here? What? Fairy Minghao looked at the smoke in the sky as she pouted. Fairy Yuxiu looked at Demon Immortal Qiju, the 8 extremities, and the rest with a cold gaze. Fairy Fengya looked at Jean Budu, who was charging at her, as she smiled lightly. At this moment, starlight shined on the three of them, shining upon each other. The three immortals chanted in unison, not benefiting oneself in one's life, helping one's life, sacrificing one's life, starlight illuminates the world. Resurrecting one's world, the 5 continents are different. One's heart is only one, 3 avatars pull the sky down. The starlight linked together and fused into one, shining in the sky. Soon she turned into an immortal with peerless grace and shining eyes. Star constellation? Star constellation. Star constellation. P.S. A late update, I edited it again in the middle. I am still not satisfied with this poem, even though the meaning was expressed, it does not rhyme. I hope everyone likes it. Chapter 2206. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? At the peak of Book Mountain, the 3 stars fused into one and turned into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The immortals who were fighting in a bloody battle were shocked. Even though the immortals had expected this, Fate Goo was destroyed and a Venerable's revival was possible. But when the Venerable revived in front of them, the immortals could not help but feel an intense shock in their hearts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The only female among the 10 venerables. She created Wisdom Path and inherited primordial origin Immortal Venerable's will, developing Celestial Court and assimilating with Providence. She helped Celestial Court resist the 3 demon venerables of later generations. Her name was engraved in human history, shining brightly and had never dimmed. But now she had revived. Star Constellation, eat my fist. Jean Budu did not hesitate. He stepped on the mountain peak and charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with a thunderous voice and ferocious momentum. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival did not surprise Feng Yuan. In fact, he had already guessed the identities of Minghao, Yuxiu and Fengya. These 3 were too strong, they were all pseudo-venerables. Just this point was enough to explain the problem. Celestial Court was determined to restore fate. They had worked hard for over 1,000,000 years. But during the crucial Fate War, only one pseudo-venerable, Duke Long, was left to guard Celestial Court. Now, Celestial Court suddenly had 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts in Crazed Demon Cave. It meant that they revived after Fate Goo was destroyed. If not for that, why would they not participate in the Fate War? Since they were revived and were pseudo-venerables, they would definitely leave their names in history. But these 3 were very mysterious. And most importantly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was nowhere to be seen. Combining these clues and deducing with Feng Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, the possibility of the 3 immortals being Star Constellation became more and more obvious. Just like how Feng Yuan could create Qi Ancestor, Jean Budu, and Wu Shuai, why couldn't Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? It was just that Star Constellation's 3 avatars were one level more profound than Feng Yuan's avatars. When the 3 fairies combined into one, they could transform into a constellation. Facing the resurrected Star Constellation, Jean Budu was not afraid. Before his fist even landed on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the strong wind from his fist blew Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's long hair into the air. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. In the next moment, Jean Budu struck the constellation, but it passed right through. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure vanished like a bubble. This was fake, just an illusion. Jean Budu realized this and quickly used investigative methods. But he could not find Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body. Star Constellation, slow down. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Rays of golden light danced in the air, revealing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used a killer move. Inside his immortal aperture, Fairy Fengya's talent goo, Fairy Yuxiu's seriousness goo, as well as the learning goo that he took out from Divine Emperor City, activated. Immortal essence expenditure was intense. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's figure turned illusory. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's golden light could not obstruct her any longer. Under everyone's gazes, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew into the sky, all the way to Primordial Domain. Damn it. Jean Budu gritted his teeth as he chased after her. However, even though he caught up to star constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter was like a phantom. She was not affected by Jean Budu's interference. She quickly entered the depths of primordial domain. Jean Budu even passed through primordial domain. Without any special methods, I can't enter primordial domain. Jean Budu's eyes were spewing fire. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had revived. But she did not attack Jean Budu, instead choosing to escape into primordial domain. She was a venerable, she could not attack casually, otherwise she would be suppressed by limitless demon venerable's methods like Qi Ancestor. She directly ignored the Celestial Court's immortals, Book Mountain, and the entire battlefield. Avoiding battle was a fatal blow. Lu Weiyin's expression was dark and unsightly. The Origin Realm was the key to the battle in the Crazed Demon Cave. The reason they'd attacked Book Mountain so madly was to stop the Celestial Court from obtaining the Origin Domain. To think that even though star constellation Immortal Venerable could not collect primordial domain, she could directly ascend and enter it. In the end, Jean Budu's methods were lacking, and it was difficult to stop him. In fact, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not stop star constellation Immortal Venerable even after taking action. What should we do? Lu Weiyin was at a loss. After star constellation Immortal Venerable entered primordial domain, she would naturally replenish her lost attainment level and quickly become a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, regaining her status as a Wisdom Path Tao Lord. Is the situation of the world still going to be controlled by the Celestial Court? Bing Sichuan sighed in disappointment. That might not be the case. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sneered, "Let's go." At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar released a threatening golden light. Golden light shot out in all directions, converging into a path that extended upwards. This was Calamity Luck Altar's killer move, Luck-Changing Golden Light Great Path. At the same time, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, which had been staying at the center of Savage Wilderness Great World, also released a grand light. Ever since Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace fell into Crazed Demon Cave, it had actively participated and cooperated with Limitless Demon Venerable's deductions, becoming more deeply involved in the evolution of the world. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace's light shone on Calamity Luck Altar, causing the luck-changing golden light path to undergo a profound change. Along the golden light path, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun flew out of Calamity Luck Altar and also entered primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not stop star constellation Immortal Venerable, but he had the #1 luck path attainment in the world. He actually used Calamity Luck Altar and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to truly enter primordial domain. Longevity Heaven's immortals were overjoyed at this sight. Only Fang Yuan's subordinates were left. Their expressions changed. Oh no! Lu Weiyin's expression was dark and unsightly. Although Longevity Heaven had been cooperating with Fang Yuan, it was clearly using him. Now, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun directly abandoned Fang Yuan and went to primordial domain himself. It could be imagined that he would definitely replenish his luck path attainment level in primordial domain and become a luck path Tao Lord again. Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven both abandoned Fang Yuan. Is this the foundation of a venerable? Xiao Hejian sighed. Should we retreat? Bing Sichuan's fighting spirit started to dissipate. Fang Yuan was the greatest source of confidence for these variant human Gu immortals, but it was clear that Fang Yuan was inferior to the two venerables. This caused their morale to fall rapidly. No need to worry. At this time, Fang Yuan's main body arrived from Yellow Earth Great World. He still had a calm expression. Lu Weiyin's eyes shined with hope. Lord Fang Yuan, you have a way? Fang Yuan nodded and looked at Rising Cloud City. Qiju, let's cooperate again. Demon Immortal Qiju flew out of Rising Cloud City. I knew you had a motive for giving me a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. But there is no problem with your killer move. Come, let's cooperate once. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and took out Hulan from the Qi clone's immortal aperture. At the same time, Shiland appeared above Demon Immortal Qiju's head. Huland and Shiland quickly approached each other, shining upon each other. Lu Weiyin saw this and was overjoyed. I understand, the Legends of Renzu has records of this. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 37. Wisdom Gu was bitten by Self-Gu. It felt very angry and decided to take revenge. Wisdom Gu found Lies Gu. No matter what I say, they are filled with wisdom and will help others. This is not good, I need your help. Lies Gu asked, how do you want me to help you? Wisdom Gu said, that is easy, it is very simple. Rinzhu and his children are currently in primordial domain. In front of primordial domain is Shi land, behind it is Hu land. Enter primordial domain and deceive Rinzhu, tell him. Primordial domain is in front of Hu land, behind it is Shi land. Lizgu was confused. Will I be able to take revenge like this? Wisdom Gu laughed loudly. Humans need to breathe in first before exhaling. Shi land and Hu land are the breathing of heaven and earth. Just do as I say. Lizgu followed Wisdom Gu's instructions and came to primordial domain. It told Rinzhu, "Oh human, you need to be careful. You are in a very mystical place now. If you go forward you will go to Hu land, if you go back you will go to Shi land." Rinzhu was about to leave primordial domain. He thought, I had once received instructions from a beast man, don't let me go to Hu land. Then I will go to the back and go to Shi land. Rinzhu brought his children, great strength, true martial and carefree wisdom heart, leaving primordial domain and going to the back. Thus they came to Hu land. This is not Shi land. Carefree wisdom heart realized that they were deceived. Rinzhu patted his chest. Thankfully I died once, betrayal Gu has left. Otherwise if I cared, betrayal Gu would harm me. But great strength true martial suddenly realized something. He shouted, "Oh no! What is it?" Rinzhu was about to ask, but at this time, Self Gu flew away from him. Self Gu left Rinzhu. Before leaving it said, "Oh human, you put attitude Gu on me, you even deceived yourself, don't blame me for leaving you." Back then Rinzhu protected weak Gu. Weak Gu urged Rinzhu to put attitude Gu on Self Gu, even deceiving itself. It achieved the most perfect disguise and deceived the predicament. If a human deceived itself, it would leave the person would abandon itself. Rinzhu was angry and anxious. What do I do? Self Gu has left me. Without it, how can I obtain freedom? How can I get rid of fake Gu's restriction? Self Gu had once eaten a mouthful of betrayal Gu. This is the meaning of betrayal. I have been dissatisfied with it for a long time. Great strength true martial's ability Gu shouted. Experts would instinctively be dissatisfied with themselves. Self Gu has flown away, we can't see it anymore. Let's chase it. Carefree wisdom heart reminded. The three started running, chasing after Self Gu. Self Gu ran very quickly, entering a river. The river's surface was calm. There were pieces of floating ice of all sizes floating on the water. This is the river of time. There are truthful floating ice pieces floating on the river. Rinzhu and the other two quickly recognized, they had gained a lot of knowledge from Jianghu crystal wall. Rinzhu looked far away saying, I feel that Self Gu is hiding at the center of the floating ice. Let's go and find it. Chapter 2207. Rinzhu's trio stood by the river and observed. Every piece of floating ice on the surface of the river of time was a fact. Rinzhu observed for a long time before pointing at a piece of floating ice. This piece of floating ice is neither big nor small, its surface is smooth, let's step on it. But great strength true martial said, this piece of floating ice is clearly very small, it can't even fit the three of us. Carefree wisdom heart shook her head. This piece of floating ice is very big, but there are many icicles on its surface that will pierce through our feet. The same fact could be big or small, light or heavy, difficult or easy to different people. Some could accept it, some could not. Rinzhu's trio discussed for a long time before finally choosing a piece of floating ice, and everyone stood on it. When Rinzhu stepped on this piece of ice, he immediately burst into tears. While great strength true martial roared in anger, carefree wisdom heart laughed heartily. It was the same fact, but different people would feel differently about it. Rinzhu's trio could only endure it. Every piece of floating ice on the surface of the river of time is a cold and silent fact. But we humans have hearts. Once we come into contact with facts, we will feel emotions. When facts and emotions are added together, it becomes a matter for each of us. Carefree wisdom heart recalled the knowledge in her mind. The floating ice carried Rinzhu's trio and floated for a while before gradually becoming smaller and sinking. Let's jump onto that piece of floating ice. Rinzhu pointed to the left. Thus, before the floating ice beneath them sank, the trio jumped onto the second floating ice and continued to move forward. This fact caused Rinzhu's trio to feel different emotions. The longer they stood on the floating ice, the more these emotions accumulated. As the floating ice continued to sink, the emotions the trio felt would also change. Some went from anger to happiness, some from happiness to melancholy. I can't hold on anymore, my heart feels very uncomfortable. After enduring for a while, Rinzhu clutched his chest and shouted, let's jump onto that piece of floating ice. After the trio jumped, carefree wisdom heart quickly said, I can't stand this the most, my heart is also uncomfortable. I want to die. Renzu's trio hurriedly switched to another floating ice. No matter what the truth was, if they clenched their teeth they would be able to endure it. What he was most afraid of was feeling upset. Once the heart couldn't take it, the person wouldn't be able to continue living. After a few more ice flows, great strength true martial couldn't take it the least. I feel fine. Strong Gu said proudly in his heart of ambition. There are too many things in this world, it has always been the weak who suffer more than the strong. Fortitude Gu shouted, this has my contribution because I have been helping you all along. Fortitude Gu could suppress emotions. Suddenly 2 Gu worms grew out of Carefree Wisdom Star's palm. The Gu in the left hand was called good. The Gu in his right hand was called bad. Oh humans, we can help you discern what is good and what is bad. Good Gu and Bad Gu said together, their voices tender. Thus, with the help of Good Gu and Bad Gu, Renzu and the other 2 were always able to find good floating ice. Standing on the floating ice, the 3 of them felt very happy. When the floating ice sank and good things turned into bad things, the 3 of them jumped away in advance. Like this, Renzu and the other 2 gradually became happy, they became extremely happy, they were overjoyed and did not leave, they were immersed in this joyous mood. The 3 of them forgot about their situation until the truthful floating ice under their feet completely sank and they all fell into the river. Crazed Demon Cave 8th Layer. Shiland. Uland. The 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth each let out a faint white light. The lights intertwined and connected into one, forming a horizontal pillar of light. The final step. Fang Yuan activated his killer move as he let out a breath of turbid air. The aura flew into the pillar of light as a whirlpool formed at the center of the pillar of light. The whirlpool shot out and shot into the sky. When the white spiral light touched the surface of primordial domain, it spread out like a lump of light fog, enveloping the entire primordial domain. Fang Yuan followed the white spiral light and entered primordial domain. Amazing, amazing. Primordial domain is between Shi land and Hu land. Using these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth, we can accurately locate primordial domain. Lu Weiyin praised as he followed behind. Next were Zhan Budu, Demon Immortal Qiju, Qi Ancestor, and other pseudo-venerable battle strength experts. When the immortals entered primordial domain, the white spiral light dissipated, the other Gu immortals who were eager to enter were very disappointed. Fang Yuan floated in primordial domain, frowning deeply. Once he stepped in, countless insights appeared in his mind. But this was not something that happened naturally, it was like being forcefully instilled into him. Fang Yuan felt an indescribable pain. This pain did not come from his body or his soul, it came from his heart. His mind was like a lake, it was originally calm and calm like a mirror. But now it was like a raging sea, surging with terrifying waves. This was like a baby who only knew how to eat, drink, sleep and excrete, but the baby was forced to learn the joy of jumping around and playing. If the baby was allowed to jump around and play, it would hurt itself. It was also like a child who felt that toys were the most precious, but was forcefully instilled with the concept of an adult. Money was the most important. Gu cultivation attainment levels were very difficult to raise. Fang Yuan entering primordial domain was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, it was going against nature. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring it strenuously. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who had entered primordial domain earlier, were nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan did not care about these 2, he quickly inspected his body and comprehended. Many paths attainment levels are rising rapidly. Refinement path is also among them, but rule path is rising the most. Fang Yuan thought about it and started to move around primordial domain. He activated his method, his body was like a bird, flying freely in primordial domain. Everywhere he went, primordial domain broke apart. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Although primordial domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was extremely fragile. Fang Yuan did not take the initiative to attack, it was just that he had too many Dao marks, primordial domain could not bear it. But fortunately, before primordial domain was destroyed, the attainment levels contained within were all transferred to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. I need to find the correct direction as soon as possible. If the refinement path part of primordial domain is destroyed, it will be terrible. Fang Yuan was not familiar with primordial domain, but all kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind. His deep wisdom path attainment allowed him to quickly understand his situation. Primordial domain contained the profundities of all paths, any Gu cultivator could benefit from it. Fang Yuan adjusted his direction nimbly, roaming in primordial domain, gaining a lot of refinement path attainment levels. He was moving in the correct direction. Soon, among the several attainment levels that increased at the same time, refinement path attainment level rose to the first place. Fang Yuan's current feelings could not be described clearly with words. He was in extreme pain and his mind was unstable, but he also felt fulfilled and satisfied at the same time. He was feeling increasingly thirsty. This thirst was for knowledge, for attainment levels. No wonder the legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was not satisfied with knowledge. He kept instilling it into himself, causing his mind to reach its limit and explode. Fang Yuan had a similar feeling towards Renzu. Soon. Fang Yuan endured the pain and revealed a joyful expression. He had a strong premonition that he was only a small distance away from Refinement Path's Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Rumble. Right at this time, primordial domain shook and large pieces of it collapsed. Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment level was rising, but it stopped abruptly. Giant Sun, Star Constellation. Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly became extremely cold. He saw that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were fighting far away. They had chosen a good location to fight. It was definitely a crucial location related to Refinement Path. With this part of primordial domain destroyed, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment level could no longer rise. In the previous fight, Fang Yuan had probed many flaws of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. Similarly, his foundation was also seen by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They understood that Fang Yuan wanted to develop in Refinement Path. Since he had arrived at primordial domain first, how could these two venerables just sit back and watch? Thus, by fighting each other, they also cut off Fang Yuan's future. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had definitely taken the initiative to attack. Although Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, he would definitely be happy to see this happen. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw Fang Yuan's main body, she immediately pointed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Hundreds of blue flying stars shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan roared as his body shone with 7-colored radiance. Immortal Killer Move, 7 kills Rainbow. Metal Path's Yellow Light, Wood Path's Jade Light, Water Path's Light Blue Light, Fire Path's Red Light, Earth Path's Brown Light, Wind Path's Green Light, Lightning Path's Dark Blue Light. These 7 paths' radiance intertwined and shot out in a spiral. Rumble. 7 kills Rainbow destroyed most of the flying stars and shot towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered with starlight as she blocked this killer move, but she still staggered and showed a shocked expression. What killer move is this? It was naturally a compound killer move. This move, 7 kills Rainbow, was an improved version of the previous 5 technique Rainbow. The latter had been used by Fang Yuan before. It was during the battle when the Righteous Qi Alliance attacked Eastern Sea's Xia clan headquarters and attempted to recover their lost territory. It was just that 5 technique Rainbow used the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire and earth, while 7 kills Rainbow went one step further. It included swift wind and furious lightning. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not defend against such a killer move. Because to defend against this move she had to consider the 7 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and lightning. Even though many of the killer moves seemed to involve many paths, they were all superficial. For example, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable fought against Limitless Will in Crazed Demon Cave, he used a killer move that imitated the power of other paths. The essence of the killer move was still one path, it was just that it imitated other paths. To deal with such a killer move, one only needed to deal with Theft Path. But the killer move 7 kills Rainbow contained 7 paths in the truest sense. Just one move from Fang Yuan made the Great Star Constellation Immortal Venerable feel troubled. On one hand, the compound killer move was hard to defend against, on the other hand Fang Yuan had a vast accumulation of Dao marks. He had too many Dao marks. Maybe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could match him in the past, but the current Star Constellation had just revived. The 3 avatars combined into one, the total number of Dao marks was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's current Dao marks. Evidently, Star Constellation's Dao marks could not compare to Fang Yuan's. Chapter 2208. Venomous Goo Master applies for leave. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 2209. Crazed Demon Cave. Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan's main body moved, he finally fought against a venerable, immortal killer move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. In the intense battle, Fang Yuan roared, his body shook as 100 evil dragons condensed around him. The evil dragons roared as they attacked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. A compound killer move again? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze narrowed, she could instantly see that the evil dragons in front of her contained Transformation Path and Enslavement Path profundities. The number of Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body was terrifying, even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could also fight him head-on, her nature was not like that. She was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster. She was in life and she was now. Immediately, her body flickered, starlight flickered around her, she turned into 1,000 in the blink of an eye, there were 1,000 Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun quickly used his investigative method to distinguish the real from the fake. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, but he still urged the dragons to attack. The dragons fought against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms. For a moment, the world turned dark and chaotic. Some of the vicious dragons opened their mouths to bite, some swung their tails, some used their horns to provoke their enemies, and some used their claws to tear. There were even some vicious dragons that opened their mouths and roared, shooting out sharp sword chi from their tongues. In the earlier battle, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms were caught off guard, they suffered heavy losses. But not long after understanding the reason behind these evil dragons' confidence, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms stabilized the situation and counterattacked. These Star Constellation phantoms had ordinary methods, each phantom only had one killer move, and there were only 6 killer moves in total. But these Star Constellation phantoms cooperated with great tacit understanding, they were not much different from the 3 avatars. Star Constellation phantoms displayed their advantage in numbers, they often attacked one evil dragon with close to 10 phantoms, eventually killing the evil dragon after paying the price of several Star Constellation phantoms. Fang Yuan's evil dragons began to shrink rapidly. Fang Yuan's Sword Tongue Dragon Soul has Enslavement Path profundities and can be manipulated slightly, but his Wisdom Path attainment is far from Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw this and evaluated. However, Fang Yuan also knows the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. If he focuses his attention on carefully controlling the dragon soul, the gains won't make up for the losses. Therefore he simply kept using this move. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not interfere and just watched from the side. While watching the battle, he activated his methods. Multicolored light flew and swept the surrounding primordial domain into his immortal aperture. Information was extremely important to Gu cultivators. Especially against an opponent like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, killer moves were most effective the first time they were used. Fang Yuan did not use any other methods, he continued to activate Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Groups of over 100 evil dragons continuously rushed to the battlefield. The evil dragon was killed by the constellation illusions, but they quickly gained the upper hand in terms of military strength. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly surprised. So this move also involves Soul Path? He saw that although these evil dragons were being exterminated, the evil dragon souls were gradually being born. At first, these dragon souls were very weak, they only had 10% of their battle strength compared to the evil dragons. But as the evil dragons continued to die, the number of soul path Dao marks that were spreading on the battlefield continued to increase. The dragon souls and soul beasts that were born after these evil dragons died also became stronger. 20%, 40%, 60%. The evil dragon soul's battle strength continued to rise, Star Constellation's illusions were finally defeated. The battle situation was tilted towards Fang Yuan's side. Eventually, when there were only dozens of illusions left, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could no longer be concealed. She smiled at Fang Yuan and directly retreated, leaving this battlefield. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. After fighting, he gained a deeper understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's nature. Even though this Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived and had the battle strength to fight Fang Yuan head-on, she avoided the battle repeatedly, she was extremely rational and agile. Like this time when she retreated, Fang Yuan's previous investments were all for naught. The soul path Dao marks left behind in this battlefield were of great help to Fang Yuan, but unfortunately, when Star Constellation retreated lightly, Fang Yuan had no choice but to chase after her, abandoning this battlefield that had been constructed for the most part. Fighting against such an opponent did not feel satisfying at all. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, please wait. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun chuckled. Bright light shone around him and obstructed star constellation Immortal Venerable. Good. Fang Yuan praised, taking the chance to chase after her. It seemed that the agreement between Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan was still valid. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's choice was also easy to understand. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw Fang Yuan's battle strength and that he was still an immortal zombie. He still treated the Celestial Court as his main enemy. If Fang Yuan's battle strength was weak, he might immediately face the joint attacks of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He had to get rid of this easiest opponent first, to prevent the weakest person from benefiting from the fight between the two tigers. Fang Yuan fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not make many moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable waved her jade-like hand, sending out countless flying stars. The flying stars were extremely fast, continuously shooting at Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had tried to dodge earlier, but these flying stars had tracking abilities. No matter how he dodged, he would be hit. If Fang Yuan wanted to unravel this killer move, he would need to plan carefully and spend some time to make deductions before he could succeed. Crack crack. With a soft sound, the light barrier on Fang Yuan's body collapsed. This light barrier was also a compound killer move. It had outstanding defense, but under the continuous attacks of the flying stars, it had already collapsed several times. The power of each flying star had never actually changed, but they were connected to each other in a chain of attacks. This was especially frightening. If the power of a flying star was 1, the result of the first star would also be 1, then the second star would be at least 3 and the third star would be 6. The power would increase layer by layer. The further it went, the more powerful it would be. This was the combat system that Fairy Minghao had once grasped. As the light barrier collapsed, Fang Yuan activated a new defensive method. A halo of light appeared above his head. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and laughed lightly. Just like the information in the Celestial Court said, Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. After using defensive killer moves several times, he would change to another one, afraid that the defensive killer move would be broken and he would suffer heavy injuries or even die when he was caught off guard. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned to do so. However, every time she made some progress in her deductions, Fang Yuan would adjust his methods in time, making her deductions useless. Fang Yuan, you have made ample preparations for this battle. I am increasingly curious, how long can you fight by switching killer moves so frequently? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke as she used her method. This Wisdom Path killer move was formless and formless. It formed a whirlwind in the air, but it was not targeted at Fang Yuan, but the surrounding primordial domain. In an instant, the surrounding primordial domain within several thousand steps was emptied by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also breathed out golden light, sweeping a small area of primordial domain into his pocket. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with eerie light. These two venerables had extraordinary methods. They had been gathering these primordial domain as they fought. Compared to them, Fang Yuan's foundation was much weaker. He had tried before, but he could not find an effective way to gather the primordial domain. He could only watch as the other two continued to harvest. In that case, Fang Yuan made up his mind. A killer move suddenly erupted. Flames surged and lightning shot out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was collecting the primordial domain when the lightning and fire waves formed by Fang Yuan's killer move swept over, sweeping away all the primordial domain around him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun instantly gained nothing. He remained silent. Fang Yuan used another move. The wind howled and the frost was like arrows filling the sky. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was implicated again. The primordial domain that was about to be swept into his immortal aperture was destroyed again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a glance at Fang Yuan and gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan used another move. Souls flew and golden light flickered, destroying all the surrounding primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but look at each other. The former was no longer smiling, while the latter's eyelids were twitching. If I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. With this thought, Fang Yuan started to fight, attacking boldly and wantonly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun needed a certain amount of time to collect the primordial domain. Flaws would be exposed during the process. Fang Yuan directly destroyed the primordial domain. It was much faster and more convenient than them. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was disrupted again and again, but Fang Yuan used attacking star constellation Immortal Venerable as an excuse. He was not restricted by the alliance agreement, so he could not criticize him clearly. He could not take it anymore. He secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan, "Fang Yuan, let's make a deal. You block star constellation Immortal Venerable, I will collect the primordial domain, we will split the gains 30-70. No, split it 50-50. Fang Yuan immediately replied as if he had been waiting for a long time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was naturally unwilling. "Without my method, you won't even be able to collect half of the primordial domain. If you dare to comprehend the primordial domain now, you will definitely be attacked by star constellation Immortal Venerable. The risk is too high, something unexpected might happen." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was right. It was not difficult to block the infusion of the primordial domain. But star constellation Immortal Venerable did not dare to comprehend the primordial domain during the current battle. She could only do her best to collect the primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun argued on the basis of reason, but Fang Yuan ignored him. Rumble, thunder rumbled and air currents surged. The surrounding primordial domain dissipated under Fang Yuan's killer move. Although the primordial domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was different from Book Mountain and Danghun Mountain. It was inherently weak. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan used his actions to tell him, "You have to split it 50-50. If you don't agree, you, Giant Sun Immortal, will also not be able to obtain any primordial domain." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could only relent. "Forget it, I will give you 50-50. Fang Yuan continued, "Can I trouble you to send half of the primordial domain into Jewel Yellow Skies first?" Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but stare. Fang Yuan urged again, "Don't worry, with my interference, it will be hard for star constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain much primordial domain." The meaning of his words was nothing more than a reminder. Look, the Celestial Court is still our main enemy. And weakening the Celestial Court had always been Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's strategic goal. Forget it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sent half of the primordial domain into Jewel Yellow Skies to show his sincerity. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. His attacks on star constellation Immortal Venerable became even fiercer. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was alone. Facing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan together, she gradually suffered losses. Please remember this book's domain name. Right Pen Chinese Network Mobile Version Website. Chapter 2210. Star constellation Immortal Venerable fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan was in charge of interfering, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's main task was to destroy primordial domain. Although star constellation Immortal Venerable could barely succeed, it was only after several rounds of fighting with Fang Yuan that she grabbed the opportunity to attack. This battle situation continued for a while before star constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision. She suddenly activated a killer move to attack primordial domain as well. Primordial domain was like an avalanche. It was only a small piece at first, but soon primordial domain's collapse became more severe. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gave a low growl, releasing golden light in an attempt to block it. He succeeded in blocking star constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move, but star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer move again. "Fang Yuan!" Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. Without needing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's reminder, Fang Yuan had already attacked with all his strength in an attempt to restrain star constellation Immortal Venerable and force her to give up on destroying primordial domain. This time, it was star constellation Immortal Venerable's turn to use killer moves. This was the first time she took the initiative to attack since the start of the battle. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not react in time. Many of star constellation Immortal Venerable's offensive methods were used for the first time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not block them immediately. Rumble. After dozens of rounds, primordial domain was completely destroyed. Most of them were destroyed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised repeatedly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw that her efficiency in collecting primordial domain was far inferior to Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's cooperation, so she took the initiative to destroy primordial domain. Such decisiveness and rationality, worthy of being an Immortal Venerable in human history, the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. This is... Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Primordial domain was completely destroyed, but he did not fall back. Instead he found himself in the void. There was no trace of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun said. He slowly flew over, standing 100 steps away from Fang Yuan as they faced Star Constellation Immortal Venerable together. It turned out that Celestial Court used Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance and the Captives in Divine Emperor City to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, gaining time to seize Primordial Domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan reacted quickly. They mobilized all their strength and attacked without any regard for the consequences. The Celestial Court had experienced the fated war and lived up to its former glory. It was hard for it to defend against the frenzied attacks of the two parties. Since she could not obtain it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a step back and flew into Primordial Domain, raising her Wisdom Path attainment level to Supreme Grandmaster. However, Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and the other Pseudo-Immortal Venerables also entered Primordial Realm. The situation gradually went out of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control. She ruthlessly destroyed the whole of Primordial Domain. The Origin Realm hadn't been seized by her. In fact, it was still on the 9th floor. The moment Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan entered Primordial Domain, they also entered Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. The space on the 9th floor is much smaller than on the 8th floor. Is this the truthful floating ice recorded in The Legends of Rinzhu? Fang Yuan stared at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while looking at the mysterious floating ice behind her. These bluish-white floating ice pieces were of varying sizes. There were a lot of them. They floated quietly, they did not rotate on their own, but they were attracted to each other and flew around in groups of 2 or 3. All the floating ice flows slowly circled around the center of the floating ice flows. Looking from afar, these truthful floating ice pieces looked like a loose ball as they flew. The trajectory of the truthful floating ice pieces was filled with profound profundity. Fang Yuan only took a few glances before he felt dizzy. He acutely observed that these truthful floating ice pieces were continuously growing in size. It seems that this formation is the foundation of limitless creation of the whole Crazed Demon Cave. Book Mountain and Primordial Domain are the cores that the Celestial Court extracted from this formation. Amazing, truly amazing. This rank 9 formation is continuously rotating and deducing. These truthful floating ice pieces are the results. And those dead goo immortals in the 8th layer and their disappearing immortal apertures are the fuel for this formation. They are also clues for deductions. This means that the derivation goo recorded in The Legends of Rinzhu and the eternal life research results that Limitless Demon Venerable wants to deduce are all at the center of this formation. Just as Fang Yuan thought of this, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted coldly. At the next moment, a Luck Path Killer move was activated and pierced through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dissipated like a bubble. Her true body appeared at the same time, but she was not in front of Fang Yuan. She had already entered the rank 9 formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression sank slightly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a good method. Even though this illusion disintegrated on contact, even I cannot detect its authenticity. If not for the change in my luck, I would not have been able to discover it. We need to hurry. Limitless Demon Venerable did everything he could to set up Crazed Demon Cave. He also deduced it for over 1,000,000 years. We cannot let the Celestial Court obtain this result. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun flew out at lightning speed, arriving at the periphery of the formation. The two immortals stopped for the moment. This formation is terrifying. All the truthful floating ice pieces are formation cores. They are also the safest places. Other than that, the other places are very dangerous. If we stop at other places, we will be crushed by the formation. Fang Yuan's heart jumped slightly. This rank 9 formation's crushing force was brought about by the sacrifice of countless goo immortals and the fusion of great worlds. Even he could not endure it. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun observed for a while before jumping onto a truthful floating ice piece. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who was in the lead or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they both chose to do this. Fang Yuan naturally followed their advice. He picked one and stepped on an elephant-sized truthful floating ice piece. The moment he stepped on the floating ice piece, an intense feeling of guilt assaulted Fang Yuan's heart like a bandit who had invaded a peaceful village. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He quickly resisted this intense feeling. After adapting, Fang Yuan jumped onto the second truthful floating ice piece. This time, an intense feeling of sorrow engulfed his heart. The intensity of it suddenly increased. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and adapted to it with difficulty. He looked up and saw that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had already jumped onto the 5th truthful floating ice piece, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still far ahead. She had already entered the middle layer of the formation. Time is limited. Fang Yuan could not help but feel anxious. He quickly jumped onto the 3rd floating ice piece. The result of the contest in Primordial Domain was not ideal for Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun might have already recovered to Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, while Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment level was still lacking. However, the opponent was the Grand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This result was within Fang Yuan's expectations. The contest in Primordial Domain was already like this. Limitless Demon Venerable's Eternal Life research results could not be obtained by these two Venerables. Eternal Life, Eternal Life. Fang Yuan muttered. Eternal Life was Fang Yuan's goal and ideal. Even if he could not obtain it, he could not let it fall into someone else's hands. The deeper they went into the formation, the stronger the emotions brought by the truthful floating ice pieces. There were all kinds of emotions, some were joy, some were sorrow, some were melancholy, and some were anger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was in the lead all along. Her advantage in this formation was very clear. Firstly, the chess bet back then was the confrontation between Limitless Will and Star Constellation's will. Secondly, the Celestial Court had already started to infiltrate 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Green Lotus Great World was the best proof. Finally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path focused on thoughts, wills, and emotions. Dealing with emotions and even using them to fight was the specialty of Wisdom Path. With all these reasons, it was no wonder that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable avoided the battle and rushed into the formation. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped on a truthful floating ice piece and looked behind her, frowning slightly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was rushing over. He was getting closer to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Regarding this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. The deeper they went into the formation, the more terrifying the emotions and the greater the obstruction to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not hesitate to leave Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace to participate in the deductions. During his era, he had even taken Savage Wilderness Great World, which was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. After all, after Limitless Demon Venerable was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had entered Crazed Demon Cave more than 1,000,000 years ago. Thus, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a deep understanding of this Crazed Demon Cave. And Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck path methods also helped him choose the most suitable path to advance. But why is Fang Yuan also getting closer? He is even showing signs of surpassing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. This was truly out of her expectations. The Celestial Court naturally handed all the information regarding Fang Yuan to her. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Fang Yuan very well. She knew that even though Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was very deep, he was most skilled not in deductions, but in defending against other people's deductions. From this point, even though the Celestial Court had repeatedly failed in their crusade against Fang Yuan, they had also made considerable gains. At least, under the suppression of the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to give up on deductions, emotional processing and other aspects in his wisdom path cultivation, and focus on raising his ability to defend against deductions. However, right now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was clearly benefiting from this, so why was Fang Yuan still chasing after her? Not only was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable surprised, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was also very shocked. His eyeballs watched as Fang Yuan rapidly jumped forward and overtook him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sensed an aura from Fang Yuan's body. Suddenly he understood the truth. It's Fortitude Goo. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's heart jumped as he gritted his teeth. He recognized Fortitude Goo's aura. Fang Yuan had never been good at concealing his aura, but there was no need to do so now. So it's him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun finally understood. The biggest culprit behind the scenes who plotted against He Lulan in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was Fang Yuan. This scoundrel took Fortitude Goo and Ability Goo from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. These two Strength Path Immortal Goo are both rank 8. Fortitude Goo is the best at restraining emotions, no wonder he could move so easily in this formation. Don't tell me Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is also Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's arrangement to help Fang Yuan? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but have many thoughts. He had a bad feeling. Even though I seized Savage Wilderness Great World, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable still arranged for Fang Yuan to obtain Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu? Then was the portion of Thieving Heaven true inheritance I extracted earlier a bait set up by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Chapter 22:11. Northern Plains. Two figures shot through the air, continuously using killer moves, creating waves of air currents and thunderous sounds. One of the male immortals cultivated light path. He was dressed in a white robe, he was tall and had a shoehorn face, his eyes were as small as beans. As for the other female immortal, she was dressed in black gold armor and wore half a mask. Her every move was domineering and domineering. Other than these two immortals, there were more than 10 Gu immortals watching the battle. Big brother, hurry up and kill this bitch. The spectating female immortal Lu Luo shouted, her eyes glued to the battlefield. Beside her were Lu tribe's Gu immortal elders. Besides them, there were also many Gu immortals from Northern Plains Huangjin tribes. Chanyu tribe's Chanyu Xiong, Gong tribe's Gong Tong Kuai. The male immortal fighting was a famous rank 7 expert of Northern Plains Righteous Path, Lu Chang. The female immortal was He Lulan. He Lulan changed her name to He Yu and went around challenging experts. After defeating Qin Cheng and Yin Wu Kei, she continued to challenge lone and demonic immortals without losing a single time. Her reputation soared and Northern Plains raised its eyebrows. Lu Chang and Lu Luo had failed to recruit Yin Wuk, and in the process they had a conflict with He Lulan. Lu Chang publicly challenged Fairy Black Moon in order to avenge himself. Once news spread, it caused a commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. That was why this battle had taken place. Immortal killer move, Light Horse Crossing Crevice. Lu Chang activated his killer move, the silhouette of a pony condensed under him and flew around in the sky. This movement killer move was very outstanding, it allowed Lu Chang to maintain a certain distance from He Lulan. Ever since Lu Chang suffered a huge loss at the hands of He Lulan, he wisely chose to attack from afar. Big brother, that's it. Let this bitch suffer behind you, and in the end she was beaten to death for nothing. Ah. Lu Luo continued to scream and cheer for Lu Chang. Her laughter was very piercing to the ears. But at this moment He Lulan's figure disappeared on the spot. It was an illusion. When did this happen? Lu Chang was startled. He knew that he had fallen into a trap and subconsciously tried to dodge. However, He Lulan's true body instantly appeared behind him. Boom boom boom, fist shadows flew everywhere, like a torrential downpour firmly enveloping Lu Chang. Lu Chang shouted, desperately activating defensive killer moves as he took a beating. Lu Luo's laughter stopped abruptly. He Lulan's series of attacks were fierce and explosive. The Righteous Path Gu immortals watching the battle felt their eyelids twitch. Alright. That was a good fight. We finally caught this cunning Lu Chang. The loose immortals and fiend immortals who were watching the battle cheered, praising endlessly. Among them, other than Qin Cheng, Wu Guang and Yin Wuk, there were many others. Some of these people had been defeated by He Lulan, while others had heard of He Lulan's deeds and had taken the initiative to follow her. Lord Black Moon has gained the upper hand. Wu Guang laughed as he sent a voice transmission, conversing privately. Don't you feel that Lord Black Moon has become stronger than before? Come to think of it, Lady Black Moon was constantly challenging others, and in the process her battle prowess was rapidly increasing. Brother Wu, don't you feel it? Yin Wuk was slightly shocked and uncertain. Wu Guang thought about it before shaking his head, replying, of course I noticed it. But how can there be such rapid progress in this world? I'm afraid Lady Black Moon was hiding her strength earlier, or she had been in closed cultivation all along. As her battle experience increased, her methods became more proficient, giving off a feeling that her battle prowess is increasing rapidly. Yin Wuk nodded, he was about to speak when the situation changed again. Gu immortal Lu Chang was indeed a famous expert in Northern Plains. After some effort he finally escaped from He Lulan's attack range. He Lulan did not want to let him go, she immediately chased after him. But Lu Chang suddenly stopped, he turned around and smiled sinisterly. He Lulan, you fell for my trap. Immortal killer move, dazzling brilliance. In an instant intense light burst out, covering the entire battlefield. The spectating Gu immortals quickly closed their eyes. He Lulan also subconsciously closed her eyes. But when she opened her eyes again, all she could see was white. After being hit by the killer move dazzling brilliance, her vision turned blank, she could no longer see anything. Oh no, Lu Chang actually learned this killer move. No wonder he was fearless, publicly challenging Lady Black Moon. This move is Lu Tribe's signature method. Unless they use Lu Tribe's unique killer move, the Gu cultivator cannot recover from it. Many lone cultivators and demonic immortals' expressions changed, the atmosphere became heavy. Because this battle was not just a simple battle between Lu Chang and He Lulan. In the current situation, this battle already had a lot of political meaning. As the rootless fairy Black Moon, she represented the lone immortal camp. And Lu Chang naturally represented Northern Plains' righteous path. Ever since the Fate War, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had been actively integrating Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Lone immortals and demonic path experts like Yin Wu Kei were wantonly recruited by the Huangjin tribes, and their attitude was very firm. There was no need to mention the lone immortals who were willing, but most of the lone cultivators and demonic path Gu immortals were unwilling. But they were alone, they did not want to offend these Northern Plains righteous path forces, they were angry but did not dare to say anything. In this situation, He Lulan's appearance was like a banner for these Gu immortals. He Lulan dared to challenge everywhere, she did not fear the Huangjin tribes, this greatly encouraged these lone immortals and demonic immortals. Especially now, snowy mountain blessed land was destroyed, and a demonic path expert like old ancestor Shui who had gone into hiding, the lone and demonic cultivators needed a leader. Precisely because of this, He Lulan gained the initiative of Wu Guang, Yin Wu Kei and the others. Many lone and demonic immortals came to watch this battle, they wanted to support He Lulan. He Lulan was hit by the killer move now, she could not see anything, these Gu immortals' nervousness and worry came from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Chang retreated with a smile on his face. Immortal killer move radiance. The injuries on his body started to heal slowly. Immortal killer move, clear rippling light. His surroundings shone with waves of light, it was as if countless fish scales were shining. Oh no! Qin Qing frowned deeply, this move counters investigative methods. Yin Wu Kei and Wu Guang stopped their conversation, they looked at the battlefield nervously. Even though Gu immortals could not see, they had all sorts of investigative methods. It was just that now, after Lu Chang used this killer move, other investigative methods would not be very useful. Since she could not see anything, He Lulan closed her eyes. She was not flustered, she sighed lightly, Lu Chang, oh Lu Chang, it is a pity that you missed your final chance. Lu Chang was stunned, he scoffed, Fairy Black Moon, why are you bluffing? You have already lost, how can you break my Lu tribe's dazzling splendor killer move in this battle? It is useless no matter how much time you waste. He Lulan did not retort. She used her actions to reply. A killer move was unleashed. Immortal killer move, dark capital strength Biao. A black tiger materialized. This move again? A solemn expression flashed past Lu Chang's eyes. It's different. Yin Wu Kei's eyes shined with bright light. That black gold giant tiger seems to have wings on its back? What? I did not see it clearly. Wu Guang quickly said. The moment the totem black tiger formed, it vanished, including Wu Guang. Many people did not see it clearly. Where did it go? Does it have a concealment ability? Lu Chang's expression changed, he quickly used investigative methods. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size, his face was filled with shock and fear. The black gold giant tiger suddenly appeared behind him. Whoosh! The giant tiger slapped its claws, sending Lu Chang flying like a ball. Lu Chang's ears were filled with intense winds, his vision was spinning, he was filled with shock. That attack earlier, the huge force almost destroyed his defensive killer move. It is not that the black tiger has a concealment method, but its speed, it is too fast, too fast. The black gold giant tiger's speed had already surpassed the limits of a Gu immortal's naked eye. It was like a phantom, appearing and disappearing suddenly. Every time it appeared, it would send Lu Chang flying with a claw. Lu Chang was at a complete disadvantage, he could not retaliate. If he used light colt crossing he might be able to escape for a while. But now he was in a passive state, he had to use his defensive methods with all his strength, otherwise he would be smashed into meat paste by the black tiger. Rumble. The black tiger's final attack sent Lu Chang crashing into the ground. Dust and smoke rose, Lu Chang was in a deep pit, he did not move, he was unconscious. Brother. Lu Luo screamed, pointing at He Lulan. You bitch, you actually killed my brother. How dare you do this? I want you to die, I want you to die. She wanted to charge over, but was held back by the Lu tribe Gu immortal elders behind her. Right at this time she felt a sense of joy. Lu Luo was stunned. She could not believe herself. Brother ended up like this, how can I feel happy? The other righteous path immortals also had slight changes in their expressions. they felt a sense of joy. Gong Tong Kwai shook his head, forcing himself to be calm as he said in a low voice, "Fairy Lu, don't be anxious, Brother Lu is not dead, he is still alive. Calm down, so many people are watching, don't throw away our Lu tribe's face." Lu tribe Gu Immortal Elder reprimanded before flying into the battlefield. He cupped his fists towards He Lulan, "Fairy Black Moon, you won this battle." The moment he said that, Lu tribe's supreme elder almost shed tears. An intense feeling of sorrow suddenly filled his heart. He Lulan nodded. "In that case, what about the bet?" She did not feel good either. First, she felt an indescribable joy, followed by intense sorrow. What was going on? Lu tribe's Gu Immortal Elder forced himself to calm down, replying to He Lulan, "It has already been sent into jewel yellow skies." Since Lu Chang lost, with so many people watching, the Lu tribe elder showed a calm expression, sending a huge sum of cultivation resources into jewel yellow skies. Jewel yellow skies had its own value, it also showed that Lu tribe was upright. The immortals present used their Gu worms to communicate with jewel yellow skies, seeing Lu tribe's bet. That secluded domain of heaven and earth is still here. More accurately speaking, this is a portion of the primordial domain. I wonder which great expert is selling the primordial domain publicly. The Gu immortals' attention was drawn elsewhere. Not long ago, a portion of the primordial domain suddenly appeared in jewel yellow skies. It shocked the 5 regions Gu immortal world. Yin Wu Kei shouted loudly, his voice drew the immortals' attention back. "According to the agreement, Lu tribe, please undo the dazzling splendor killer move on Fairy Black Moon." Of course. Lu tribe's Gu Immortal Elder was straightforward, using his killer move to restore He Lulan's light. He Lulan nodded at the Lu tribe Gu Immortal Elder, taking back the dark capital strength Biao that was beside Lu Chang. This totem killer move had been modified, it had become her unique method, her battle strength had risen sharply. Chen Qing let out a breath of air as he relaxed. After this battle, Lord Black Moon's reputation will rise to a whole new level. Lu Luo helped Lu Chang up, saying hatefully, "Black Moon, don't be smug. We righteous path experts are everywhere. Even though you won against Lu Chang by luck, can you win against others? Forget about others, just Chu tribe's first supreme elder Chu Du alone is not someone you can surpass." But right at this moment, an intense feeling of love flowed out of her heart. Lu Luo's expression twisted. "What's going on? Why do I feel an intense feeling of love when I look at this whore, Black Moon?" He Lulan did not feel good either, but her expression did not change as she sneered, "Chu Du? I'm already famous, he also cultivates strength path. I will challenge him next." The lone immortals and demonic immortals' expressions changed slightly. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2212. Crazed Demon Cave. 9th Layer. 4 Gu immortals arrived at the periphery of the Crazed Demon Formation. "This is the truthful floating ice?" Jean Budu raised his eyebrows. "It seems that it will not be easy to enter this formation." Chi Si Ancestor had a solemn expression. Unlike the main body, they did not have fortitude Gu. Star Constellation is in the lead, she is closest to the center of the formation. Giant Sun Immortal is second, while Fang Yuan is at the back. Lu Weiyin looked at the formation, feeling nervous internally. Fang Yuan did not have any advantage, he had to help him with all his strength. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stared at the formation in front of him, seemingly recalling something as he muttered, "Limitless, you." He took the lead and jumped onto a truthful floating ice. The other 3 immortals looked at each other before moving. The legends of Renzu was not wrong, the size of the truthful floating ice was different in everyone's eyes, the emotional impact it brought was also different. This made it impossible for Gu immortals to move together. The best way to infiltrate was to move alone and choose the most suitable floating ice as a stepping stone. Fang Yuan had been activating Fortitude Gu. This Gu worm was only rank 8, while this crazed demon formation was rank 9. The deeper he went into the formation, the stronger the emotional impact Fang Yuan felt. When he first activated Fortitude Gu, he was immune to these emotional impacts, Fang Yuan could not feel them at all. But now, Fang Yuan felt like he had just stepped into the formation and was probing it. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After these 2 saw Fang Yuan's methods, they also took out their trump cards. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun activated Familial Affection Gu in his body to share his emotions. Meanwhile, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable mentioned a mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. This secluded domain was like a cage, But also like a lantern, Fang Yuan could not help but think of a certain record in the legends of Rinzhu. The two venerables' foundation was much deeper than Fang Yuan's. They had also made ample preparations against Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan thus fell to the back of the three immortals. Fang Yuan did not give up, he gritted his teeth and moved forward. No matter how bad the situation was, the impact of his emotions became more and more intense, causing his heart to tremble repeatedly. However, Fang Yuan was not worried. Instead, he was happy. This was because the emotional impact he had suffered was already so intense, and the two paragons in front of him were even more so. Fang Yuan's persistence soon bore fruit. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was at the front, moved slower and slower. After stepping on a truthful floating ice piece, she had to breathe heavily for a long time before she could continue. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's speed slowed down, so did Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Gradually, the distance between the three Gu immortals shortened again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable often looked back. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was in the middle, also stopped frequently to observe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. This was a difficult journey, and the three immortals fully experienced each other's mountain-like tenacity and endurance. After the stalemate lasted for a while, a sudden change occurred. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly coughed out blood. She held onto the truthful floating ice and collapsed. Her body began to flicker with azure starlight. The starlight quickly dimmed and actually split into three, returning to three. Could it be that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's revival is not complete? She can only revive temporarily? Is it really stable when three pseudo-venerables exist at the same time? Fang Yuan's heart stirred. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's heart shook. A chance. He gritted his teeth and persevered, slowly passing by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation's three manifestations remained on the truthful floating ice. They were making good use of the time and closing their eyes to meditate. When Fang Yuan overtook them, he couldn't help but hesitate. Was he going to take advantage of the situation? Fang Yuan quickly suppressed this impulse. Now that he was deep within the limitless Crazed Demon formation, even the slightest attack would immediately provoke limitless counterattack, and his ending would most likely be even more miserable than the previous Sea of Qi clone. Moreover, if Fang Yuan fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, wouldn't he be letting Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was at the front, benefit? Didn't they see that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun ignored the Star Constellation's three signs and went straight to the center of the formation? If we say that returning to the Supreme Grandmaster Realm is to give the Venerables the initiative, then the results of Limitless Demon Venerables' deductions are likely to allow the Venerables to stand out in the competition. Fang Yuan was increasingly sure of this guess. It is time. Fang Yuan stopped on the truthful floating ice and forcefully endured the torment of his emotions as he activated an Immortal Killer Move. Immortal Killer Move, calm and collected. The Killer Move's effect was immediate. The intense emotions that were tormenting Fang Yuan a moment ago and almost made him lose control of his mental state had almost completely disappeared at this moment. They were barely there. Fang Yuan had a vast number of Immortal Gu recipes and also a vast number of killer moves. This move, calm and collected, was one of them. This move needed two cores, Fixed Gu and Suppression Gu. Fang Yuan did not have Fixed Gu and could not refine Immortal level Fixed Gu, but he had Fortitude Gu. Previously, Fang Yuan had been working on it while modifying it, and now he could finally use this move. As for Suppression Gu, Fang Yuan just happened to have it. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Celestial Court. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had fought several battles with the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals in the River of Time. In one of them, Fang Yuan destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation and obtained Suppression Gu. Suppression Gu was rank 8, Fortitude Gu was also rank 8. The cores were all rank 8 killer moves. Their power was naturally much stronger and more effective than Fortitude Gu alone. Fang Yuan's speed increased again. However, the distance between him and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was quite far earlier. Even though Fang Yuan tried his best, he could not catch up to Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. To think that Giant Sun Immortal would be the first to reach the center of the formation. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply. Under the gazes of Fang Yuan, Star Constellation's three avatars, and the other pseudo-venerables, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly stopped. He stopped on a truthful floating ice and was only one step away from the largest truthful floating ice at the center of the formation. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's face showed hesitation. What was he hesitating for? Taking advantage of this hesitation, Fang Yuan also caught up. Fang Yuan, there is something fishy here. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took the initiative to speak. Ever since he and Fang Yuan entered the formation together, they had been competing in the dark. The atmosphere between the two was slightly tense. This was the first time they were communicating. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with light as he carefully sized up the truthful floating ice in front of him, but he could not find any clues immediately. But he did not advance rashly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the best benchmark. Since he was so close to success but still stopped, it showed that there was something fishy here. It is indeed fishy. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a look of realization. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly startled. The reason why he stopped was because his Luck Path Investigative Killer move had a slight change that made him feel something was amiss, but he could not find anything. But looking at Fang Yuan's expression, could it be that he understood something crucial? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attached great importance to Fang Yuan. In his opinion, Fang Yuan was chosen by Providence. He had sufficient aptitude that ordinary people could not compare to. And in order to destroy Fake Gu, Fang Yuan received the support of many Gu venerables. Even now, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and even Reckless Savage Demon Venerable were still supporting him. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not attach importance to Fang Yuan, he could not ignore the other venerables. Thus, it was not strange that Fang Yuan could see the crux of the matter while he could not. I hope Fang Yuan can give me some pointers. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun continued. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was a Grand Venerable, but he actually took the initiative to ask him for pointers without any qualms. However, Fang Yuan did not understand what was strange about it. Thus, he turned around to look at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Those three fairies were still at the same spot, meditating with their eyes closed. Next, Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and said with a smile, "The Eternal Life research results cannot be taken easily, but we can share them. What price does Giant Sun Immortal want to pay?" Regardless of what was going on, he needed to extort some benefits from Giant Sun Immortal first. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shined with bright light. He was about to speak when a head popped out of the central truthful floating ice. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's attention was immediately attracted. Fang Yuan was also stunned. Next, Star Constellation's three avatars, Lu Weiyin, and the rest also discovered this phenomenon. A rank 7 Gu Immortal came out of the truthful floating ice. Fang Yuan recognized this rank 7 Gu Immortal. It was not Immortal of Crazed Demon Cave's three eccentrics. The three Crazed Demon eccentrics were Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Secret Schemer, Earth Path Gu Immortal Pang Shan, and Rule Path Gu Immortal Not Immortal. These three resided in Crazed Demon Cave and had been thinking about how to open a path and enter the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave to obtain the secret of eternal life. In terms of ambition, they were on the same path as Fang Yuan. The three Crazed Demon eccentrics did not have enough strength, they could not even enter the 8th layer, so they took in Strength Path Gu Immortal Chudu. Chudu then brought in Fang Yuan, which led to Fang Yuan stepping into Crazed Demon Cave. Later, Fang Yuan made preparations for the Fate War. He came to Crazed Demon Cave and invited the three Crazed Demon eccentrics to participate in the Fate War. Although the three Crazed Demon eccentrics agreed after the Fate War ended, these three people were nowhere to be seen. From then on they lost contact with Fang Yuan. To think that Not Immortal would actually appear here. When Not Immortal saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, he was stunned before showing a vigilant expression. He did not recognize Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but from his terrifying aura, he knew that this immortal zombie was not to be trifled with. Next, when Not Immortal saw Fang Yuan, he raised his eyebrows and said with boundless joy, "Fang Yuan, you are finally here." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's heart jumped. He immediately shifted his gaze and stared at Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, you made such a deep arrangement, I am truly impressed." Fang Yuan shook his head. "How could I have arranged this? Not Immortal, do you know Secret Schemer, Pang Shan?" Not Immortal immediately answered, "They are inside." He then showed an ashamed expression. "Originally, we three immortals agreed to participate in the Fate War and become enemies with the Celestial Court. But on that day a change occurred in Crazed Demon Cave and the three of us were drawn here. After the guidance of limitless demon venerables we understood the whole story. It turns out that the three of us had stayed here for a long time. Our sincerity was finally seen by Master Limitless Will. He arranged for us to stay here to cooperate with the formation and manipulate practice Gu to continuously sculpt this truthful floating ice. Once all the worlds in the 8th layer fuse into one and vanish, they will turn into clues and power that will be poured into this Crazed Demon formation. we will be able to successfully sculpt this truthful floating ice and find the method of eternal life. Chapter 22:13. The Method of Eternal Life? Immortal zombie giant sun's eyes shined with brilliance. Not immortal did not conceal it, and the immortals present were all top experts of the 5 regions. They all heard it. At once, the immortals' hearts pounded and their spirits rose. Although Gu immortals could obtain longevity, they were restricted by lifespan, fate, and so on. Even if fate was destroyed now and lifespan restrictions were greatly reduced, they could still be killed by powerful enemies. The level of eternal life was definitely higher than longevity. In terms of longevity, the 10,000-year-old tortoise in the sea could also be considered longevity, but it was definitely not eternal life. Immortality meant that nothing could threaten one's own survival. This was complete invincibility. Be it time, space, or life, they could not threaten one's eternal life. The level of eternal life was above everything in the world. Even venerables could not only live long, they could not be called eternal life. Especially now, venerables were coexisting in the same world, threatening each other. Soon, after hearing the commotion outside, Secret Schemer came out of the truthful floating ice at the center of the crazed demon formation. Secret Schemer cultivated wisdom path in the end. After seeing the situation in the formation, his heart shook and he quickly informed, "The 3 of us need to maintain practice Gu at all times, one of us needs to activate it and carve this truthful floating ice. It is still early. We are still lacking a lot. The 8th layer's great world has not been destroyed yet, so many life forms are still alive." Saying so, Secret Schemer urged again, "Fang Yuan, I know your ambitions. But at this moment, it is best if you don't step in here. The 3 of us have already used all the methods. Once we step on this truthful floating ice, we will not be able to leave. Unless the deduction is completed and the formation is destroyed." He is right. Immortal zombie giant sun nodded. Ever since he stopped, he had been secretly activating his methods to investigate and deduce. He was still lacking some time, but after obtaining Secret Schemer's answer, Immortal zombie giant sun verified it and immediately understood that Secret Schemer was not lying. Secret Schemer had a solemn expression. He continued with anticipation and determination. "The most important thing now is to protect this formation and facilitate limitless demon venerables arrangement, so that this formation's deduction succeeds. Fellow Taoist Fang Yuan, you and I are fellow Taoists, so I'll have to trouble you to guard the grand formation from the outside and guard against any sneak attacks. And the 3 of us will risk our lives to maintain the power of practice Gu." The 3 of them did not know Immortal zombie giant sun's true identity. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had also split into 3 avatars. Their information seemed to have stopped before the Fate War. Fang Yuan's mind was full of thoughts. He first nodded to the Secret Schemer, then turned around to look at the 3 constellations behind him with a solemn expression. Immortal zombie giant sun sighed and turned to face Star constellation's 3 signs. "To think that we all fell for it." As soon as he said that, Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Fengya all opened their eyes at the same time. Starlight rose again, the 3 immortals met again. At the next moment, Star constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. "Rise." Star constellation Immortal Venerable said softly. The crazed demon formation immediately changed. The truthful floating ice pieces spun faster, vaguely trapping Fang Yuan and Immortal zombie giant sun inside. Star constellations Will and Limitless Will had been playing chess in the Celestial Court, deducing the Heaven Path research results together. The Celestial Court had a deep understanding of the crazed demon formation, being able to extract the cores, Book Mountain and Primordial Domain. How could they not know the situation of the crazed demon formation's deductions? But Star constellation Immortal Venerable used this to bully Fang Yuan and Immortal zombie giant sun for not having enough information, and with the matter at hand, her main body personally moved out to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal zombie giant sun into the crazed demon formation. Be it Primordial Domain or the crazed demon formation, Immortal zombie giant sun and Fang Yuan would not sit and watch Star constellation Immortal Venerable plunder them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used this point to put Fang Yuan and Immortal zombie giant sun in a predicament. The crazed demon formation changed. Immortal zombie giant sun and Fang Yuan quickly moved, attempting to travel back. However, the current crazed demon formation was far more dangerous than before. The truthful floating ice was even starting to collide with each other. If one was careless and fell off the floating ice, they would be crushed to pieces by the formation's terrifying power. Even jumping over the floating ice needed to be deduced continuously. They had to wait until the formless power between the floating ice was much weaker before they could take the risk. After jumping over several truthful floating ice, Fang Yuan was already in a perilous situation. He turned around and asked loudly, "Secret Schemer, can you three immortals control this formation?" Secret Schemer shook his head. "We are only responsible for activating practice Gu." Not Immortal's expression was pale. As expected of star constellation Immortal Venerable, she actually infiltrated the formation to such an extent, she can be said to be half a formation master. But even though she is activating the formation, it does not affect the deductions. Instead it accelerates the formation's deductions. Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements will not activate at all. Secret Schemer shouted again, "You two must not destroy these truthful floating ice. These are all a part of the formation, they are related to the final success or failure of the deductions. If you two make a move, you will definitely trigger Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation." These words made Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression turn unsightly. "Why don't you two rest for a while, we will spar again later." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled and left after saying this. Lu Weiyin and the other pseudo-venerables felt like they were facing a great enemy. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ignored them. She flew out of the formation and quickly vanished into the void. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the #1 expert in Wisdom Path. Right now, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not leave for the time being, while pseudo-venerables like Qi Si and Qi Ju could not resist Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even if they returned to the 8th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had infiltrated the crazed demon formation to such an astonishing degree. Once she unified the great world of the 8th layer and obtained all the energy and clues needed for the crazed demon formation's deductions, her control over the crazed demon formation was bound to rise sharply. There was even a possibility that this crazed demon formation would change owners. When fighting against a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, one could easily fall into a trap if they were not careful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme was like this. She advanced layer by layer and linked them together, targeting the weakness of the enemy's information. Even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would fall into her trap obediently. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression was solemn as he looked at Fang Yuan. "The situation is dangerous. I wonder if Fang Yuan has a good plan?" Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing with a cold expression. In this trip to Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Court won. They had prepared here for too long and expended too much energy, and with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leading the group of immortals, it is natural for them to win. It seems that for a long time, the world of the 5 regions will still be led by the Celestial Court. But as long as I am alive, I will not let the Celestial Court have peace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not look at him. He continued to deduce the violent formation in front of him, looking like he was about to retreat. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gritted his teeth and laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Fang Yuan, it is too early to be discouraged, watch my method." At the next moment, golden light flowed and spread out from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's body. Golden light shone on the surrounding truthful floating ice. The golden color continuously seeped into the floating ice. At the same time, a Grand Rank 8 Immortal Gu House flew in from outside the formation. It was Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. The Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace paused outside the formation for a while before plunging into it without hesitation. Lu Weiyin and the rest could not help but gasp, almost thinking that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was going to forcefully break through. But at the next moment, Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace entered unscathed, flying along with the rest of the truthful floating ice. It was like it was a truthful floating ice to begin with, just that its appearance was a little strange. "Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, your method is amazing." Fang Yuan saw this and could not help but praise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted coldly. "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable can infiltrate the formation. My Luck Path method is also not bad. But this way, before the formation stops, Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace will not be able to retreat. Let's go." Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace participated in the Crazed Demon Formation's operation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could also influence this formation. He learned from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, helping the formation while also making it easier for him to retreat. Using this, he and Fang Yuan retreated together. As for Lu Weiyin, Qi Si, and the rest, they were also brought back to Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer by Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. After such a delay, the smoke in the 8th layer was almost completely extinguished. Celestial Court achieved a great victory. Only half of the 8 extremities of longevity heaven remained, while Bing Sichuan was heavily injured. Fang Yuan's subordinates suffered even more severe casualties. Experts like Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had all died. Star Constellation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted in anger as he charged forward. This time he was much more proactive than in Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stayed on the spot, not evading. The other immortals evaded in panic. Boom boom boom. A three-way battle erupted again. Chapter 22:14. Rumble. Thunder rumbled endlessly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun breathed out countless rays of golden light. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out dazzling starlight. Fang Yuan used all sorts of killer moves in the battlefield. The whole world shook like a huge biscuit. Mountains and rivers were constantly being destroyed. In such a battlefield, the 3 great worlds were like ingredients on a chopping board. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He blew out a breath of air. Countless sword chi flew out like clouds, blocking the starlight. Next, he pushed his hand forward. Another killer move flew out like a dragon tiger divine wind. Between offense and defense, Fang Yuan's hands and feet were tied. He had too many Dao marks on him. His killer moves were also too strong. He could only use some of his weakest methods. In fact, even though the 3 were fighting intensely, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were also tied up like Fang Yuan. This was not Primordial Domain. They could display their strength in Primordial Domain, but this was the 8th layer's Great World after all. The crazed demon formation still needed the Great World as a clue and fuel, and if they destroyed this place, they would definitely suffer Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. But it doesn't matter, I just need to restrain Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan was happy to accept this situation. Earlier, he and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were delayed in the crazed demon formation, causing the Celestial Court in the Great World to obtain a huge victory. Now that they returned, the entire situation changed again. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun worked together to resist Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, while Zhan Budu and the rest counterattacked. Air currents surged. Demon Immortal Qi Ju rampaged in the battlefield. The incomplete Shilan silhouette above his head faced the combination of 7 fiendish Primeval Monarch and Shabi 95 again. Shabi 95 roared at the sky, turning around to fight. Immortal Killer Move Shishi. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already prepared enough. He used his strongest method. Shabi 95's Chi Path Killer Move was directly devoured by Shilan, boosting Demon Immortal Qi Ju's foundation. Shabi 95 retreated in panic. If not for Shilan being incomplete, even Shabi 95 would have lost a portion of its body and been devoured by Shilan. Senior, let me lend you a hand. At the crucial moment, a tombstone-like Immortal Gu House attacked. It was Guyue Fangjing controlling the Demon Judgment Board. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Drawing Divine Light. A crimson blood light pillar pierced through heaven and earth, shooting towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju. If not for my Shilan being damaged and only having 30% left. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's figure drifted away, dodging this grand attack. Right at this time, a Qi wall suddenly appeared, almost connecting heaven and earth, suppressing the several Gu immortals of Celestial Court. It was Qi Si Ancestor. There was also a shadow of a secret realm of heaven and earth above his head. It was Huland. With Huland as the core, he unleashed all sorts of Qi Path Killer moves with unparalleled power. Qi Wall Killer Move was originally limited to defense, but Qi Si Ancestor used it in the opposite direction. He used it to trap the enemy. Such power, even Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not help but be surprised. He took a few glances at Huland and evaluated inwardly. It is indeed worthy of being a secret realm of heaven and earth that is on par with Shiland. It is just that Shiland is good at absorbing and absorbing, while Huland is good at spitting and injecting. If the two are gathered, they will complement each other and form a perfect cycle. Bam bam bam. On the other side, Zhan Budu was wearing a blood-red cloak. He flew like a bolt of red lightning. Everywhere he went, the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were beaten up badly. Qing Cho was already killed by Qi Si Ancestors who Elevation Killer Move. Even if it revived, it would need to recuperate in Divine Emperor City for a long time. It would not be able to participate in the battlefield for the time being. Without Qing Cho, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not use her full strength. The thick-skinned Zhan Budu became a huge problem for the Celestial Court again. Zhan Budu tore through the air, approaching Duke Mei. Duke Mei, be careful. Duke Tong rushed over from afar, shouting in shock. Duke Mei was furious. Junior, don't be arrogant. He used his strongest method. His eyebrows and hair fluttered, instantly growing by tens of feet. His hair was like snow, it could be used or defended, it was tough at times and soft at others, it connected skillfully, trapping Jean Budu, who was charging over. Jean Budu felt very uncomfortable. His brute strength was completely diverted and dissipated, it was very stifling. He immediately opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. Yellow lightning burst forth from his roar and destroyed the countless hairs around him as if they were dried-up twigs. One of the components of incomplete freedom transformation was Lightning Rush Yellow Bird transformation. This move had the ability to shoot out yellow lightning. When Jean Budu used it now, its power increased by several times. Jean Budu broke through the obstruction and arrived in front of Duke Mei, directly punching. Duke Mei's killer move was broken. The backlash caused him to reveal a flaw. He was too slow in dodging and his brain matter splattered. His head fell to the ground like a watermelon, bursting apart. Duke Mei died, but his phantom aperture contained all kinds of goo worms, immortal essence and immortal yuan stone, and was thrown into the immortal graveyard. Jean Budu tried his best to grab it, the phantom aperture flew away through his palm. Duke Tong saw Duke Mei die in front of him and flew into a rage, shouting madly, "Demon, hand over your life." The muscles all over his body were bulging, shining with a brass luster. Fist shadows flew everywhere, each punch piercing the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound with a terrifying momentum. Jean Budu laughed sinisterly, good timing. He charged forward without dodging, engaging in close combat with Duke Tong. Bam bam bam. Fists and kicks collided, Jean Budu attacked without defending. Duke Tong's fists landed on his body, the pain caused made Jean Budu attack even more violently. Soon, Duke Tong could not hold on any longer and fell into a disadvantage. Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals rushed over to reinforce him, using killer moves to attack Jean Budu. Jean Budu's movements immediately slowed down. For a moment he was hit by lightning, golden spears, water attacks and so on. His body shook slightly but he forcefully endured them, grabbing Duke Tong's arm. You can't escape. Jean Budu laughed sinisterly, exerting strength to snap. With a crack, Duke Tong's muscular arm was completely broken by Jean Budu. Duke Tong roared in pain, his legs were like whips, or like a raging dragon flipping over the river, causing leg shadows to fill the sky, almost submerging Jean Budu. Jean Budu's eyes shone with an ominous light, his fists punched towards Duke Tong's chest. The two immortals desperately attacked each other, flesh and blood splattered, the scene was tragic. Duke Tong kicked Jean Budu's shoulders until they caved in, his neck and face turned purple. Meanwhile, his sternum was smashed by Jean Budu, his heart that could not be protected was also smashed by Jean Budu's fists. Duke Tong's heart was destroyed, but he still continued to roar and attack. Jean Budu laughed sinisterly, his arms stretched out like a bear, grabbing Duke Tong's head. Jean Budu pressed down fiercely, his thumb first digging into Duke Tong's eye sockets, squeezing his eyeballs until they burst. Next, with a crack, Duke Tong's entire skull was smashed. Finally, Jean Budu's fingers tightened, squeezing Duke Tong's brain matter, facial features and crushed bones in his fists. Only then did Duke Tong stop his attacks. His body fell, but his phantom aperture flew away with the immortal goo. Jean Budu's gaze was fierce. As the phantom aperture flew out, his gaze naturally landed on the immortal graveyard. Just as he was about to charge towards the immortal graveyard, an immortal goo house flew over and blocked his path. Divine Emperor City? Only then did Jean Budu reveal a serious expression. He restrained his berserk and fearless attacks slightly. After all, Divine Emperor City had the divine might of painting path. It was hard for Jean Budu to defend against it. If he was careless, he would be captured and sealed in the painting world by Divine Emperor City. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable resisted the joint attacks of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan while looking at the whole battlefield with a trace of worry on her face. Celestial Court was still at a disadvantage in numbers. Facing either Fang Yuan or Longevity Heaven alone, Celestial Court still had the advantage. But once the two sides joined hands, Celestial Court would be at a disadvantage. Especially now that she was being restrained, Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength. It was retreating under the frenzied attacks of Jean Budu and the rest. Immortal Killer Move, Humble Reciprocation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stretched out her left palm. A small silhouette of Book Mountain appeared above her palm. At the next moment, hundreds and thousands of killer moves bloomed like fireworks, pouring out like a multicolored tide. These killer moves had their own guidance, targeting their respective owners. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju, Qi-Si Ancestor, and even Zhan Budu were taken care of. They had no choice but to divert their attention to defend. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's vision was also filled with golden light. He was also targeted by humble reciprocation. Needless to say, this move was really suitable for the current situation. It was not that star constellation Immortal Venerable did not have methods similar to Huang, but once she used it, it would trigger limitless retaliation. Meanwhile, humble reciprocation only returned the methods of other Gu Immortals. The intensity of each move was not high, it did not exceed limitless standard. At the same time, these killer moves could be traced back to the original owners. They would not affect the three great worlds. The original owners would divert their attention to defend, greatly stabilizing Celestial Court's situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable held Book Mountain as she pointed with her fingers. Stardust flew out towards Fang Yuan. She needed to act alone to restrain Fang Yuan. Because the killer moves that Fang Yuan used, humble reciprocation could not be returned. These killer moves were compound killer moves, only Fang Yuan's sovereign physique could use them. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to focus on dealing with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly used compound killer move Windfire Lightning Wheel. This move was modified from Windfire Wheel Killer Move. It added the profundities of Light Path and Lightning Path. 5 rings immediately revolved around Fang Yuan's body. They spun around and brought him away. Fang Yuan had already investigated secretly. He found that the aura in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard was getting stronger. There was something fishy about it. Moreover, Book Mountain had already been taken into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture. Only the immortal graveyard was left outside. This was an important area of Celestial Court. Humble reciprocation involved the mind and expended a lot of thoughts. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a lot of burden. Fang Yuan avoided the battle and gave up on her to attack the immortal graveyard. This made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understand how she felt when she avoided the battle with Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly moved to block Fang Yuan, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw this. Even without any prior communication, he acted decisively and obstructed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for the moment. Fang Yuan's main body took the lead and charged into the immortal graveyard. Oh no, the demon Fang Yuan is here. He discovered the immortal graveyard's secret after all. That's good, I don't have to hold my breath here. Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the rest appeared one after another. They moved forward to block Fang Yuan with furious and resolute expressions. They actually revived. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 22:15. Immortal Killer Move Year Beast Summoning. Fang Yuan waved his hand as dozens of immemorial year beasts appeared behind him. In order to complete the 12 Zodiac battle formation, he had fished up immemorial year beasts and finally managed to gather an entire set. As for these, they were all leftovers. The immemorial year beasts roared as they tore through the sky and attacked the immortal graveyard. Duke Mei and Duke Tong were still standing side by side, blocking the path of Fang Yuan's main body. At the same time, many Gu immortals rose up from the immortal graveyard again. They were the people who died in the battle earlier. The Gu immortals took action, completely blocking the immemorial year beast's attacks. Fang Yuan saw this and realized, it seems that the Gu immortals revived in the immortal graveyard have complete cultivation level and Dao marks. As for Gu worms, when they die, their phantom apertures fly back to the immortal graveyard with Gu worms. They do not lack them. Celestial Court's method of reviving Gu immortals was very advanced and flawless. Thankfully, Fang Yuan found out about this ambush in time. Lu Wei-yin felt very fortunate. If he had been kept in the dark by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, when the battle reached a stalemate, these Gu immortals would definitely attack Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan's side and catch them unprepared. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed internally. The reason why she hid these Gu immortals and did not let them join the battle immediately, other than to ambush them, was to preserve the strength of Celestial Court. The trip to Crazed Demon Cave was not a battle to the death between the three sides. It was a competition to obtain the deduction results of the Crazed Demon formation. In this aspect, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to rely on herself. People like Fang Jing and Che Wei did not have the qualifications to participate in this competition. Moreover, Celestial Court was weak and had few members. Even if star constellation Immortal Venerable obtained the crazed demon formation's results and entered Celestial Court in the future, she would need manpower to control Central Continent. She could not be a lone general. But now Fang Yuan found out about these people. Star constellation Immortal Venerable knew. Fang Yuan was a cunning and cruel demon. He had no pride at all. Once he found out about this weakness of Celestial Court, he would definitely attack it with all his might. For someone like the reckless savage archdevil ancestor, it was beneath him to make a move against someone weaker than him. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered countless living beings, he treated everyone equally from start to finish. He killed the weak and killed the strong. Killing was his second nature. There was insanity in his bones. On the other hand, Fang Yuan specialized in bullying the weak. The weak loved to bully others, and when they met someone stronger than them, they would hide. Before the Fate War, the Celestial Court had repeatedly investigated him, so he hid himself and developed Wisdom Path methods to defend against Wisdom Path deductions. Stardust flew. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to move and reinforce Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally tried to stop them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used Illusion Killer move again. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun wanted to find out the truth, he would need some time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thus succeeded in returning to the immortal graveyard. However, in just a short while, Duke Mei and Duke Tong once again lost their lives in the hands of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan tried to take their phantom apertures, but he still did not succeed. If we don't destroy the immortal graveyard, these Gu immortals will revive and recover their cultivation level. It will be a huge problem. Lu Weiyin also rushed over. Following Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's actions, the other Celestial Court Gu immortals also returned to the immortal graveyard. The occupation turned into a battle of offense and defense again. Celestial Court was still the defending side, but this time they were no longer defending Book Mountain, they were fighting fiercely around the immortal graveyard. Humph! After killing these Gu immortals and destroying the immortal graveyard, Celestial Court will only have Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left, ha ha ha. Jean Budu laughed wildly, his killing intent surging. However, Celestial Court seemed to have expected this situation. Celestial Court's immortal graveyard had been greatly modified. Celestial Court's Gu immortals flew down and acted as the formation cores, quickly forming an immortal formation. The immortal formation created a dense fog that quickly spread over the whole battlefield. Gu immortals felt like they were falling into the clouds. They could not even see their own fingers, they could not even differentiate directions. Not just that, all sorts of Gu immortal figures appeared in the immortal graveyard. Jean Budu and the rest fought against them. These Gu immortals had the same battle strength as their main bodies, but after being killed, they only disintegrated into lumps of fog. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun deduced for a while before saying, "This is a painting path formation, but it also has human path methods in it. This formation uses Divine Emperor City as the core, Celestial Court's Gu immortals as the formation cores, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as the main formation core. It will be extremely difficult for us to break this formation. Does Fang Yuan have a good plan?" Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression cold. Once they entered a deadlock, it would be very disadvantageous to him. Because Celestial Court had a deep understanding of the crazed demon formation, they had a huge lead. Once Celestial Court succeeded in delaying the formation, when the time was up, the three great worlds would disintegrate and turn into resources to fuel the crazed demon formation, allowing the eternal life results to be successfully deduced. By then, Celestial Court's chances of snatching the results would greatly surpass Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Celestial Court could not match the combined forces of Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in a frontal battle. But under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wise and decisive leadership, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were forced into a passive state. Fang Yuan knew the severity of this matter. He immediately replied, "I have some understanding of human path methods, but I have no understanding of painting path. Giant Sun is proficient in painting path. We need to work together to have a chance of breaking this formation." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded slightly. He had the intention to work together. Immediately, the two immortals stopped fighting. They only let Lu Weiyin, Jean Budu, Bing Sichuan and the rest try to attack the formation, providing them with all sorts of clues and verifying their guesses. 15 minutes later, Qi Si, Qi Ju, and the rest were unable to break the formation. They were instead heavily injured. Celestial Court's formation did not budge. Fang Yuan took action. The human sea in the sovereign immortal aperture surged endlessly. causing the clouds and mist in the outside world to also surge. Immortal zombie giant sun acted according to the situation, shooting out rays of golden light. The golden light spread out like ripples, quickly sweeping through the entire formation. Wherever the golden light went, the clouds and mist quickly dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the immortal graveyard. The two allied forces saw this and cheered. But good times did not last long. The golden light quickly dissipated and the clouds and mist revived almost instantly, blocking the immortal's vision. Jianghu and the rest tried to charge the formation but failed. They could not find the formation core. Immortal zombie giant sun was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. This formation should have been broken, but the main formation user is star constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually used wisdom path methods to stabilize this formation. Gu immortals were the foundation of killer moves. The main body of any method was still the person. Under star constellation Immortal Venerable's control, this celestial court formation was forcibly stabilized, firmly blocking immortal zombie giant sun and Fang Yuan's forces. Fang Yuan shook his head slowly. It seems that we cannot break this formation in a short period of time. Immortal zombie giant sun did not speak, silently agreeing with this judgment. His and Fang Yuan's attack earlier was already their strongest method. Since they could not break this formation, they could forget about it for half a month. According to the current rate of the Great World's destruction, as well as the crazed demon formation that was greatly enhanced by star constellation Immortal Venerable, half a month was definitely enough time to deduce the final result. Immortal zombie giant sun's expression returned to normal, asking loudly, "Good formation. May I ask star constellation Immortal Venerable, what is this formation called?" Star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice came from the clouds and mist. This formation is called White Cloud City Suppression. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is not complete. Up until now, Celestial Court's exploration of human path has allowed it to be completed by a fluke. Right at this time, Fang Yuan attacked again, causing the formation to rumble. Fang Yuan continued, "Giant Sun, even if we cannot break this formation, we need to weaken star constellation Immortal Venerable for the future." "That is right." Immortal zombie giant Sun felt that this was reasonable. He immediately shot out golden light that spread throughout the formation. Wherever the golden light went, everything became clear, the clouds and mist dissipated. However, star constellation Immortal Venerable still stabilized the formation. Soon, white clouds and mist shrouded the area again. Fang Yuan and Immortal zombie giant Sun attacked again and again, while star constellation Immortal Venerable stabilized the formation again and again. Both sides were helpless, but neither wanted to stop. Just as they were in a deadlock, Immortal zombie giant Sun's expression suddenly changed. He sensed some changes in luck. After dozens of rounds, Divine Emperor City suddenly shook. An immortal flew out of the painting world. Immortal zombie giant Sun used this chance to shoot out golden light. At once, countless golden light rays created countless ripples. Divine Emperor City shook. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was caught off guard. She could not stabilize the formation, causing it to break. Many Celestial Court Gu immortals who were acting as formation cores spurted out blood. They were all heavily injured. Jianghu took the lead and charged into the depths of the immortal graveyard, shouting at the Gu immortal who broke out of the painting world, "Xin Shang, quickly join hands with us to attack Celestial Court." This crucial person who broke the formation was Eastern Sea's pseudo-venerable who cultivated human path, Xin Shang. Xin Shang's body and mind shook. He did not hesitate and immediately joined with Fang Yuan and the rest, charging towards Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. She waved her sleeves and gathered all the Celestial Court Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses, entering the depths of the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally would not let them go. They chased after them and saw a secluded domain of heaven and earth in the depths of the immortal graveyard. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was a huge pitch-black door that emitted a deep, deathly, terrifying, and imposing aura. Secluded domain of heaven and earth. Door of life and death. Star constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death first, but Fang Yuan and the rest could not help but slow down. It was not easy to enter the door of life and death. The legends of Renzu had detailed records. Renzu had once asked Wisdom Gu for guidance. Wisdom Gu told Renzu that the path to enter and exit the door of life and death was called Fate Path. Living people had to enter the door from the death path. If they wanted to leave, they had to take the life path. The death path was filled with Worry Gu, while the life path was filled with Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Reverse Flow River. and in the door of life and death, there was a pacifying soul lake, fairness goo, and so on. Not just these, Fang Yuan's information clearly showed that spectral soul demon Venerable's true body and Renzu's eldest son, verdant great sun's soul, were still in the door of life and death. Now, there was also star constellation Immortal Venerable and the immortals of Celestial Court. The door of life and death was a dangerous place. Star constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death without hesitation. This was almost impossible. Chapter 22:16. Looking at the door of life and death in front of him, Fang Yuan instantly recalled the result of his luck inspection. The black cloud that represented spectral soul demon Venerable was corroded by star constellation Immortal Venerable's nebula. Let's take another look. Fang Yuan willed as he controlled cooking luck pot. His silver light pillar shrunk even more, the dust at the base of the silver pillar became denser, while the three clouds at the top, the nebula and the black cloud had almost fused into one. Giant Sun Immortal's golden cloud was still suppressed at the bottom. The nebula and black cloud were even larger, they were already at the top, they were starting to corrode Fang Yuan's silver light pillar. This change was clearly not good. Celestial Court has made the most preparations in Crazed Demon Cave. It seems that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable have joined hands? According to the current trend, Celestial Court has too much of a lead. The final victor is likely to be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Earlier, there was the external factor of thieving heaven's true inheritance that influenced the silver light pillar. But now that Fang Yuan was in luck inspection, he found that there were no external factors. In fact, at his level, external factors that could influence him and influence this battle in Crazed Demon Cave were very rare. Only things like thieving heaven's true inheritance had the ability to influence him. It seems that I need to rely on myself to get out of this situation. Even though the result of luck inspection was not good, Fang Yuan still activated his method resolutely. A rainbow light of mixed colors shot out of his body, it was thumb-sized. The rainbow light first connected to the Qi-Si clone, giving the Qi-Si clone a multicolored radiance that enveloped his entire body. Next, the rainbow light came out and connected to Zhan Budu. This defensive move of mine can be used to pass the door of life and death. Fang Yuan said to Lu Weiyin, Xin Shang, and Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju smiled lightly, I have my own methods. Xin Shang and Lu Weiyin accepted this move. Thus, the rainbow light connected them as well. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stored Calamity Luck Altar in his immortal aperture. His body was covered in a golden barrier as he stared at the top of Fang Yuan's head. Ordinary Gu Immortals could not see the concealed cooking luck pot, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the creator, he naturally sensed it. Cooking luck pot's powerful aura shocked Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. But thinking of this battle in Crazed Demon Cave and the refinement path achievements that Fang Yuan displayed, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was not surprised. Both sides activated their techniques and rushed towards the Gate of Life and Death. They successfully entered the Gate of Life and Death without encountering any twists and turns. The inside of the Gate of Life and Death was dark and vast. When Fang Yuan and the others entered, it was as if countless torches were suddenly ignited in the dark night. In an instant, countless soul beasts were alarmed, and they let out roars and roars. The soul beasts began to attack crazily, and Fang Yuan and the others defended against them. So many soul beasts. Xin Shang was stunned. This is the place where soul beasts gather the most in the world. How could there only be 100 million soul beasts here? It is simply uncountable. Lu Weiyin said as he activated his killer move, forming mud walls. There are too many soul path Dao marks here, my killer move's effect is less than 50% of its original effect. Demon Immortal Qiju tried several killer moves, his expression turning slightly pale. There were big and small soul beasts, they had varying foundations, there were countless ordinary soul beasts, as well as countless desolate level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and even immemorial soul beasts. The soul beasts were like a pitch-black tsunami, they charged towards Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun without any fear of death, attempting to drown these Gu Immortals. Where is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Qi-Si Ancestor asked. In this situation, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable keeps hiding, how will we find her? Zhan Budu frowned. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan did not make a move, they used their methods to investigate, trying to find traces of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But soon both of them gave up. They failed. In that case, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted coldly, golden light burst out from his body. In an instant, in the dark door of life and death, it was as if a sun had risen. The sun rose high, illuminating everything within 10,000 li. The light was extremely dazzling. Wherever the light touched, countless soul beasts disintegrated. They could not even make a sound. The immortals were shocked. Don't tell me this person is? Xin Shang stared, finally realizing immortal zombie giant sun's identity. The power of this move was definitely higher than Qi Si ancestors who elevation. Fang Yuan could not help but look, his pupils shrunk. Since the start of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this was the first time he had seen immortal zombie giant sun act like this. In Fang Yuan's hands, Luck Path was mostly used as a support, but under immortal zombie giant sun's control, it displayed an incredible offensive power. Golden light spread, wherever it went, even immemorial soul beasts could not resist it, countless were slaughtered in an instant. The battle result was shocking. The battlefield of several thousand li was completely cleared. A lake appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The lake water was calm, even under the golden light, it was as calm as a mirror. Pacifying Soul Lake. And beside Pacifying Soul Lake, there was a mountain range. The mountain range was grand and majestic, connecting heaven and earth, extending beyond the immortal's vision. Since when was there a mountain? There were no such records in the legends of Renzu. This mountain is pitch black and filled with demonic energy. It is very strange. Could it be that star constellation Immortal Venerable is on this mountain? Or is this pitch black mountain the arrangement of the celestial court? The pseudo-venerables discussed. Right at this time, immortal zombie giant sun suddenly spoke. I found her. Fang Yuan's gaze also looked over. Following his gaze, the immortals found star constellation Immortal Venerable. She stood at the peak of the mountain, starlight flickered around her, her sleeves fluttered in the wind, making her look like a peerless beauty. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked down at the immortals with a smile. The enemy is here, spectral soul demon Venerable, it is time for you to wake up. Although her voice was calm, it spread rapidly, reverberating in this unique world like the echo of an empty valley. At the next moment, the pitch-black mountain range that spanned between heaven and earth shook. A voice came out, "Who is disturbing my sleep?" Next, the mountain range shook even more intensely, mountains crumbled and the earth cracked, heaven and earth shook. Two blood-red suns suddenly appeared, each of them larger than immortal zombie giant sun's attack earlier. These were spectral soul demon Venerable's eyes. The majestic mountain range in front of the immortals was spectral soul demon Venerable's main body. Enemy? Or you, kill you. Spectral soul demon Venerable let out a low growl, the sound waves surged and created a huge whirlwind. His condition was not right, he could not recognize immortal zombie giant sun and Fang Yuan, it was as if he had lost his memories. Bam 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 bam, arms extended out of the mountain range one after another. In an instant, it was as if tens of millions of huge trees had grown, forming a terrifying forest of giant arms. Rumble, with a loud explosion, spectral soul demon Venerable's main body sat cross-legged instead of lying down. Even though he was sitting cross-legged, his shoulders still towered into the clouds. The immortals could not even see his head when they raised their heads, they could only barely see half of his chest. Spectral soul demon Venerable's main body was too huge. Compared to him, Fang Yuan and the other immortals were like ants beside an adult. Lu Weiyin, demon immortal Qiju and the rest paled in shock. They sensed, spectral soul demon Venerable's main body was not just huge, the aura emanating from his body almost suffocated the immortals. The soul path Dao marks on his body were too dense and of an enormous scale, even the current Fang Yuan could not compare to them. Spectral soul demon Venerable opened his eyes, two blood-red suns shone fiercely in the black clouds. Spectral soul demon Venerable opened his mouth and breathed out. At the next moment, black soul fog accompanied by intense winds swept out and engulfed the entire battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Winds howled in their ears, the pseudo-venerables' expressions changed. The black soul wind was extremely terrifying, their bodies shook intensely, they were almost blown away. The soul wind not only targeted their bodies, it also targeted their souls. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan shouted, the mixed rainbow light on his body shone brightly, helping these pseudo-venerables to stabilize their souls and resist the soul wind. Fang Yuan. Demon immortal Qiju could not resist it, he quickly called for help. Fang Yuan immediately used the mixed rainbow light to connect with him, helping him resist the wind calamity. Spectral soul demon Venerable saw that no one was blown away by him, he growled in anger, he raised a giant arm and slammed it down. The palm was so huge that it covered heaven and earth, it carried the sound of wind and thunder, it was ferocious and powerful, giving off a feeling that it could not be blocked or dodged. The giant palm targeted demon immortal Qiju. Among all the pseudo-venerables, his aura was the weakest. After all, he had been sealed in Divine Emperor City for a long time, many of his Dao marks had been extracted. Demon immortal Qiju wanted to dodge, but the giant palm had the intimidation ability. He could not move, he could only defend on the spot. Boom! The ground shook. The immortals dodged, only demon immortal Qiju was left. The latter used many defensive killer moves, but like an ant trying to shake a tree, he was instantly slammed into the ground by the giant palm. Demon immortal Qiju's aura fell to rock bottom. Spectral Soul's giant palm stretched out to its limit, it did not move after slamming into the ground. The palm that was like a mountain root, the arm that was like a heavenly pillar emitted a strange aura. Spectral Soul can suppress a pseudo-venerable with one arm? Even immortal zombie giant Sun revealed a shocked expression. He shouted, "Quickly save him." Spectral Soul is quickly sealing Qiju. Even without his reminder, Jean Budu had already arrived with a roar. He was like a meteor that crashed into Spectral Soul's arm, penetrating it from the front to the back. Jean Budu laughed heartily. He was about to turn around and fight again when another arm slammed down at lightning speed. Boom! With another loud sound, Jean Budu was also slammed into the ground by the giant palm, his aura plummeted. Such a giant, but it still has such speed. Terrifying. Quickly save them, it will be too late. Qi ancestor, Lu Weiyin, and the rest quickly took action. The two heavenly pillar-like giant arms were attacked and started to crumble. Right at this time, dozens of giant arms descended from the sky. Immortal killer move, Tenli Time Gale. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he raised his arms and pushed with his palms. Immediately, boundless winds surged and blocked these dozens of giant arms. This move contained the profundities of Time Path, Rule Path, and Wind Path. When Fang Yuan's fingers formed into claws, he could imprison a strong enemy and lock down the target's time. But now, Fang Yuan raised his hands with his palms facing up. His fingers were clawing with all his strength, but they were shaking and could not be locked down. He could only make these dozens of giant arms descend slowly, he could not completely stop their time. Good job. Immortal zombie giant Sun praised, his body turned illusory, turning into a golden rain of light. Chapter 22:17. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Top Ox Hair. The golden light rain expanded rapidly, it was dazzling and soon spread out, covering dozens of giant arms. The golden light rain fluttered down, the raindrops were as fine as ox hair as they seeped into the pitch-black giant arms. The giant arm trembled, and streams of golden veins were produced continuously. Then they meandered upwards in the giant arm, and wherever they went, they interweaved into a fine golden net. When the golden net covered most of the giant arms shook intensely. Fang Yuan's pressure fell sharply, the giant arms were unable to move under the penetration of the golden net. This golden top ox hair killer move clearly had the effect of restraining powerful enemies. It was just that it was different from Fang Yuan's Tenli Time Wind, it was more focused on infiltrating the target's body and controlling the movement of the target's body. When the golden net spread and completely covered the giant arms, these dozens of giant arms were immediately used by immortal zombie giant Sun to attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. In an instant, 1,000 giant arms fell down and tore these dozens of giant arms into pieces. The golden net lost its target and turned back into a golden light rain. Within the golden light rain, immortal zombie giant Sun's figure gradually appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted, his voice was like thunder, the whole door of life and death shook intensely. A gray tornado formed and swept towards Fang Yuan and the rest. The gray tornado did not have attraction force, it had a huge repelling force instead. The wind blades rotated and cut souls, they were even sharper than the wind in Luopa Valley. Immortal zombie giant Sun, Fang Yuan, and the rest quickly retreated. Soul beasts charged over from 100 li away, they were swept by the wind blades and died one after another. After these soul beasts died, everything was absorbed by the gray tornado and turned into gray soul lightning. Lu Weiyin was hit by the gray soul lightning, the soul lightning exploded, Lu Weiyin's soul was heavily injured and he felt dizzy. His defense was outstanding but he was already in such a situation. The other Gu immortals like Qiju and Xinshang were even worse off. If not for Fang Yuan's help, their souls would have dissipated. There were too many soul paths in the door of life and death. They had accumulated to an unimaginable level. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable awakened, these pseudo-venerables were suppressed to only 50%. Now that he had awakened, the pseudo-immortal venerables were suppressed to 20%, while Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun only had 50% of their strength left. What's going on? Spectral Soul has also reached Supreme Great Grandmaster level. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his physical body, he has already modified himself into a soul beast body. He has almost fused with the gate of life and death. Using the environment here, his killer moves are amplified by several times. He can easily suppress us. This is the might of a Tao Master. What should I do? The immortals could not help but hesitate. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body's battle strength surpassed many people's expectations. Another key point was that there were too many soul path Tao marks in the door of life and death. When Fate Gu was complete, every dead lifeform soul would return to the door of life and death. When Fate Gu is damaged, most of the living beings' souls would return here. After countless years of accumulation, countless souls were stored and melted here, finally forming the current gate of life and death. It could be said that among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the gate of life and death contained the most Tao marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun worked together to destroy the Grey Tornado and detonate thousands of Grey Soul lightning bolts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bent his body slightly and attacked with thousands of giant arms. The attack was like the sky was collapsing, it was suffocating. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun started to use their full strength. The giant arms were destroyed one after another, the fragments fell to the ground and immediately turned into soul beasts that attacked again. Lu Weiyin and the other pseudo-venerables were in charge of killing these soul beasts. After the soul beasts died, the fragments would fuse together and be reborn. Moreover, these reborn soul beasts were getting stronger with each generation. They possessed innate talents and instincts that countered the abilities of Lu Weiyin and the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and the other Gu immortals were suppressed. At every moment, countless soul beasts and countless giant arms attacked them. They were exhausted from dealing with them. At this moment, Soul Path fully displayed the advantage of using battle to nurture battle. Die. You are all going to die. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind became even more chaotic. He roared like a wild beast. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Her voice was clear. It was not covered by the noisy battlefield. It was clearly transmitted to the immortals' ears. Your valiance in battle is truly admirable. Fang Yuan Giant Sun Star Constellation will be back soon. Saying so, she retreated leisurely like a meteor, tearing through the dark world and leaving the door of life and death. Since the start of the battle, she had been standing on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's head. Now that she was retreating openly, it did not attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. Such a situation was unavoidably shocking. The great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had actually become a puppet of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin suddenly shouted with a pale expression, "Oh no, Lord Fang Yuan! Star Constellation's departure is definitely to unify the three great worlds and destroy Paradise Earth's tomb. We need to go out and stop her." However, this was easier said than done. Spectral Soul's main body was a true Tao Lord in the door of life and death. He was a Soul Path Supreme Grandmaster. He was a complete rank 9 Venerable. In contrast, Fang Yuan only had rank 8 cultivation level, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun might have become a Tao Lord, but in the door of life and death, other than his own luck path Tao marks, how could there be other external luck path Tao marks to amplify him? Heaven and earth travel? Fang Yuan had already tried it secretly, but it had no effect. Celestial Court knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. How could they not take precautions against it? No killer move was invincible. Just like Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment killer move, it had no effect after entering the door of life and death. The three great worlds were rapidly disintegrating. The edges had already shrunk by 30%. As for the 8th layer's void, it was originally vast and boundless, but now it was even closer to the bubble regional wall of the three great worlds. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned here and immediately set up a formation. The formation rumbled as Celestial Court's Gu Immortals split up to attack Savage Wilderness and Yellow Earth. The main forces of these two great worlds had almost all perished in the battlefield. Only a few Gu immortals with no battle strength, old and weak, or Gu master elites remained. Be it the former or the latter, they could not resist Celestial Court's attacks. Celestial Court continued to advance. Every time it occupied an area, it would throw down a subformation. These subformations were connected to the main formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was personally guarding the main formation. The subformations shot out dazzling light that shone on the surroundings, causing the vast and desolate savage wilderness Great World or the hilly yellow earth Great World to bloom with greenery. Weeds and saplings grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon a dense forest was formed. This was naturally only the appearance of the naked eye. The true essence was that Green Lotus Great World continued to expand, bringing the other two Great Worlds into its territory. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the greenery was like moss. With Green Lotus Great World as the starting point, it continued to spread and gradually covered the other two Great Worlds. After covering them, the greenery started to deepen. At first it was only light green, but with the subformation as the center, many areas turned dark green. The dark green gradually turned dark green. The three Great Worlds were finally united. After reaching a certain extent, a strong gust of wind blew. The wind was not huge, but its range was shocking. It covered the entire world. Strong winds blew, similar to the chi tides of the 5 regions. The primeval chi of the united Great Worlds quickly gathered and distributed evenly. Limitless Demon Venerable's heaven and earth refinement method has already reached the peak. If I am not wrong, this wind will continue to blow, eventually turning into the winds of assimilation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the main formation. She personally participated and even helped in the unification of the Great Worlds. She gained a lot of insights. In fact, almost half of the Heaven Path research results of the Crazed Demon formation were thanks to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In his later years, why did Limitless Demon Venerable go to Celestial Court to play a game of chess with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? The reason was simple. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the initiative to fuse Providence. Human creation was extraordinary. While altering Providence, she also comprehended Heaven Path. Thus, when Limitless Demon Venerable played a game of chess with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he continued to absorb the original Heaven Path profundities. He also needed the help of a Wisdom Path sage like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deduce new Heaven Path research results. Limitless Demon Venerable cultivated Rule Path. Only by cooperating with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who created Wisdom Path and cultivated Wisdom Path, could he realize the crazy idea of Crazed Demon Cave. Limitless Demon Venerable achieved his goal, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also benefited a lot from this. Ignoring everything else, just the method that Triple-Faced Fairy used earlier affected the emotions of many mutant Gu immortals, causing them to side with Celestial Court. This was the Heaven Path research result. And controlling Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was also the manifestation of Heaven Path research results. Of course, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was just taking advantage of the situation. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body had flaws to begin with. The 3 realms are united, the outcome has been decided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, her eyes shining with starlight. She had achieved this. The alliance of Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven was very powerful. But using her outstanding Wisdom Path attainment, she took the lead step by step, maintaining her advantage from start to finish, not allowing the other two sides to overtake her. Even though Celestial Court was weak, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, Crazed Demon Formation, and the Door of Life and Death, using everything she could to help Star Constellation Immortal Venerable secure victory. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was the power of Wisdom Path. Celestial Court had already infiltrated the Crazed Demon formation. Now that it unified the 3 realms and obtained this huge clue and fuel, half of the Crazed Demon formation was in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hands. Finally, it is your turn, Paradise Earth. A cold light flashed in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. She did not like Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though Paradise Earth was an immortal venerable with great prestige, he had a lot of sympathy and love towards variant humans. Paradise Earth protected the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea, he left behind a Mushroom Man habitat in Southern Border, and so on. Especially what made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable disgusted was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's identity. Although Paradise had encountered many opportunities in his life that allowed him to change his identity from his roots and become a pure-blooded human, he had never been able to do so. But he did not do so. He was a hybrid variant human from start to finish. He could not be tolerated by Celestial Court. Immediately, the subformation buzzed and tore the ground. The ground cracked, and huge ravines rapidly extended from all directions to the top of Paradise Earth's giant tomb. Paradise Earth's tomb was torn apart, countless cracks appeared. Next, star constellation Immortal Venerable gave a deep shout, looking at the sky. Soon, countless starlight condensed in the depths of the sky, turning into meteors that fell from the sky. The meteors rained down on Paradise Earth's tomb. Bam bam bam. Intense explosions occurred, starlight mixed with soil and rocks, splashing everywhere. After a few minutes, Paradise Earth's tomb was leveled to the ground. It turned into ruins. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 22:18. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze traversed 10,000 li, carefully inspecting the ruins of Paradise Earth's tomb before nodding in satisfaction. She put away the main formation, while the Celestial Court Immortals took care of all the subformations. The Celestial Court members gathered together and moved along with star constellation Immortal Venerable. Ever since primordial domain dissipated, they could easily travel through the 8th and 9th layers. They left the 8th layer and entered the 9th layer. Star constellation Immortal Venerable personally instructed them to move forward. Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, Fang Jing, and the rest stepped into the crazed demon formation one after another, eventually stopping and guarding a truthful floating ice piece. Star constellation Immortal Venerable informed the Immortals about the manipulation method in detail, while she herself went to the center and faced the center of the truthful floating ice piece. Lady Star Constellation, what do you want? If you insist on destroying it, we will use practice goo and destroy this truthful floating ice piece. Not Immortal and the others were alarmed. Pang Shan and Secret Schemer immediately appeared and threatened Star Constellation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. To speak the truth, the three of you being able to control practice goo is beyond my expectations. Limitless Will has already been sealed by me. I did not expect him to still be able to draw you three here. However, the reason why I sealed Limitless Will is just in case. Next, I will do my best to push the crazed demon formation. When Limitless set up this formation, he was indeed a brilliant genius at the peak of the world. But he is a rule path goo immortal after all, not a wisdom path goo immortal. He has naturally realized this, otherwise, why would he attack the Celestial Court and make a bet with me? Pang Shan and Secret Schemer looked at each other. The latter thought about it and mustered his courage to ask. Since Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has the same thoughts as us, why don't you come in? We are willing to give practice goo to you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. No need. This is the core of the crazed demon formation. It is easy to enter but difficult to leave. It also concerns the final deduction result. If I want to leave and forcefully break through, I might destroy this truthful floating ice piece and ruin this million years of deduction. I have already controlled more than half of the crazed demon formation. Only by leading the Celestial Court Immortals outside and taking action at any time to guard against any unexpected situations, can I activate the crazed demon formation to its limit. I already know the ambitions of the three of you. There's no need to hesitate. Hurry up and carve the truthful floating ice. Pang Shan and the Secret Schemer clenched their teeth. Now that Fang Yuan was missing, the odds were against him. Since the Celestial Court was in control of the situation, the three immortals couldn't go out. Even if they could, they definitely wouldn't be a match for the Celestial Court. They could only continue to drill into the truthful floating ice and continue their previous work. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to activate the formation. Under her influence, the form of the crazed demon formation changed again and again, and the efficiency of the deduction continued to soar. Many members of the Celestial Court controlled one truthful floating ice piece each. They cooperated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at all times, listening to her orders and constantly manipulating the truthful floating ice pieces. The rate at which the world of the 8th layer disappeared increased by several times. The truthful floating ice at the edge of the crazed demon formation started to melt and shrink. As for the truthful floating ice in the center, its volume continued to expand. In the end, the crazed demon formation would only be left with one piece of truthful floating ice. If Limitless succeeded, then whoever occupied this piece of truthful floating ice would obtain eternal life, because the truth of immortality had already been forged. As expected of Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In such a situation, she continued to fight and finally allowed our celestial court to win. Qin Dingling sighed. With such a person leading the celestial court, even if we die of old age we will have no regrets. Duke Mei and the rest conversed happily. No one is more suitable than Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain eternal life. With her as the leader, our celestial court will definitely become a supreme existence again. We will definitely unite the 5 regions, just like how we united the 3 realms in Crazed Demon Cave. Che Wei and the rest also started to look forward to the beautiful future. When there was no Immortal Venerable in the celestial court, it had always been the tradition of having a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal as the leader. Past experience proved that this system was wise and advanced. Right now, the creator of Wisdom Path, now that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was also a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster and the #1 Wisdom Path expert in the world, was leading the celestial court. No one in the celestial court had any objections. Even if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable wanted eternal life, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was more suitable than them to obtain eternal life. Inside the door of life and death. All of you are going to die, why are you not dead yet? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sat cross-legged on the ground. Pacifying Soul Lake was just a puddle of water in front of him, while Fang Yuan and the rest were as tiny as ants. But it was these ants that made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable furious. Boom boom boom. Countless giant arms attacked at lightning speed, attacking and suppressing these ants. Lu Weiyin, Demon Immortal Qiju, and the rest resisted with all their might. They were peak battle strength second only to Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but they were in a pathetic state here. If not for Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's constant help, some of them would have died already. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was ranked 9. After turning into a soul beast, his attainment level rose to Supreme Grandmaster. He became a Tao Lord. Originally, he had just become a Tao Lord. He had yet to roam the world and refine the Tao marks of his own path. His strength still needed to be raised. But this door of life and death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. He had used it long ago. Moreover, the door of life and death had the most soul path Tao marks in the world, so even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were at a disadvantage. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were aware of this. They fought while looking for a way out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's deductions were successful. He sighed bitterly at Fang Yuan. Not good. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left earlier, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the one who opened the passage. He has already completely refined the door of life and death, becoming the owner of this place. There is no way we can escape from here by imitating Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan focused, staring at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. To think that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could control Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body as a puppet. Giant Sun, do you know that in the 500 years of my previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable possessed the sovereign immortal body and became the greatest culprit in the 5 regions' chaotic war? He infiltrated the Celestial Court and took control of the Celestial Court. Now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has taken revenge for the Celestial Court. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a solemn expression. There is no point in talking about this now. Our hope lies with you, fellow immortal. Fang Yuan nodded. In fact, I have already started deducing. He knew what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was referring to. Back then, Renzu fell into the door of life and death and wanted to leave through the path of life. He encountered Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Reverse Flow River. Renzu was defeated in Reverse Flow River. If not for that, he would have been able to leave the door of life and death. And now, Fang Yuan was the Gu Immortal with the most secluded domains of heaven and earth in the world. And he just happened to have Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Reverse Flow River. As long as he used these 3 obstacles to form a path of life, they would be able to leave the door of life and death through the path of life and return to Crazed Demon Cave to fight against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan showed a bitter expression as he said, deductions need time and even more so clues. I have no idea about this path of life, I only have these 3 obstacles. And this door of life and death has been modified by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago. It is completely different from the one recorded in The Legends of Renzu. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind, he attacks wildly. I have to be distracted. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has astonishing attainment in Soul Path. He modified the door of life and death. It is far more outstanding than before. The situation is like this, I hope you can do your best. Saying so, immortal zombie giant Sun's expression changed. Again, follow me. He suddenly threw out Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal killer move, luck-changing golden light path. A dazzling golden light path instantly formed. The immortals knew what was good for them. They quickly stepped onto the light path and allowed it to bring them up. At the next moment, countless soul lightning bolts shot down. Each was as large as a mountain and had tadpole-like tails behind them. The giant tadpole soul lightning self-detonated with terrifying power. The golden light path shook intensely from the explosion and soon dimmed. But the immortals also passed through the light path and successfully escaped from the soul lightning group. They had already suffered once. Xinshang and demon immortal Qiju were heavily injured on the spot. Thankfully, Xinshang cultivated human path and had become a doctor after a long period of illness. His healing methods were very outstanding. He displayed the advantage of human path and quickly healed the immortals' injuries. From then on, every time the soul lightning group attacked, immortal zombie giant Sun would rely on luck-changing golden light path killer move to teleport the immortals away. This killer move was extremely profound. It could forcefully open a path of life in a desperate situation. Around the golden light path, soul beasts attacked fiercely and soul lightning self-detonated. Many attacks cancelled out each other and protected the golden light path instead. If it were in the past, immortal zombie giant Sun would have used this move to escape the predicament long ago. But this door of life and death was not ordinary, it was extremely troublesome. No matter how many times immortal zombie giant Sun used luck-changing golden light path, he could not succeed. Be careful. Qi ancestor warned loudly. After the soul lightning, a soul river descended from the sky. Countless vengeful souls formed a black river. The souls wailed and cried in pain. The sorrowful and angry voices made the immortals' thoughts freeze for a moment. The soul river's range was extremely huge. It directly covered a radius of 10,000 li. The immortals could not dodge in time. They used their abilities and were tossed up and down in the soul river, suffering from torment. Fang Yuan protected his body. Profound light blossomed around him as he used the mixed rainbow light threads to restrain the other pseudo-venerables, preventing them from leaving the group. In this dangerous situation, if the pseudo-venerables left the group for too long, they would die here. Most importantly, if they died here, the pseudo-venerable souls would immediately be used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to deal with the remaining people. This was what Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was most proficient in. Thus, when immortal zombie giant Sun and Fang Yuan helped these people, they were also helping themselves. In this situation, we can't even take care of ourselves. How can we quickly deduce and create a path of survival? Fang Yuan looked at the surging soul river around him and showed a difficult expression. The situation was getting worse. As time passed, Fang Yuan's chances of victory were getting lower and lower. If they stayed in the door of life and death for too long, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might obtain eternal life and gain a huge boost in strength. She might come back to kill them. By then, if there was no improvement, not only would Fang Yuan lose, he might even lose his life here. Right at this time, in the great world of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer, a yellow light suddenly shone. The yellow light shrouded an area of ruins. It was Paradise Earth's tomb. The yellow light burst out and soared into the sky. It turned and shot towards the door of life and death. A goo immortal formed in the yellow light. After 100,000 years in the yellow soil, today dust ruffles my clothes. May all living beings be equal. May all living beings bow to each other. After a long chant, the goo immortal said, "Spectral soul, open the door. Paradise Earth has come to pay a visit." Chapter 22:19. For an instant, the door of life and death battlefield suddenly stopped. The furious spectral soul demon venerable stopped roaring. Countless giant arms seemed to freeze in space. They stopped moving. What happened? Qi ancestor was puzzled. But at the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. The roar was mixed with anger, hatred, and the excitement of facing a great enemy. "You are alive. You are also alive. I finally found you. Since you are here, come at me. Let me kill you." Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not remember Fang Yuan or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but he seemed to have a deep impression of Paradise Earth. Blood suns rose up one after another. These were Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. He had a total of 3 heads. Only one had awakened in the battle earlier, but now the other 2 heads were awakened as well. They opened their blood-red eyes. The door of life and death opened, forming a huge whirlpool that emitted a terrifying suction force. The passageway opened and closed instantly. By the time Fang Yuan and the rest reacted, a Gu immortal had already been sucked into the door of life and death. He wore a simple robe, he had no hair, he was shining brightly. He had a kind expression, his body was emitting a faint halo of light. Paradise Earth. Fang Yuan and immortal zombie giant Sun shouted in unison. Lord Paradise Earth, you revived successfully? Lu Weiyin was surprised and joyful. He suddenly shouted, be careful. Bam bam bam, hundreds of giant arms pushed apart the air, emitting intense sounds of wind and thunder as they ruthlessly attacked Paradise Earth. The battle erupted again. The crazed demon formation was in chaos. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were heavily injured, they all had weak expressions, but also shock and bewilderment. This was all caused by Paradise Earth's revival. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also revealed a surprised expression. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this was the first time she was so moved. Because even though Paradise Earth revived, his revival method was out of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. I thought you would revive as an Earth Path Venerable, but to think that you took a different path. I underestimated you. You have actually converted to the Heavenly Tao. The tomb of the Paradise Earth is more like a target. Only by destroying it and rebuilding it can you be reborn. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air but did not go to the door of life and death. Right now, the crazed demon array was spinning like the wind, not allowing her to escape easily. Moreover, even though Paradise Earth had revived because he cultivated Heaven Path and was destroyed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in advance, he was only a pseudo-venerable now. If the Yellow Earth Great World swallowed the other two Great Worlds, Paradise Earth's tomb would be destroyed along with the Great World at the final moment. Then Paradise Earth would be reborn with the cultivation of a Supreme. The focus now was still on the crazed demon array. As wise as Xing Xiu was, it was impossible for her to give up the big for the small. Moreover, even if she returned to the gate of life and death, her combat strength would be greatly suppressed, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Inside the gate of life and death. Be careful. Lu Weiyin shouted. A huge net appeared in front of Paradise. The pure white giant net was extremely crude. Each mesh was the size of an elephant, giving off a strong feeling of grandeur. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all blocked by this giant net. What killer move is this? It has such defensive power? I have never heard of this aura before. Wait. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable does not have rank 9 cultivation level, he is only rank 8, the same as us. Demon Immortal Qiju Zhan Budu, and the rest were greatly shaken. This is a Heaven Path killer move. Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path, he was reborn. But he did not regain his venerable cultivation level, this is probably the price. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun realized in his heart. Fang Yuan's emotions were somewhat complex. He had once considered developing in Heaven Path. But who could have thought that Paradise Earth's ambitions were even greater than his progress was even deeper. After this revival, he directly became a Heaven Path pseudo-immortal venerable. Using the advantage of Heaven Path, Paradise Earth suffered the least suppression in the door of life and death. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. With a loud sound, he went from a cross-legged posture to a half-squatting posture. Thousands of giant arms surged over, each hand had fingers that were like spears as they stabbed towards him. Countless giant arms stabbed into the light net. Paradise Earth's expression did not change, but the Heaven Path net that was unmoving started to shake slightly. Even though he cultivates Heaven Path, he is only a pseudo-venerable. Go and reinforce him. Fang Yuan immediately saw through the situation and reminded. Lu Weiyin took the lead but was obstructed by the giant arms along the way. Fortunately, Fang Yuan and the rest arrived soon after and helped Paradise Earth. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable adapted, the giant arms changed shape. A large number of spikes grew out of their fingertips. They turned from stabbing to grabbing. Crack crack crack. Countless giant arms tore through layers of the light net, breaking through continuously. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation level, his defensive methods were very impressive, he was completely at immortal venerable level. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used his full strength. Paradise Earth retreated along with everyone after receiving support. The immortal's situation was as dangerous as before. After resisting for a while, Paradise Earth transmitted, everyone, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's state is strange, his mind is not clear, his emotions are likely disturbed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. I have a method that can dispel all emotions and make one's rationality as cold as ice. Wisdom Path Cultivation had three important elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely at the peak of these three aspects in the world. Fairy Feng Ye's deduction of limitless arrangements had always been ahead of everyone else. This was her attainment in thoughts. Limitless will was sealed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a method in terms of will. Meanwhile, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's emotions were fluctuating. He did not have a trace of rationality. This showed how powerful star constellation Immortal Venerable was in terms of emotions. Actually, be it Feng Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, or the other pseudo-venerables, they had all tried this. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's state was the same as before. His mind did not show any signs of clarity. The Immortals' attempt failed. They all thought that this was because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the #1 person in the world. Since she had the confidence to leave, she definitely had great confidence in her method. She believed that this method would not be easily broken. But now, since Paradise Earth proposed this idea, the Immortals did not reject him, they quickly cooperated. Spectral Soul's attacks were extremely fierce. Paradise Earth's appearance stimulated his state. All sorts of soul path killer moves were unleashed one after another. Some were sinister, some were strange, some were tyrannical, some were wild. The Immortals were tired of dealing with them. Paradise Earth was protected at the center, but he was strongly disrupted. His killer move was constantly being prepared. There was little progress. After a while, Feng Yuan snorted coldly, "Get out of the way." The Immortals heard this and quickly retreated. Feng Yuan had a cold expression. His eyes suddenly shone. Facing an unexpected tide of soul beasts, he spread his arms and roared. Along with his roar, specks of light flew out of his immortal aperture. The specks of light had all sorts of colors. They flew in the air and collided, turning into dragon, wolf, tiger, shark, and so on. These were all totem killer moves. Countless totems of all shapes and sizes charged forward. Everywhere they went, soul beasts screamed miserably. They were torn to pieces, burned to ashes, drowned in water, struck by lightning. In an instant, Feng Yuan released hundreds of totems that he had accumulated. These killer moves were all at rank 8, that was to say Feng Yuan used hundreds of rank 8 killer moves in an instant. The power was unparalleled. The Immortals immediately felt the pressure on them decrease greatly. Countless soul beasts were slaughtered. Even when the giant arms attacked, they were destroyed by more than 10 totems. 30% of my immortal essence storage was expended. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air as he returned to the group. Using so many totem killer moves at once, the immortal essence expenditure was extremely terrifying. According to Feng Yuan's current immortal essence storage, he could only use them 3 times at most. The weakest of the Gu immortals present was pseudo-venerable. Their gazes towards Feng Yuan were filled with shock and even faint fear. Totem killer moves were fast and convenient, but it was too shocking that Feng Yuan could use so many totems at once. Ignoring everything else, just this move of Feng Yuan's could forcefully destroy almost all the super forces in the world. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Feng Yuan, unable to shift his gaze away. He knew about totem killer moves, so he understood the pros and cons of this form of killer move. Totem killer moves were fast and convenient, but they also had a disadvantage: they were hard to nurture. However, Feng Yuan had nurtured so many rank 8 totems, this made Immortal Zombie Giant Sun extremely shocked at Feng Yuan's wealth. Good method. After Paradise Earth praised, he immediately focused on preparing a killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 3 heads opened their mouths and spat out vast soul rivers. The 3 soul rivers converged and formed an unprecedented scale, like a black cloud that covered the sky, shrouding everything. Totem killer moves flew and charged into the soul rivers to fight. The speed of the soul rivers' descent slowed down, and the light of these totems also extinguished one by one. Thoughts moved rapidly in Feng Yuan's mind. All kinds of thoughts flashed like sparks as he frantically dispatched the totems to coordinate with them. His immortal essence rapidly decreased, his mind surged and soon started to heat up. He had reached the limit of his wisdom path abilities. The reason why totem killer moves were so powerful, far surpassing immemorial desolate beasts, was because they could coordinate with each other and be used at will. More importantly, they each had mystical abilities. They were comparable to immemorial desolate beasts with wild immortal goo, or even immemorial desolate beasts with immortal killer moves. The numerous totems bought 22 breaths of time for Paradise Earth. Eventually, Fang Yuan sighed and stored the remaining 12 totems in his immortal aperture. These totems were fortunate to be preserved, but they were all in tatters. The remaining hundreds of totems had perished in battle. Of course, along with their losses were tens of thousands of soul beasts, as well as dozens of spectral soul giant arms. Fang Yuan retreated to the depths of the group. He needed to rest his mind. He could not fight for the time being. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stepped forward and took over his position. He had already prepared his killer move. He released it without hesitation. Immortal Killer Move, Unexpected Disaster. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's palms were shrouded in a layer of light. He stretched out his hands and grabbed above his head. The white gold light in his palms was quickly dyed black and red. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would casually throw them away after grabbing them. The black and red bad luck flew in the air, turning into lumps of black and red clouds that shot in all directions. Each cluster of black-red clouds wasn't very large, and wherever they went, the soul beasts within a radius of 50 kilometers would inexplicably perish within a few breaths of time. Their giant arms would be fractured and large sections of their soul rivers would also collapse. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun grabbed his bad luck repeatedly and threw them at the enemy. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was slightly unstable after being hit by this method. His left head grunted and used Burning Soul Bursting Luck Killer Move. His luck surged and counteracted Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's method. After attacking for a while, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stopped. It was not that he did not have enough immortal essence or mental strength, but his bad luck had been used up. Chapter 22:20. This method is really not bad. Fang Yuan secretly observed Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. His mind slightly moved. He could make use of his bad luck and use it to attack. His luck was always at a high level. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a good combat system. This method definitely had a high status in his combat system. With Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's support, Paradise Earth successfully grasped the opportunity and activated his killer move. Immortal Killer Move, Heartless Heaven and Earth. White light waves spread out from Paradise Earth's forehead. The light waves were swift and fierce, immediately spreading to the whole battlefield and enveloping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Waves of light waves were activated one after another. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not sense anything at first, but he soon reacted. The killing intent in his blood-red pupils weakened, replaced by the light of reason. But right at this time, a silhouette appeared in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's stomach. The immortals only heard this silhouette say, "Heartless Heaven and Earth." That is true, but humans have emotions. Saying so, this silhouette even laughed. Thus, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes were filled with killing intent again. The trace of rationality that he had earlier vanished without a trace. Who is this silhouette? The immortals were shocked. Evidently, this silhouette was the one who caused Paradise Earth's killer move to fail. Could it be Verdant Great Sun? A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. According to Spectral Soul's memories and the records in The Legends of Renzu, the soul of Renzu's eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, was lying beside Soul Pacifying Lake. But now there was nothing beside Soul Pacifying Lake. It was very likely that this Verdant Great Sun's soul had been devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. However, for some reason, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who cultivated both Soul Path and Food Path, could not digest this Verdant Great Sun and was instead restrained by him. It could be deduced that star constellation Immortal Venerable had played a crucial role in this process. Seeing that his killer move was useless, Paradise Earth also showed a look of difficulty. Spectral Soul attacked again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan looked at each other. The former sighed. "I wonder if Fang Yuan has any comprehension?" Fang Yuan shook his head with a solemn expression. "I have no idea at all." "I have some ideas." Xin Shang suddenly spoke. "Ever since the Fate War, I have been hiding in the city of Divine Emperor, cultivating the human Tao. Apart from the great gains, I was also thinking about how to get out of this predicament. Thus, I came up with a human path method. Up until now, I have already deduced 90% of this method, and only the last 10% is incomplete. Earlier, when I saw Lord Paradise Earth use the Heaven Path Killer move, my heart palpitated. My intuition tells me that this is the final piece I need. With it, I can complete this killer move." This. The other Gu immortals heard this and became silent. The meaning behind Xin Shang's words was that he wanted to obtain Paradise Earth's Heavenly Tao research results, which was very rash. Although Fang Yuan had 3 crucial secluded domains of heaven and earth, Immortal zombie giant Sun had never mentioned handing these secluded domains of heaven and earth to him so that he could deduce a way out of the door of life and death. However, in the current situation, Xin Shang's originally excessive request was somewhat reasonable. The key was that there was a subtle relationship between him and paradise. Xin Shang was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. In order to cultivate human path, he had accumulated many sins. After Paradise Earth learned of it, he attacked. Xin Shang could not even take one attack from Paradise Earth. But Paradise Earth did not kill him or imprison him, he gave him a chance to redeem himself. Xin Shang thus entered the Blue Dragon Whale and cultivated in closed cultivation. After obtaining Paradise Earth's help, Xin Shang made breakthroughs repeatedly and progressed steadily. Starting from Heal Injury Immortal Gu, he created healing injuries, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, emotional injuries, 5 laborious injuries, 7 injuries, and so on. Next, he created the killer move Riddled Injuries, and further deduced the Immortal Gu recipe of Scar Immortal Gu. Finally, he refined Scar Immortal Gu and replaced it with his Vital Gu. Fang Yuan entered the Blue Dragon Whale to explore and let Xin Shang out. Xin Shang cooperated with Fang Yuan according to Paradise Earth's instructions and participated in the Fate War. He played a decisive role at the crucial moment and established a crucial foundation for Fang Yuan's victory over Celestial Court. Xin Shang and Paradise Earth's relationship could be said to be very close. Back then, when Xin Shang cultivated human path in the Blue Dragon Whale, he also had Paradise Earth's guidance. Could be said that the two had a deep connection. It was second only to the relationship between Lu Weiyin and Paradise Earth. Thus, Xin Shang made this seemingly excessive request. Because back then Paradise Earth had guided him, now that Paradise Earth had revived, there was a high chance that he would guide him. The only difference was that it was human path before, now it was heaven path. Sure enough, like what Xin Shang expected, Paradise Earth did not hesitate. He directly taught Xin Shang the results of the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth. Thank you for your guidance, Lord. Xin Shang cupped his fists, his voice was trembling from excitement. Paradise Earth nodded with a smile. Xin Shang, even though Fate Gu is destroyed, it is fate that you are here now. Whether we can leave this place or not, we will need to rely on your talent. Junior will do his best and not let down Lord's expectations. Xin Shang became even more excited. He was a pseudo-venerable, but in front of Paradise Earth he would always be a junior. He was extremely humble and respectful. Paradise Earth was a benefactor to him. In fact, Paradise Earth was a benefactor to many people and forces. Everyone knew that Paradise Earth was the most popular among the 10 venerables. Even in Central Continent, many people respected and loved him. Paradise Earth had done countless good deeds in his life, he had helped countless people. After getting Paradise Earth's affirmation and encouragement, the other Gu immortals slightly looked forward to Xin Shang. Most of their hopes were placed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a breakthrough in battle, he created Reverse Flow Protection Seal and defeated Celestial Court. There was a precedent for this. Moreover, right now Fang Yuan's status was above Xin Shang's. Facing Spectral Soul's frenzied attacks, the immortals retreated while fighting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable grew another head. This was because Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Fang Yuan's joint attack had split one of his heads into two. But the two halves of the head split into two, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gained another head. Not just the head, no matter how many arms Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost, they could grow back rapidly. His arms were increasing in number, they were getting tougher and stronger. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's strength was still growing. The fiercer Fang Yuan and the rest resisted and retaliated, the faster Spectral Soul Demon Venerable grew. Using battle to nurture battle. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was already a special venerable, but he could still grow. Compared to when he fought with his full strength earlier, his strength had clearly risen by a large margin. The immortals could not guess his limits, they were even more determined to leave this place. Fighting against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the door of life and death was too disadvantageous. There were countless soul beasts, it was useless no matter how many they killed. All kinds of soul path killer moves covered the sky and earth, forcing the immortals to defend with all their strength. They did not dare to be distracted for even a moment. Fang Yuan showed a strange expression. This change in expression immediately attracted the attention of the immortals. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun held on to hope and immediately asked, Fang Yuan, did you gain anything? Fang Yuan nodded before shaking his head. I gained something, but it is not a path to survival. Let me try. After saying this, Fang Yuan's aura became deep and unfathomable. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley buzzed and resonated with each other, shining brighter and brighter. After preparing, Fang Yuan restrained his aura and pushed out with his palm. A gray-white square seal flew out from his palm. The square seal was slow, but wherever it went, souls were destroyed and everything turned to ashes. The army of soul beasts was instantly wiped out. Even the primordial soul beasts couldn't resist this grayish-white square seal at all. They were even weaker than paper. The vast soul river that had been shrouding the sky also collapsed and was destroyed. Most of the soul path killer moves were greatly suppressed by this gray-white square seal. Their power fell sharply. The immortals around Fang Yuan also shuddered in fear. A bone-chilling chill rose from the depths of their souls. The whole battlefield was silent. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was breathing roughly after neutralizing Danghun Luopa Seal. For the first time since the battle started, he was able to catch his breath. He stopped the tsunami-like attacks. Immortal killer move, Danghun Luopa Seal. Powerful, too powerful. Xinshang was shocked. Even Paradise Earth was dumbfounded. He was speechless. This move is powerful. It can be said to be the bane of Soul Path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was stunned before praising it. He saw the gray-white square seal rising up. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 100 giant arms were destroyed. Even though the gray-white square seal was destroyed, the 100 giant arms that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost were still empty. They seemed to be exhausted. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had once used Unexpected Calamity Killer move. Its power was about the same as Danghun Luopa Seal. But under Unexpected Calamity Killer move, these soul beasts could still resist it for some time. But facing Danghun Luopa Seal, they could not resist at all. Fang Yuan sighed. I am ashamed. I did not deduce the path of survival, but I deduced this result. This move is called Danghun Luopa Seal. It uses these two sacred lands as the core. Its foundation is the Luopa Seal killer move that I created in the past. Spectral Soul had once said that Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley are the sacred lands of soul cultivation. My killer move starts from the essence of Soul Path and suppresses them from the very core. Unfortunately, there are only 2 of them. If I had Pacifying Soul Lake, I might be able to counter all Soul Path methods in the world. Demon Immortal Chi Ju heard this and his eyelids twitched. From Fang Yuan's tone, it seemed like he was not satisfied with this killer move. Good. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised and encouraged. Right now, Fang Yuan has already merged 2 rounds. If you merge the 3rd reverse flow river, you should be able to deduce the path of survival in the door of life and death. Jean Budu raised a finger and suggested, no, in my opinion, as long as we use this move well with the main body attacking while we assist, there is a high chance of killing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Following Jean Budu's guidance, the immortals immediately discovered. The injuries caused by Danghun Luopa Seal were deathly still. They could not recover as quickly as before. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body, even though the 100 giant arms were recovering, the speed was very slow. Danghun Luopa Seal was a pure Soul Path killer move. It was amplified in the door of life and death. The Soul Path Dao marks carved by this move were like the wind in Luopa Valley or the vibration power of Danghun Mountain. They made it hard for soul beasts to gather. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun frowned as he analyzed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a Dao Lord and can control the Soul Path Dao marks here to amplify himself and suppress Fang Yuan's Danghun Luopa Seal. But his mind is not clear. He only has the instincts of a Dao Lord, thus Danghun Luopa Seal can also be amplified. The immortals' eyes lit up as they saw another possibility. Kill Spectral Soul? Chapter 22-21. At once, the immortals' minds were boiling as they thought rapidly. Danghun Luopa Seal was truly powerful. It was a trump card against the delirious Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Jean Budu was right. Looking at the current situation, it was possible to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable using Danghun Luopa Seal. If nothing unexpected happens, it is possible. It will be extremely difficult for us to find a way out from here under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's frenzied attacks. But directly eliminating Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is also a viable option. This place is controlled by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. There is little hope of finding a way out. But to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable or even eliminate him, it will definitely be a battle of life and death. The immortals were assessing the situation. Chi Si Ancestor had a grim expression. The truth is, if we want to leave the door of life and death, we need to get past Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, right? Even if we temporarily shake off Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and escape from the door of life and death, what if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chases after us? By then, we will have to deal with both Star Constellation and Spectral Soul. Why don't we kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is busy infiltrating the crazed demon formation? The Immortals' hearts jumped. Indeed. Lu Weiyin muttered, "We need to fight for the eternal life research results, we need to resist the Celestial Court. If we kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now, the threat of the Celestial Court will decrease by half." Jean Budu snorted coldly, "What are you hesitating for? Everyone. The longer we drag on, the more Star Constellation will infiltrate us, and the closer we are to the eternal life research results. No matter what the plan is, we need to decide on it quickly." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun frowned deeply, saying, "It is not so simple, Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Would she leave behind such an obvious flaw? I am worried about a situation now, that is, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method to influence Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has a time limit. When the time is up, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might escape this predicament. At that time we will have Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as our ally. If we attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, be it us or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, even if it ends in a stalemate, both sides will suffer great losses, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will still benefit the most." The Immortals fell silent. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's words made sense. It was not excessive to overestimate Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. "Giant Sun, when do you think Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will break free from control and regain his sanity?" Fang Yuan's main body asked with a sharp gaze. "According to your guess, we can take it one step further. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable purposely left behind flaws and clues to lure us into thinking like this, we would not be able to do anything. In fact, even if the real Star Constellation can only control the Spectre for a short period of time, what should we do if this time is enough for her to snatch the fruit of immortality? In that case, does fellow Taoist Fang Yuan insist on fighting to the death? Under such an environment?" Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. Fang Yuan didn't back down and stared back at him. The atmosphere among the Immortals suddenly became subtle and tense. Right at this time, Xin Shang suddenly shouted, I succeeded. My killer move is finally complete." Paradise Earth said solemnly, "Xin Shang, how confident are you?" 80%. Xin Shang had an excited expression. This move was incomplete before, it only lacked the fruit of heaven path. But the missing part was never the crucial core. A strong intuition tells me that this move will definitely succeed. Of course, there is still room for improvement, but now that it is complete, I can definitely activate it. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun heard this and retracted their gazes. Fang Yuan spoke, "Then let's protect Xin Shang and give it a try." Earlier, Fang Yuan and the rest had successfully protected Paradise Earth. Now that Fang Yuan had Danghun Luo Pasil, it was not difficult to protect Xin Shang. Immortal killer move, Heaven leaves a way out. A moment later, amidst Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's frenzied attacks, Xin Shang activated his killer move and formed a narrow path. The small path was winding, stretching out continuously, completely incomparable to the luck-changing Golden Great Path. But at the end of the path, it pierced through space and the gate of life and death. The Immortals could even see the blurry scene of the outside world at the end of the path. The Immortals were overjoyed. Xin Shang laughed heartily, raised his arms and shouted, "Sure enough, it worked." Paradise smiled, "I didn't misjudge you. 100 years Eastern Immortal Chief, half venerable in terms of talent, you live up to your reputation." Chi Si Ancestor cupped his fists. "It is all thanks to you that we were able to escape today." Demon Immortal Chi Ju praised generously. "Let's go." Jean Buddha was still in the lead. He was also very suitable to lead the way. Without any hesitation, the Immortals covered each other and stepped onto the winding path. Xin Shang's killer move was very special. Even the door of life and death could not block it. These Gu Immortals managed to escape. The Immortals rushed out of the door of life and death and prepared to fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's furious roars came from the door of life and death. The entire door was shaking intensely. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not even take a step out of the door of life and death. So that's it. For some reason, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is unable to leave the door of life and death. No wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wants to lure us inside. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can come out, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method of controlling him is most effective inside the door of life and death. The Gu Immortals let out sighs of relief as they guessed. Quick, go to the Crazed Demon Formation. So much time has passed, I wonder what progress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has made? Demon Immortal Chiju reminded. Before the Immortals moved, they tried to destroy the Immortal Graveyard. However, all sorts of killer moves were absorbed into the door of life and death. It's no use. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangement is very profound. She has tightly connected this immortal graveyard with the door of life and death. To destroy the immortal graveyard, we need to destroy the door of life and death first. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed. He was the first to leave. Precisely because he understood this, he and Fang Yuan chose to attack the door of life and death at the first moment. Of course, there were many other reasons besides this. Of course, this method can be broken. We can separate the immortal graveyard from the door of life and death. But we don't have time. Let's go to the Crazed Demon Formation. Fang Yuan also turned around and left. The Immortals did not stop, they followed. Ever since Primordial Domain was destroyed, the 8th and 9th layers could be easily entered and exited. When Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and the rest arrived at the Crazed Demon Formation again, there was less than 30% of the formation left. A large number of truthful floating ice pieces had already dissipated. The remaining truthful floating ice pieces had expanded by several times compared to before. Bam! Right at this moment, a piece of truthful floating ice exploded, turning into countless ice shards. A large number of ice shards dissipated on the spot. The remaining few drifted into the formation and attached to other truthful floating ice pieces. In this battle, Primordial Domain lost, Giant Sun, Star Constellation, and even Spectral Soul have already become Supreme Grandmasters. If the Eternal Life research results that the Crazed Demon Formation nurtured for 1,000,000 years are also taken away by these people, it will truly be a crushing defeat. If I cannot win in the end, I will have to kill them and destroy the final truthful floating ice piece. No one will benefit from it. Fang Yuan's gaze was bone-chilling as he charged towards the formation. The other Gu Immortals charged together almost at the same time. This group was the strongest of the present era. It included Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, Qi Si, Zhan Budu, Xinshang, Qiju and Lu Weiyin. It was a terrifying lineup that almost suffocated people. Terrifying. Guyue Fangjing's expression was pale. Even inside Demon Judgment Board, he could feel the intense killing intent. Don't even think about it. Under the strong pressure, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals still stood up. It was Duke Mei. Not just Duke Mei, even Duke Tong, Golden Hooped Immortal King, and the rest moved out to obstruct them. Get lost. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted coldly. Golden light shined and turned into a giant palm that slapped away several people. Who land above Qi Si ancestors' head surged with Qi. It turned into a Qi wall that blocked Ruan Dan and Fairy Maiden Soul. 7 fiendish primeval monarch rode on Shabi 95 as he flew over. Xin Shang and Demon Immortal Qiju were obstructed by his killer move. Their momentum immediately dissipated. Courting death. Demon Immortal Qiju was furious. He activated Shishi killer move to suppress 7 fiendish primeval monarch. Xin Shang had a cold expression as he cooperated. 7 fiendish primeval monarch lasted for a few breaths of time before he was killed by Qiju and Xin Shang. Shabi 95 was also cut in half. It died on the spot. Even though Celestial Court's members were strong, facing Fang Yuan's group, which had pseudo-venerable strength at the very least, they were too weak. Moreover, in this kind of attack, without the help of immortal formations or immortal Gu houses, they were using their lives to delay the enemies. Soon, Celestial Court's side lost a large number of members. However, they also achieved their goal. Fang Yuan's group's momentum finally dissipated. Celestial Court has the door of life and death, so what if these Gu Immortals die? They will revive soon, their cultivation and battle strength will not be affected. We need to control at least a portion of the formation to kill our way in. Lu Weiyin and Zhan Budu shouted furiously. Starlight flashed. Before Lu Weiyin and Zhan Budu could react, they were sent flying by the starlight. Starlight flickered as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revealed herself. She looked around and sighed. Everyone, you are too anxious. The Crazed Demon Formation's derivation is at the final juncture. We cannot try it recklessly. What if limitless 100 years of hard work and accumulation is destroyed in a moment? Fang Yuan had a cold expression. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled as he stared at star constellation Immortal Venerable. In that case, I won't mind waiting. But we cannot waste this final period of time. Star constellation, let us settle this once and for all. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze lingered. I want to test your sharpness. Please. The moment she said that, space changed, stardust flew and starry paths crisscrossed, forming a grand chessboard. At the center of the chessboard was the crazed demon formation. Inside the chessboard were Celestial Court, Feng Yuan, Longevity Heaven, and other Gu immortals. Star constellation chessboard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shined with bright light. Paradise Earth smiled as he realized. So Star constellation chessboard is an immortal Gu house as well as an immortal formation. But this transformation has never been recorded in history. Star constellation Immortal Venerable replied to Paradise Earth. This is because I modified Star constellation chessboard after becoming a Tao Lord again. Everyone please comment on it. Without needing her to say anything, Qi ancestor had already made his move. Qi surged and surged in the surroundings. At once, the starry paths faded and the stardust scattered. Star constellation Immortal Venerable held a chess piece and threw it down. The chess piece flew into the air and turned into 9 Spiritual Fairy. 9 Spiritual Fairy had already used her transformation path killer move, turning into a kingfisher that shot towards Qi ancestor with astonishing speed. Qi ancestor fought with her for 3 to 4 rounds, they were evenly matched. Clearly, 9 Spiritual Fairy had obtained the amplification of the formation. After 5 to 6 rounds, 9 Spiritual Fairy had transformed into 3 different forms, but she still fell into a dangerous situation. But at this time, chess pieces were thrown down. Wan Zihong, Bai Tsang Shui, Jun Xinguang, Zhou Xiong Xian, and other immortals attacked one after another. At once, the immortals fell into a chaotic battle. After just a few rounds, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw some clues. These Celestial Court members were the formation cores of Star Constellation Chessboard Formation. They cooperated extremely well with each other and were under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control. The more people participated in the battle, the more chaotic the situation became, and the greater the advantage of Celestial Court. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted coldly. He got up and left the chaotic battlefield, charging towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who was in the sky. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally stopped dodging. She stood on the spot and fought Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. The battle between 2 Venerables was unprecedented. Starlight flashed and golden aurora spread, illuminating the whole battlefield with gold and blue colors. The aftermath of the battle between 2 Venerables created a grand Qi wave that surpassed the Qi tides. On one side was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the 2nd generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. He had unparalleled scheming abilities and outstanding achievements. On the other side was the number 1 person in Luck Path. He controlled Northern Plains and spread his bloodline. They were evenly matched. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 22-22. All sorts of killer moves and methods were unleashed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun one after another, each displaying their might. Some killer moves were domineering and unbridled, traversing the sky. Some methods were exquisite and dazzling, dividing the universe. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was like a golden meteor, advancing bravely and continuously. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flickered around, her body moving around in Star Constellation chessboard formation, leaving behind star shadows to attack Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Moreover, while fighting, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still controlling Star Constellation chessboard formation to help the members of Celestial Court fight. Prince's Impatience activated Phoenix Flames, Bai Tsang Shui unleashed Azure Waves River, Wan Zihong rained down flower petals. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed one after another under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's coordination, greatly reducing the internal friction between them, forming waves of attacks with small gaps, giving Lu Weiyin and the rest the illusion that Celestial Court's attacks were endless. Feng Yuan frowned slightly, evaluating inwardly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path attainment is astonishing. Even with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's attacks, she has not reached her limits. She still has the ability to support the others and control the entire battle. So, looking at it from another perspective, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun has not truly used his full strength. At this moment, the two venerables were fighting with great momentum and countless methods. But no matter which move it was, its true power did not surpass Qi ancestors who elevation killer move. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they were wary of limitless countermeasures. The foundation of venerables was unfathomable. If one side was countered by limitless, the other side would definitely gain an advantage. Of course, the most crucial point was that both venerables wanted to seize the eternal life research results. The value of this research result was simply too great to estimate. The venerables were in a stalemate. Which venerable could obtain the eternal life research results, breaking the balance and becoming the number one venerable? Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were eyeing the eternal life research results, they had to stop now. If they fought and destroyed this formation, it would be terrible. They were not limitless. The crucial point was that the truthful floating ice had been nurtured for over 1,000,000 years. If any of them were destroyed, the venerables would not be able to replace them. If that's the case. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered for a while and he suddenly ordered, Qi. Qi ancestor received the main body's transmission and concealment. He did not hesitate to use his killer move. Immortal killer move, Hu elevation. The terrifying Qi path killer move descended again. The immortals all retreated. Even Qiju and Lu Weiyin were the same. Is he crazy? Aren't you afraid of being countered by limitless again? No, perhaps this is Fang Yuan's plan. How wonderful. After a moment of shock, the Gu immortals came to a realization. Lu Weiyin and the rest were overjoyed, while the celestial court Gu immortals were filled with worry. As expected, at the next moment, chains appeared and shot out, trying to restrain Qi ancestor. But don't forget, Qi ancestor was still inside Star Constellation chessboard formation. The limitless sword's counterattack on the Sea of Qi would definitely not be able to bypass the Constellation chessboard formation. Fang Yuan wanted to borrow the limitless sword's counterattack to break the Constellation chessboard formation. But at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly got out of the battle with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Fang Yuan, even though your plan is brilliant, how could I not be prepared and leave behind such a huge flaw? Watch. As soon as she said that, starlight shined, the surrounding starry paths moved and attached to limitless chains. After a few breaths of time, limitless chains were wrapped by starry paths and used by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Not only was Star Constellation chessboard formation not disturbed by limitless counterattack, it even made use of limitless counterattack to make use of the chain's power, making Star Constellation chessboard formation even more resilient. How can this be? Demon Immortal Qiju's expression changed. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's preparations are too ample. She has infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave too deeply. This was not strange. After all, when Crazed Demon Cave was just constructed, Limitless Demon Venerable went to Celestial Court and made a bet with Star Constellation's will. That was to say, when Crazed Demon Cave was constructed, Celestial Court had already started infiltrating it. This infiltration lasted for over 1,000,000 years. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun obtained Savage Wilderness Great World and infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave for over 300,000 years. Compared to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he did not even have half the time. Moreover, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path. She was most proficient in infiltration. And Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable left behind Yellow Earth Great World more than 100,000 years ago. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most miserable. Even though he came into contact with Crazed Demon Cave more than 10 years ago. But the time he spent in infiltrating the Crazed Demon formation was almost zero, his progress was also zero. If the door of life and death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's home field, then Crazed Demon Cave was half of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's home field, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a small portion of his home field. Fang Yuan was fighting in his home field. His understanding of Crazed Demon Cave was all thanks to Paradise Earth's information. Star Constellation chessboard had limitless chains, it became even more powerful. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals did not fear death. They fought with their lives inside Star Constellation chessboard formation, barely restraining pseudo-venerables. After all, they had Immortal Venerables helping them. Of course, they could not stop Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body moved, flying into the sky and joining the battle between Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for Qi ancestor, he was restrained by the chains and could not be stored in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He could only be guarded by Jean Budu and the rest. Then let's try this move again. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, his gaze shining brightly. Immortal Killer Move, 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. 5 colored light qi rapidly spread around Fang Yuan, be it the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals or Lu Wei Yin's group, they all retreated. Fighting inside this 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, they would suffer backlash at any moment. This was the reappearance of the 5 regional walls in Fang Yuan's hands. This move again. Prince's Impatience and the rest gritted their teeth. This move originated from Tao Zhu, it had been used in the Fate War and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance space, it had repeatedly made things difficult for Celestial Court. Now it became a problem for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi spread inside Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately sensed it and started to suffer the backlash. Limitless chains in the starry path started to tremble and move restlessly. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi is being suppressed in this formation. But it seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has yet to find a way to break it. However, this method will still trigger limitless retaliation. Fang Yuan observed carefully. Triggering limitless retaliation was not strange. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was the nemesis of Gu formations and immortal Gu houses. Even the Crazed Demon formation was countered by it. Once it was activated in 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, the Crazed Demon formation would suffer backlash and eventually break apart. Limitless arrangements were naturally aware of this threat. Thus, it was normal for 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi to trigger limitless retaliation. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not use 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. As for the Door of Life and Death, there were too many Soul Path Dao marks there, even 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi would be suppressed. Moreover, even if the Light Qi became dense and formed the 5 regional walls, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and the rest would be harmed, it was not worth it. But the situation was different now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had incredible methods. She actually used Star Constellation chessboard formation to forcefully fuse limitless chains. At this point, Fang Yuan had to use 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi to fight against it. At once, the number of things that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to scheme against increased by more than 10 times. On one hand, she had to deal with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. On the other hand, she had to help the members of the Celestial Court fight against the Pseudo-Venerables. On the other hand, she had to forcefully fuse with limitless chains. And on the other hand, she had to take care of the Crazed Demon formation, urging it to deduce and quickly produce eternal life. Right now, Fang Yuan was activating 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi in Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to endure the backlash and also forcefully suppress limitless chains. Fang Yuan's 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi posed a huge threat to the Crazed Demon formation. Limitless chains wanted to capture it by all means possible. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to suppress it. If she did not suppress it and allowed it to erupt, it would severely interfere with Star Constellation chessboard formation and cause it to collapse. Once the formation collapsed, with just those Celestial Court Gu Immortals, even with the Immortal Graveyard's revival, they would not be able to stop the ferocious Pseudo-Venerables. By then, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan, she would not be able to protect the eternal life research results. They would be obtained by these Pseudo-Venerables. No matter how one looked at it, the Celestial Court still had too few people. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she still had to face too many enemies. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi is a good move. Shun Shang praised after seeing through the situation. He felt bad for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Chapter 22-23. Fang Yuan activated 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to suffer backlash at all times. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to suppress limitless chains and forcefully merge them. She was simply protecting Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Even though she was the #1 wisdom path person, she was unable to make ends meet. From her point of view, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the strongest enemy in her life. She had to pay attention to him. In comparison, Fang Yuan was less of a threat, but he definitely couldn't let him go. After all, many Venerables had invested in him. Even when Spectral Soul refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Star Constellations will had invested in him. Fang Yuan couldn't let it go. Once he let it go, he would be in a difficult situation. With this understanding, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly threw out Book Mountain. A chess piece flew over. It was Zhou Xiongxan. Zhou Xiongxin landed halfway up Book Mountain, desperately trying to control it. Book Mountain erupted with golden light rays. They were actually all of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's Luck Path killer moves. These Luck Path killer moves attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and blocked him temporarily. Almost at the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not activate the Turbulent Soul Luo Pasil. With the amplification of his vast number of Dao marks, this method was definitely more powerful than Hu Elevation killer move. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became ruthless and kept Star Constellation chessboard formation, releasing limitless chains. Adding on the hatred accumulated from 5 restriction profound light chi, Fang Yuan would definitely be restrained by limitless chains. He would be in a worse state than Qi Si ancestor. By then, Fang Yuan's main body would lose his battle strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would release Star Constellation chessboard. It would be greatly beneficial to the Celestial Court. Of course, during this process, Star Constellation chessboard would definitely be damaged. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be injured. But how much damage? According to Fang Yuan's deductions, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could endure it. Thus Fang Yuan did not attack. Instead, he directly retreated into the 5 restriction dark light chi. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Fang Yuan's actions were within her expectations. Information about the Danghun Luo Pasil had already been transmitted from the Gate of Life and Death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was slightly disappointed that Fang Yuan did not use such a method. However, retreating into 5 restriction profound light chi made it easier for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to use her next move. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave a light shout. Hundreds of straight starry paths started to twist and turn like water ripples. They quickly gathered and formed into a blue ball of threads that enveloped all of the 5 restriction profound light chi and even Fang Yuan. For a moment, Fang Yuan was sealed. The 5 restriction profound light chi continued to spread, but the space within the azure sphere was vast, and it would take a long time to completely fill it up. What a good response, Fang Yuan praised in his mind. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method was undoubtedly using Wisdom Path and Star Path to imitate Space Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not unravel 5 restriction profound light chi, but she found a way to suppress it. This response was extremely ingenious. Not only did he manage to use the Constellation chessboard formation to its fullest potential, but he also used a superb technique like Dao embroidery. Fang Yuan was trapped here, but he wasn't worried. He was waiting for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's performance. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was extremely shrewd. He definitely understood the weakness of the Celestial Court and the advantage of the Alliance army. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a risk to deal with Fang Yuan, which meant that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could do something. On the other hand, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan could make some small moves. Although these small moves were small, they would definitely make Star Constellation Immortal Venerable feel very uncomfortable. If he did not deal with them immediately, these small moves would become a huge bargaining chip to suppress the Celestial Court. Sure enough, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted loudly, sending out a huge wave of golden light that pushed Book Mountain aside and charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Book Mountain shook and flew away like a meteor. Zhou Xiongxan, who was on the mountain, had already turned into meat paste. This was the price he had to pay to control Book Mountain with his life on the line. This rank 8 expert used all his strength, but he could only obstruct Immortal Zombie Giant Sun for a few breaths of time. This was after he borrowed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method, and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was still restraining his strength, wary of limitless formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun obtained a rare moment of free time. He immediately started to prepare a method. This opportunity did not come easily. He had just fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Both sides had attacked too frequently. He had not found such an opportunity. However, at the next moment, I have finally waited for this killer move. Golden Hooped Immortal King suddenly appeared. Giant Sun Immortal, you deceived me. I invited your Celestial Court as a guest, but you took the chance to make arrangements, causing Celestial Court's headquarters to be ambushed by your Longevity Heaven during the Fate War. As soon as he said that, Golden Hooped Immortal King dissipated his cultivation and life, just to activate a killer move. Profound light shone down and landed on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's forehead, turning into a golden hoop. The golden hoop bound immortal zombie giant sun's forehead, causing his mind and body to become slightly sluggish. A female immortal immediately appeared behind immortal zombie giant Sunday. Was Qin Ding Ling. Giant Sun, I will return all the humiliation you gave me to you now. Qin Ding Ling shouted as she slapped with both palms, hitting immortal zombie giant Sun's back. Immortal killer move, luck gamble. In Qin Ding Ling's phantom aperture, a black and white dice-like goo worm spun rapidly before coming to a stop. Immortal zombie giant Sun, 3 points. The dice-like goo worm spun again before coming to a stop, revealing the number at the top. Qin Ding Ling, 5 points. Rumble. In an instant, immortal zombie giant Sun's majestic luck flowed towards Qin Ding Ling. Qin Ding Ling's body shook intensely, her face was flushed, her teeth chattered, she could only endure it with all her strength, she had no battle strength at all. Back then, when I forcefully took Crazed Demon Cave's thieving heaven true inheritance, a mysterious goo worm flew out, I did not have time to collect it. It seems that you succeeded in the end. Immortal zombie giant Sun realized at once. Qin Ding Ling was sweating profusely, she received a huge amount of luck while replying hatefully, in order to deal with you, I gave up on Metal Path and sealed myself in the golden coffin. I buried myself deep in the earth vein and went into closed cultivation to comprehend luck path. Over 300,000 years later, one day the golden coffin fell into a hidden area and this gambling goo was attracted by me. From that moment, I understood that this was the backlash of you forcefully taking thieving heaven's true inheritance. It was also a fortuitous encounter for me, Qin Ding Ling, to take revenge on you. Gamble, gamble, let's gamble with our lives. Immortal zombie giant Sun's body shrouded in golden light rapidly dimmed down. Immortal zombie giant Sun's expression turned solemn. His combat system was rooted in a strong positive luck. He had all kinds of killer moves to help him maintain the positive and strong nature of his luck. For example, the unforeseen calamity killer move he used in the Door of Life and Death was to pluck out his misfortune luck to deal with the enemy. Although it caused a temporary decrease in the scale of his luck, it would quickly recover with other luck path methods, and overall, it was more inclined towards positive. Once immortal zombie giant Sun's positive luck was stronger than the enemy's, then according to the difference, his defense, offense, healing and other abilities would rise accordingly. In short, he would be above the enemy. Originally, all of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's methods were powerful and exquisite. With the support of such a combat system, Giant Sun Immortal was in an invincible position. His luck path methods had not been widely spread, how could other Goo Immortals have the ability to snatch his luck? Most Goo Immortals' luck would fall to rock bottom in the first dozen or so rounds. Giant Sun Immortal's battle strength continued to rise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun might be in a deadlock with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but in fact he had already accumulated a huge advantage in terms of luck. At the final juncture, when the Crazed Demon formation stopped working and the Eternal Life research results appeared, without limitless retaliation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would be able to erupt with strength. But now Qin Ding Ling had secretly dug up his foundation. Qin Ding Ling had almost completed a miracle. Just by gambling goo, thieving heaven demon Venerable's retaliation could not achieve this. Just by relying on Qin Ding Ling she could not achieve this. In fact, just by relying on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements and schemes, she could not dig up Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's foundation. But with the combination of the three, a miraculous result was achieved. In an instant, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun activated his killer move, thoughts surged in his mind and collided rapidly. I fell for Star Constellation's scheme. She had already prepared this trump card to deal with me, but she never had a chance. Fang Yuan activated 5 restriction profound light chi and gave her a chance. She purposely left to deal with Fang Yuan, even abandoning Book Mountain for the time being. In fact, she wanted to give me a weakness. She succeeded in the end. Book Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes, it was just a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. In fact, many members of the Celestial Court were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's chess pieces in this Star Constellation chessboard formation. In fact, Fang Yuan was even used by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to lure Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Just like how Immortal Zombie Giant Sun viewed the Celestial Court as a great enemy, the Celestial Court also viewed Longevity Heaven as a great threat to Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan was very strong, he even destroyed Fate Gu. But he was chosen and taken care of by Providence, and also received the support of past venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal arranged for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a chess piece. Even if Fang Yuan was ambitious and wanted to become a refinement path venerable, turning from a chess piece to a chess player, now that primordial domain was destroyed, how could he become a refinement path demon venerable? Without becoming a venerable, no matter how many Dao marks he had, he would only be a pseudo-venerable. Meanwhile, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already returned to Dao Lord level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable abandoned Fang Yuan and returned to battle Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Go! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable pointed at Qin Ding Ling and activated Star Constellation chessboard formation. As a chess piece, Qin Ding Ling immediately vanished on the spot, instantly appearing at the edge of the battlefield. The killer move Luck Gamble was completed. Qin Ding Ling became the key to this battle. Luck Gamble. Qin Ding Ling recovered and activated the killer move again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, 3 points. Qin Ding Ling, 2 points. Rumble. This time, Qin Ding Ling's luck surged out and instilled it into Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. The power of Luck Gamble was like this, it could not be controlled by anyone. Points determined victory, but the appearance of points was completely random. Qin Ding Ling could not influence it as the owner. Chapter 22-24. This was the gamble goo that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable refined. In order to refine this goo, he had cut off his theft path Dao marks. Gamble goo's result was random, it could not be influenced by humans. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was special, he was an otherworldly demon with Dao marks from another world. Thieving Heaven Space was established from the otherworld space path Dao marks on his body, then Gamble goo originated from the theft path Dao marks on his body. Gamble goo itself had no killing power no matter what the result was, it would just be a joke. But the Gamble Luck killer move that used this as the core was extremely risky, the result could not be controlled. It could suddenly succeed or fail, it could not be predicted. But because of this characteristic, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck could not interfere with it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Qin Ding Ling's luck were equal. Last time Qin Ding Ling won the bet. This time Immortal Zombie Giant Sun won. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not have a smile on his face. Because regardless of whether she won or lost, Qin Ding Ling would definitely profit. What? This was because she had to delve into the profundities of luck path. Luck was divided into 2 types, good luck and bad luck. And the scale of luck varied from person to person. In general, the higher the cultivation level, the larger the luck. Comparing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Qin Ding Ling's luck. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck was extremely huge, he was at Dao Lord level. Bad luck was rare, good luck was the majority. But Qin Ding Ling? Qin Ding Ling's luck was far smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's, bad luck was the majority, good luck was rare. Qin Ding Ling was only a rank 8 expert, her luck was naturally smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Luck was a variable. She had to deal with a strong enemy like Immortal Zombie Giant Sun now, everyone's luck would affect each other, even if one had good luck, it would be affected and turn into bad luck. Thus, firstly, Qin Ding Ling's luck was much smaller than her opponent's, she was gambling with luck, this was a huge advantage. Secondly, Qin Ding Ling had a lot of bad luck, if she lost to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, it would also affect his luck. The foundation of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's combat system was a strong positive luck. There were 2 key points. One was that the amount of providence needed to be massive, and the other was that it had to be positive. In other words, the more good luck there was, the better. If Luck Gamble Killer moved Qin Ding Ling won more than she lost, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck would fall greatly. If Qin Ding Ling won less and lost more, even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun obtained Qin Ding Ling's luck, it would be mixed with a lot of bad luck. In this situation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fell into a dilemma. He had a lot of methods to turn his own bad luck into good luck. But during this process, not only would he expend immortal essence and mental energy, he would also have to sacrifice a lot of battle opportunities in the battle against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. What was worse was that once he turned bad luck into good luck, he would lose to Qin Ding Ling in the next gamble. What would he do then? Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? Bang bang bang. The continuous explosions destroyed another 30+ truthful floating ice pieces in the Crazed Demon formation. The Crazed Demon array only had 10% or so left. The power of the Crazed Demon formation continued to weaken, and only about 40% of the world in the 8th level was left. Everything was being used to fuel the central ice flow. The three crazed demon eccentrics continued to sculpt in the truthful floating ice, their expressions becoming more and more fanatical. Limitless counterpower was undoubtedly from the crazed demon formation. If not for this, star constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would have already destroyed the source of limitless counterpower. So, Limitless Demon Venerable had purposely set it up as one in the past to make people hesitate in taking action. If they wanted the eternal life research results, then they would have to face the threat of the counter and feint restrictions. Thus, as the crazed demon formation continued to weaken, the upper limit of the Gu Immortals fighting would also continue to rise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's methods were getting stronger. However, star constellation Immortal Venerable had also increased the power of her methods. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was dragged down by Qin Ding Ling. He inevitably fell into a disadvantage. We need to kill Qin Ding Ling. This was a consensus. Not only Immortal Zombie Giant Sun himself had tried, the other pseudo-venerables also made their moves. But this was star constellation chessboard formation. Since star constellation Immortal Venerable had painstakingly plotted against Giant Sun Immortal and succeeded, how could she let Qin Ding Ling be easily attacked? The situation is bad. We need to reinforce Giant Sun Immortal. To reinforce Giant Sun, we need to kill Qin Ding Ling. At the very least, we need to disturb her and break that killer move of hers. But star constellation chessboard formation can allow her to teleport instantly, so we need to destroy this formation. After going around in circles, everything had returned to the starting point. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Flying stars shot out one after another, breaking the protective golden light and forcing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun to retreat repeatedly. He spat out a mouthful of cold dark zombie blood. Starlight shone on his chest. No matter how the golden light spread, the starlight was still shining brightly. It showed how severe his injuries were. Because of Qin Ding Ling's obstruction, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's battle strength had fallen sharply. After fighting with star constellation Immortal Venerable for a while, he actually showed signs of losing. Seeing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun spitting out blood, the expressions of Lu Weiyin and the rest changed greatly. Was the battle between two venerables going to end with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's defeat? All sorts of battle situations had already shown that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had always been the strongest battle strength in the Alliance army, followed by Guiyue and Fang Yuan. If Immortal Zombie Giant Sun lost, then the Alliance would suffer a crushing defeat. However, no matter how much Lu Weiyin and the rest did not want this to happen, they knew that it was normal for star constellation Immortal Venerable to have such an advantage. A battle between Gu Immortals had many influences. First was the cultivation rank and the number of Dao marks. In this aspect, star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were evenly matched. Second was the storage of Immortal Essence and Immortal Gu. The difference between the two sides was not big. Third was battle experience. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were equally matched. Fourth was whether the surrounding environment could be used properly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was indeed superior to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, at least for now it was true. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had used Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Savage Wilderness Great World to forcefully obtain Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Afterwards, he quickly cooperated with Fang Yuan to destroy Primordial Domain and explore the crazed demon formation and the Door of Life and Death with Fang Yuan. Meanwhile, star constellation Immortal Venerable switched battles, ingeniously using Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, Crazed Demon Formation, Immortal Graveyard, Door of Life and Death, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Green Lotus Great World, Star Constellation Chessboard, and limitless countermeasures. Fifth was her combat methods. Gu formations, battlefield killer moves, Gu houses and other forms of killer moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were outstanding. It was hard to determine who was superior. Sixth was her combat system. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system had an extremely fierce follow-up, but it was miraculously resolved by Qin Ding Ling. Meanwhile, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had an outstanding combat system that had been displaying its effects all along. This combat system was the combination of Ming Hao, Yu Xiu and Feng Ye's combat systems. In terms of offense, it was mainly Fairy Ming Hao's Flying Star killer move. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had their own advantages and often used killer moves that were far more exquisite than ordinary ones. These killer moves often contained more Gu worms, had more complicated steps, and were more difficult to activate. Only Wisdom Path Gu immortals with extraordinary scheming could control them well. But in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system, the offensive aspect was almost exclusively this Flying Star Killer move. It could be said to be extremely lacking and monotonous. Was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally abandoning her clear advantage in Wisdom Path? That was not the case. First of all, Flying Star Killer move might be simple, but it was not. If it was used repeatedly, it would be a chain of moves, each move would be a consecutive move. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had been hit by many flying stars. By now, the damage caused by the flying stars had already risen to a level where he was heavily injured. Secondly, the lack of offense was due to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's ingenuity. In terms of the combat system as a whole, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had diverted her scheming ability from the offensive aspect and placed it into herself, allowing her to maintain a precise grasp of the battle situation at all times. Precisely because of this level of confidence, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used the surrounding resources to the extreme, defeating the strong with the weak. Facing the powerful allied army, she actually led the Celestial Court towards victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system could also use attainment level to suppress the enemy and use emotions to disturb the opponent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was one of the victims. When Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, they were evenly matched in many aspects. However, once they entered a deadlock, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system would be obstructed, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system would continue to be maintained, and her advantage would continue to accumulate. Each of these advantages was very small, but when accumulated, they eventually led to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's defeat. Feng Yuan, this is the time to fight with your life on the line. Why are you still hesitating? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly turned around and shot towards the azure thread. Luck Path Killer moves erupted like rain, attempting to break the thread and free Feng Yuan. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared for this reaction. She immediately made a move. Star shadows flickered as Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suffered another heavy blow. The killer move he had activated earlier also dissipated halfway. We need to reinforce Feng Yuan. We need Feng Yuan to reinforce Giant Sun Immortal. Lu Weiyin shouted. Paradise Earth sighed. Sigh, if only my great tomb was not destroyed and I had venerable cultivation level, I would be able to resolve this predicament. These damn scums. Jean Budu's iron fists swept out, killing another member of the Celestial Court. However, these Celestial Court Gu immortals would revive soon. There was no way to kill them all. And Jean Budu still had Qi Si Ancestor behind him. Half of limitless chains on Qi Si Ancestor's body had already dissipated. On one hand, there were other Gu immortals helping him. On the other hand, the crazed demon formation had shrunk. The Gu immortals' upper limit was continuously increasing. Their tolerance towards Hu elevation killer move had also increased. However, Qi Si Ancestor still did not have the strength to protect himself. He needed Jean Budu's protection at all times. Everyone protect me. Paradise Earth shouted as he retreated to the center. The immortals protected him. Paradise Earth obtained a precious opportunity and quickly used a killer move. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. A mysterious aura quickly spread out from his body, like a wave of air, directly rushing towards the azure ball of light. This killer move was too amazing. It could restore the world to its normal state. It was the best counter to battlefield killer moves. It was also the best time to use it to resolve the situation. The azure thread was already enduring Feng Yuan's pressure. Now that it was attacked by the killer move Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm, it immediately collapsed. Feng Yuan roared and flew out like a fierce tiger that had escaped its cage. Paradise Earth, I hope you can lend me a hand. Feng Yuan said as a rainbow mixed light flew out, bringing Paradise Earth along as it charged towards Qin Ding Ling. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. Paradise Earth took a deep breath and used the killer move. His 7 orifices were bleeding, his face was pale as paper. Formless air waves rushed out. Wherever they went, the starry paths collapsed and turned back into nothingness. Without the starry paths, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could no longer teleport Qin Ding Ling. Her eyes flashed with cold light. She immediately gave up on saving Qin Ding Ling and attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Feng Yuan misled me. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun growled as he was hit. His chest was damaged and his soul was heavily injured. At this time, Qin Ding Ling was successfully killed by Feng Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not turn the situation around in time. Thousands of stardust flew over, most of them were destroyed by him, but hundreds still hit his immortal zombie body. The starlight accumulated in immortal zombie giant sun's injuries were already as dense as fire. At this moment, immortal zombie giant sun was on the verge of death, his life was in danger. Star constellation immortal venerable continued to attack without mercy. The final fatal blow. Chapter 22-25. Northern Plains. Chu clan's headquarters, blessed land. Is First Supreme Elder still in closed cultivation? Today is the day of the battle. Chou Lao Wu rubbed his hands. He was thin and had a slightly hunched back. He had a bitter expression to begin with, but now he showed a worried expression, making him look even more miserable. Don't worry, since First Supreme Elder agreed to Black Moon's challenge, why would he run away? We just have to wait patiently. Hao Zhen was leaning on the wall with his arms crossed, his expression solemn. He had a middle-aged appearance, he had a beard and a muscular body. He was good friends with Chou Lao Wu. The two of them had a signature killer move called Wind Thunder Roar. Precisely because of this, Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen were called Wind Thunder Demons. After joining Chu Du, they were the strongest in Chu clan, second only to Chu Du. Actually, it is not impossible to avoid the battle. At the other side, Great Immortal Wang suddenly said in a low voice. He was short, had small triangular eyes and a red nose. He was a transformation path Gu Immortal, specialized in transforming into dogs. What did you say? Hao Zhen was enraged. He quickly walked towards Great Immortal Wang and stared at him angrily, growling, "How can First Supreme Elder avoid the battle? He is the great Chu Du. Do you want First Supreme Elder's reputation to go down the drain?" Saying so, Hao Zhen stretched out his hands and grabbed Great Immortal Wang's collar, lifting him up into the air. Great Immortal Wang was also furious, shouting, "Let go! You barbarian, if you don't let go, don't blame me for using my killer move." Seeing that trouble was about to happen, Chou Lao Wu quickly pulled Hao Zhen back, while Li Si-chun also supported Great Immortal Wang. Li Si-chun had a square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, a tall nose bridge and thick black chest hair was exposed. He was clearly a male but wore a flowery dress. He pinched his middle finger and said in a sweet voice, Aya, can you guys stop messing around? I'm already very irritated. If you guys continue to fight, our Chu clan will really be in danger." Great Immortal Wang snorted coldly, shaking off Li Si-chun's hand. "This is our Chu clan's crisis. We need to be careful when dealing with it. If the First Supreme Elder is still alone, then whether or not he accepts the challenge has nothing to do with us. But he is not now. He is the First Supreme Elder of our Chu clan. Do you know what will happen if he loses? Barbarian." Hao Zhen snorted coldly but did not reply. That was because he knew that Deity Wang wasn't lying. Chu Du had originally founded the Chu sect as a sect. The method he used was to invite the immortals to deal with Heavenly Lord Baizu, but later he allied with Heavenly Lord Baizu and coerced these Gu immortals into establishing Chu sect. His methods could be said to be able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. After establishing the Chu sect, Chu Du quickly subdued everyone with his charisma and methods. However, good times didn't last long. Due to the pressure from Longevity Heaven and the Golden Tribes, Chu Du had no choice but to change the Chu sect into the Chu family. Thus, Chu Du took in all the strength path Gu immortals he had nurtured as his foster children. He abolished the sect system and used the clan system to govern. Even so, because Chu Du didn't have any children, the Chu family was still mistrusted and suppressed. Because of this, Chu Du took the initiative to participate in the Fate War to stabilize the Chu clan. Now the situation had changed again. Fate Gu was destroyed, Giant Sun Immortals revival was getting more and more rumors were spreading. Longevity Heaven issued the Longevity Order, mobilizing Northern Plains' righteous path to forcefully recruit lone cultivators and demonic immortals, attempting to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Lone cultivators and demonic immortals were very opposed to this. They were very disgusted with the Huangjin tribes. This way Baizu tribe and Chu tribe were very attractive. Many Gu immortals were alone. Due to the pressure, they would rather join Chu tribe or Baizu tribe than join the Huangjin tribes. Chu Du was a lone cultivator. Baizu tribe's Heavenly Lord Baizu was the same. These two tribes benefited from this and expanded greatly. Because of that, Longevity Heaven gave him a secret warning. "Sai, why did this fairy Black Moon suddenly appear? This person's origin is mysterious. She seems to have popped out of a rock. We still can't find out anything about her." Northern Plains is such a huge place, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers, it isn't strange for Fairy Black Moon to appear. But she actually challenged our first Supreme Elder, she is simply asking to be humiliated. Not necessarily. Objectively speaking, this person's strength was indeed terrifying. Ever since she entered the world, she has challenged all sorts of experts without losing a single battle, her battle strength is extremely high. In the most recent battle, even Liu Chang was defeated. In almost every battle, Fairy Black Moon has a brand new method that makes people's eyes light up. That totem killer move of hers is her trump card. According to rumors, she is likely to be Reckless Savage's inheritor. Chou Lao Wu, Li Si-chun and the rest discussed. Right now, He Lolan's reputation was huge, she won consecutively, displaying peak rank 7 battle strength that could rival rank 8. And because of the rumors of her being Reckless Savage's inheritor, she suppressed Chu Du. I have already seen through a person like Fairy Black Moon. She is very ambitious, she gathered many people around her and challenged others to gain fame. At this moment she is already the symbol of the demonic path and lone cultivators. It is inevitable that she will challenge Lord Chu Du even if she does not challenge him now, she will do so sooner or later. Because once she wins, her reputation will increase by at least twofold, she will be able to rally all the lone and demonic immortals in Northern Plains. Hao Jin analyzed. Under pressure, the demonic immortals and lone cultivators who were willing to join Northern Plains' righteous path had basically all done so. The rest were all stubborn people. Unfortunately, these stubborn people all had their own capabilities. After all, without strength they had no qualifications to be stubborn. And in the hearts of these stubborn people, Chu Du had established a righteous path tribe and was on the same side as the Huangjin tribes, even participating in the Fate War. He was clearly a lackey of Longevity Heaven, he was even more hateful than the Huangjin tribes. If Fairy Black Moon defeated Chu Du, she would definitely win the hearts of the people, her gains would be much greater than defeating Liu Chang. In contrast, Chu tribe was originally suppressed by Longevity Heaven, they were all relying on Chu Du to support them. Chu tribe did not have any bloodline connections, the sect system could not be established openly, it was mostly maintained by Chu Du's charisma. Chu Du was the soul of Chu tribe, once he fell, Chu tribe would definitely suffer heavy losses, their development would be severely hindered, they would rapidly decline and lose the hearts of the people. Chou Lao Wu and the others were all worried, they had already become the backbone of Chu tribe, they were the ones who enjoyed the benefits. They did not want Chu tribe to decline. Sigh, if we can get Fang Yuan to help, that would be great. Li Si-chun sighed. Great Immortal Wang however shook his head, no, the risk is too great. Lord Fang Yuan's demonic might is indeed outstanding, Longevity Heaven can only endure it. But what if Giant Sun Immortal revives in the future? Fang Yuan might be strong but he is not the match of a venerable. What we are doing now is very straightforward. But it is a foolish move to cut off our ties with Northern Plains' righteous path. Quiet. They are here. Chou Lao Wu suddenly reminded. This wave of Gu immortals came at once. Half of them were Chu Du's adopted sons, they cultivated strength path and had average cultivation level. The rest were the lone immortals and demonic cultivators that Chu tribe had taken in recently. Although their strength was higher than the adopted sons, because their loyalty could not be verified, it was quite troublesome to use them. May I ask 4 external elders, where is Lord Father? Where is First Supreme Elder? It is already so late, why has First Supreme Elder not appeared yet? These people asked one after another. Who asked you to come? Hao Jin stood up, Chou Lao Wu, Great Immortal Wang, and Li Si-chun stood behind him, coldly looking at these people. At this moment, the 4 immortals suppressed their internal conflicts and became one, advancing and retreating together. External elders, please don't blame us, we are really worried about Father's safety. That's right, since we joined Chu tribe, Lord Chu Du is our leader, is it wrong for us to be concerned? The voices became noisy again. Everyone's anxiety could be seen clearly. Hao Jun was about to berate them, but at this moment an aura appeared, the immortals turned around. The closed cultivation room's copper door opened. Chu Du slowly walked out with an indifferent expression. First Supreme Elder. Lord Father. Chu Du nodded slowly. He looked around and said with a smile, since you're all here, you might as well come and support me. Chu Du's heart was heavy. The actual situation was far more serious than what Li Si-chun and the rest had discussed. These itinerant immortals and fiendish cultivators who joined recently were all fence-sitters, and some were even spies. Although the adopted sons were respectful and humble, in fact they had long been resentful towards Chu Du on one hand, They blamed Chu Du for grooming them to become strength path cultivators. Their future was uncertain. On the other hand, Chu Du used them to absorb reckless savages' true meaning, causing them to suffer great losses. Chu Du knew, the Chu tribe seemed to be united, but in fact, it was already at the juncture of prosperity and decline. If they could pass this battle with Fairy Black Moon, the Chu tribe could still maintain its original state. If not, Chu Du would be defeated, then the Chu tribe would definitely decline, and they would be looked down upon by others. No one would join them, and they would become weaker and weaker, eventually becoming cannon fodder in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Lord, with so many people going, how are we going to guard our territory? Chou Lao Wu asked. Chu Du waved his sleeves, saying casually, no matter. How many resource points do we have that are of real value? As for our headquarters, we need a Gu Immortal to guard it. Let's draw straws to decide. Although Chu tribe was established, it controlled few resource points and their quality was poor. It could be said that they lacked resources and could not develop. Like this, after choosing a few unlucky fellows to stay behind, Chu Du brought almost all the Chu tribe Gu Immortals and went to the battle location. Chu Du was not flustered, he slowly moved forward. Along the way, Gu Immortals from Huang Jin tribes appeared and joined Chu Du's group. Although these Gu Immortals secretly ostracized Chu tribe and Baizu tribe, they were on the same side as Fairy Black Moon and the rest. They naturally stood on Chu Du's side. Halfway through the journey, Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared. Chu Du let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 22-26. Even though it was only a clone of Heavenly Lord Baizu, he was a rank 8, the immortals quickly greeted him. Chu Du was quite satisfied. Even though Heavenly Lord Baizu did not come to help him, Chu Du knew that Heavenly Lord Baizu had an amazing method to instantly switch locations with his clone. Thus, with this clone around, it was no different from Heavenly Lord Baizu himself. At this crucial moment, only Heavenly Lord Baizu could be relied on for Chu Du. Heavenly Lord Baizu had been paying close attention to the battle between Chu Du and Fairy Black Moon. After all, Longevity Heaven was above, the Huangjin tribes were all around, Baizu tribe and Chu tribe were in the same boat. However, he had important matters to attend to now. Naturally, only the Longevity Heaven could summon him. Right now, Heavenly Lord Baizu was inside Longevity Heaven. Beside him was the current Longevity Heaven's South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. Seeing that Heavenly Lord Baizu was in a daze, Yao Huang understood and smiled. Baizu, who do you think will be the final winner between Chu Du and Black Moon? Heavenly Lord Baizu came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. From my perspective, I hope that Chu Du can win. But Fairy Black Moon is not to be underestimated, her strength is unfathomable. This will definitely be a fierce battle. Lord Baizu is right. Both cultivate strength path, one has been famous for a long time while the other has just risen to fame. It is hard to tell who is stronger. Only a true contest can determine the victor. That Fairy Black Moon seems to have inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Her strength path attainment is extraordinary. But in my opinion, Chu Du has a higher chance of winning. After all, he is a legendary character who once forced the whole of Lu tribe. Once he said that, a Lu tribe Gu Immortal snorted coldly with an unhappy expression. A large number of Gu Immortals gathered around Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang. They were all from the Huangjin tribes. The Gu Immortals discussed for a while when 5 Elements Grandmaster flew over. All right, the formation is ready, please enter. In front of the Immortals, a formation was already set up. Beautiful blood-colored patterns could be seen everywhere. The Huangjin tribe Gu Immortals stopped talking and entered the formation, including the He tribe Gu Immortals led by Heavenly Lord Baizu. Soon, only Heavenly Lord Baizu and Drug Emperor were left at the edge of the array. The Medicine Sovereign stared at the grand formation as he suddenly spoke. It would be fine if Chu Du wins. But if he loses, I'm afraid the Black Moon Immortal sect would truly rise in power. Fellow Immortal Baizu, have you secretly supported fellow Immortal Chu Du? Heavenly Lord Baizu shook his head. To tell you the truth, I once suggested it to him, but he rejected me. He only wanted to use his strength path attainment to welcome this battle. In his heart, this battle of strength has an unusual meaning. The Medicine Sovereign remained silent as he smiled in his heart. Chu Du will definitely lose. He Lulan was nurtured by the ancestor, she had outstanding strength, and with the help of Effort Gu, her cultivation level and killer moves improved rapidly. On the other hand, He Lulan already knew about Chu Du. If He Lulan wins this battle, she will become a prominent figure in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Her every move will be an indicator for lone cultivators and demonic immortals. Right at this time, the sky in longevity heaven suddenly changed as an alarm rang. This was the agreed signal. Why is it so early? Yao Huang's expression changed as he shouted, "Quickly activate the formation." Even without his reminder, 5 Elements Grandmaster controlling the formation had already activated the formation. The formation rumbled as blood-red light shone brightly. The Gu immortals in the formation cores shook slightly, their expressions distorted as a large amount of blood was extracted from their bodies, their strength and cultivation level fell rapidly. This formation was a rank 8 Blood Path Immortal formation. The Blood Path Immortal formation condensed a mystical force that quickly vanished into the formation, being transmitted to a mysterious place. At this moment, Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer, inside Star Constellation Chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used a fatal blow. Whoosh! The heavily injured and dying Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's body suddenly burned with blood-red flames. Inside Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's immortal aperture, countless goo worms shone brightly as they flew around, forming a killer move that drew in the blood path divine might from longevity heaven. Among them, Familial Affection Goo was the first core while Imitation Goo was the second core. Right now, Imitation Goo had already turned into a blood relation bone, acting as the second core. The blood path divine might quickly spread throughout Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's body. The cold Immortal Zombie black blood started to boil like boiling water. A smear of golden light blossomed from the black blood. Soon after, the golden light spread out like flowing water. After a few breaths of time, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's blood had turned golden. His withered skin that resembled the black bark of a withered tree quickly regained its white luster. A head of needle-like hair grew rapidly and extended to his shoulders. At first, his pupils were dim and lifeless, but now they were bright and radiating golden light. His whole body also started to grow taller. His slightly hunched back was now puffing out his chest. His muscles bulged as he turned into an imposing middle-aged man. Boom! Blood-colored light spread out as winds and clouds surged. Giant Sun Immortal had completely revived. The entire revival process was extremely short. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found that she could not break Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's blood light defense, and there was even a faint hint of a trap on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's body, so she decided to watch from the sidelines. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was deep. As expected, Blood Sea Ancestor is your clone. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Star Constellation, you cultivate Wisdom Path with Star Path as a secondary path. Genesis Lotus cultivates Wood Path with Painting Path as a secondary path. Thieving Heaven cultivates Theft Path with Space Path as a secondary path. Such a combination is very suitable for venerables to fight. Blood Path is my choice. It is just that the time was not right when I was alive. Years after my death, there was enough foundation for the Blood Sea clone that I left behind to create Blood Path. Celestial Court also has many geniuses. First, there was Gu Immortal Fei Shuang and Ning Shui who chased after my Blood Sea clone. Then, there was Refinement Path Great Grandmaster Lianshan who refined Blood Relation Immortal Gu, almost ruining my plan. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. During the time when Blood Sea Ancestor died, Celestial Court had already sensed something fishy. Thus, they created Demon Judgment Board to suppress Blood Path. Even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun succeeded in reviving, his Blood Path's development was severely hindered. It did not develop into a mainstream path and was always treated like a rat on the street. Even if the super forces researched it, they did it behind closed doors. Giant Sun Immortal's original plan was to keep Luck Path a secret and use the strength of everyone in the world to perfect Blood Path. But in the end, Blood Path was obstructed. If Blood Path was flourishing, Giant Sun Immortal's strength would have risen even more. Forget it, nothing goes according to one's wishes. Giant Sun Immortal sighed, his gaze went past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, passing through the formation and looking into the distance. Inside the Crazed Demon formation, there was not much truthful floating ice left. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression as she collected her thoughts. The resurrected Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were all healed. Even though his battle strength had not returned to his previous life's peak state, he was already on par with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Qin Ding Ling was still resurrecting. Luck gambling had already been used once. Giant Sun Immortal was prepared for it. It would be hard to use it again. The The following battle between Star Constellation and Giant Sun was bound to be a battle of life and death that was hard to control. But even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt troubled if she really had to go all out. Because the current situation was not simple, she had many worries. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly sighed. Star Constellation, the eternal life research results are right in front of us, but let's postpone our fight for the time being. Why don't we work together and get rid of these irrelevant people? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was stunned before nodding with a smile. This is a good idea, it should be done. These two venerables were still fighting a battle of life and death a moment ago, but now they were working together. Undoubtedly this was a wise move. When two tigers fought, it would not be good for others to take advantage of them. Thus, the wise Star Constellation and Giant Sun would naturally get rid of those weaklings first. Boom. Giant Sun Immortal charged at Fang Yuan. Countless golden rays shot towards Fang Yuan like spears and swords. This was Giant Sun Immortal's sincerity towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan and Paradise Earth were together, they had just killed Qin Dingling not long ago. You defend, I will attack. Fang Yuan called out to Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth hesitated for a moment before nodding. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Web Extension. A pure white web of light appeared again. The heavenly web was untainted by even a speck of dust. The hole was like an elephant, it did not leak through. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's 10,000 rays of golden light were all blocked by the heavenly net. This was the void, there was no luck path Dao mark amplification from the outside world, Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. In turn there was limitless counters restriction. It was not like the Door of Life and Death where Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained a vast number of soul path Dao marks and could attack with his full strength without any reservations. 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi. Fang Yuan attacked from the back, the 5-colored smoke spread rapidly. Giant Sun Immortal did not slow down, he did not dodge or evade, he continued to charge forward. A layer of golden light flowed continuously on the surface of his body. Giant Sun Immortal charged into the 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, the 5-colored smoke flowed away from his body. Giant Sun Immortal got close to Fang Yuan, he suddenly used another move. A golden hand rapidly flew out, grabbing at the sky above Fang Yuan's head. The giant hand wanted to plunder Fang Yuan's luck, but at the next moment, Cooking Luck Pot revealed itself and shook fiercely, blocking the giant hand. Giant Sun Immortal used another move, the giant golden hand was strengthened and its strength rose sharply. But this time, when it tried to grab it forcefully, Cooking Luck Pot's resistance was even stronger, the giant hand was directly repelled. Giant Sun Immortal already knew that Fang Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot, and it was not weak at all. But this probing still made him secretly moved. How many rank 8 Immortal Goo did this Fang Yuan use to raise this Cooking Luck Pot to this extent? Even Giant Sun Immortal felt troubled at this moment. Fang Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot's protection. Most of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path methods could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, Goo Immortals could not fight against Giant Sun Immortal because they could not defend against Giant Sun Immortal's luck path methods. Once Giant Sun Immortal targeted their luck, they could not resist much and the effect would be very low. But Fang Yuan's current situation was completely different. Chapter 22-27. Giant Sun Immortal's attack was obstructed. Fang Yuan took the chance to counterattack, but right at this time, a starlight shot over at lightning speed, hitting Fang Yuan's forehead. Fang Yuan's head was slightly tilted back from the attack. Seeing that his defensive methods were weakened by 30%, he quickly moved around casually, moving around continuously. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew over and cooperated with Giant Sun Immortal to attack Fang Yuan from another direction. At once, Fang Yuan faced the combined attacks of 2 venerables. The immortals present were tongue-tied. No matter how strong Fang Yuan was, how could he be worthy of being targeted by 2 venerables? But thinking about it, everyone started to understand. After all, among all the pseudo-venerables in the battlefield, Fang Yuan was the biggest threat. Other than Fang Yuan's main body, Qi Si Ancestor and Zhan Budu were also Fang Yuan's clones. Thus he had the biggest force. And Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who seemed to be alone, had already cooperated with Fang Yuan for a long time during the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan. The pressure increased, Fang Yuan focused on dodging, while resisting the attacks of the 2 venerables, he shouted to Paradise Earth's immortals, "We need to work together, we need to be united." Otherwise, with the eternal life research results in front of us, the two venerables will not let us take advantage of them easily. They will definitely get rid of us first. Without much hesitation, Xin Shang, Paradise Earth, Demon Immortal Qiju, and the rest shouted and attacked. But even with their efforts, they could not relieve the pressure on Fang Yuan's shoulders. Inside Star Constellation chessboard formation, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals fought desperately against Xin Shang and the other pseudo-venerables. Even if they sacrificed their lives, they did not hesitate. Fang Yuan gradually started to escape. He became more and more passive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly activated Star Constellation chessboard formation to slow down Fang Yuan's flying speed. Giant Sun Immortal took the chance to attack. A golden light shot out from his hand. Fang Yuan could not dodge. He was hit by the golden light. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to use a famous defensive method. A long robe instantly appeared on his body. His long sleeves fluttered in the wind as white as snow. The robe's surface rippled. It was actually the image of the reverse flow river flowing slowly. Not only that, but the surface of the robe was also shrouded in a faint mist. Another streak of rainbow light, azure and pure, curved like a ribbon on a celestial robe. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, the nape of his neck, and circled around his waist. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The countercurrent protection seal was not just for show. It immediately reflected the giant Sun Immortal's golden light, as well as the flying stars that came after it. Fang Yuan finally got a chance to catch his breath. He didn't dare to be negligent. He spread his fingers wide. His left hand released 5-colored smoke. It was the killer move 5 restriction profound light chi. His right hand also opened up and pressed on the star path. It was a sinister and vicious compound killing move called corrosive ash. This move contained the profundities of wood path, poison path, dark path and fire path. It could corrode everything and cause severe internal damage. The longer it dragged on, the more intense the damage would be. Even if he stopped this killer move, there would still be continuous damage, just that the damage would gradually decrease. Fang Yuan had once tried this move on an immemorial year beast. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan stopped this killer move. But the immemorial year beast that was hit howled for 3 days and 3 nights before turning into a pile of rotten mud. Fang Yuan blew out a breath of air and blew it away. Fang Yuan used this move not to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal. It was this Star Constellation chessboard formation. He had to destroy this formation first. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. On the other side, Paradise Earth activated a killer move again. He had the same thought as Fang Yuan, great minds think alike. He wanted to destroy this formation first. Heaven Path Killer Move had extraordinary power. Wherever it went, the star path vanished, starlight dissipated, and the void returned to its original state. Paradise Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned as she scattered starlight from her hands. Most of them were still focused on Fang Yuan, but the remaining half attacked Paradise Earth. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation level, he had converted to Heaven Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not figure out his methods immediately. She had to be vigilant at all times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the entire situation. She was extremely calm. As long as there were any suspicious signs, she would suppress them in advance. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, Paradise Earth also became more conservative. This reverse flow protection seal is truly troublesome, but Fang Yuan, how long can you last? Giant Sun Immortal used killer moves consecutively with shocking power. These killer moves were reflected back, but reverse flow river's water level also fell rapidly. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was known to the world. Giant Sun Immortal was not unprepared for it. It was just that he had not dealt with Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal personally, and Fang Yuan modified it afterwards. Giant Sun Immortal could only choose to expend it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and frowned slightly. She willed as the star path shook. A Grand Rank 8 Immortal Gu House moved along the star path and entered the battlefield. It was Divine Emperor City. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus will had a solemn expression as he used a method that he had prepared for a long time. Painting Path Killer Move, Scenery Hanging Painting. Instantly, Fang Yuan's image appeared in Divine Emperor City's painting world. Fang Yuan's image was standing in front of Genesis Lotus Will, unmoving, his eyes were wide open and he had no expression. After using this killer move, Genesis Lotus Will's body started to become unstable. He gritted his teeth as he used another painting path killer move. It was called Rope Cutting Ink. A thin ink line flew out of Genesis Lotus Will's hand and cut the face of Fang Yuan's image. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan, who was fighting with Giant Sun Immortal, suddenly shook. His left cheek was cut open, the wound was like a thin line, black ink flowed out of the wound. What's going on? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Almost instantly, he turned his eagle-like gaze towards Divine Emperor City. This is a painting path method. It is definitely Divine Emperor City's doing. It is likely related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. His guess was absolutely correct. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned before taking action. Since she prepared the killer move Luck Gamble for Giant Sun Immortal, she would not leave out Fang Yuan either. Even though Fang Yuan had not used Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time, it did not mean he could not use it again. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of a plan, she would not leave out Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Thus, Scenery Painting Killer Move was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable in the first place. Afterwards, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Genesis Lotus Will to work together and modify Reverse Flow Protection Seal to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stabilized himself with Reverse Flow Protection Seal when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately used this method. Reverse Flow River had the essence of reversing everything, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal was created by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had little understanding of painting path, he did not have much attainment level. Fang Yuan knew this loophole, he had already gathered some painting path mortal goo. But against a method like scenery painting, he was still unable to do so. This way Fang Yuan was hit by Scenery Painting Killer Move. This was also the reason why most Gu Venerables would cultivate two paths. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path and Painting Path. Giant Sun Immortal cultivated Luck Path and Blood Path. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Earth Path and Heaven Path. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable cultivated Transformation Path and Strength Path. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable cultivated Theft Path and Space Path. When Gu Venerables cultivated both paths, they usually had one orthodox path and one mystical path. That was to say, one path was the main method that could be spread far and wide. The other path remained mysterious and restrained communication. For example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path as the orthodox path and Star Path as the mystical path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path as the orthodox path and Painting Path as the mystical path. Fang Yuan's current situation was the advantage of this. Fang Yuan could reverse Wood Path methods, but he was unfamiliar with Painting Path, thus Painting Path methods were effective. Giant Sun Immortal's situation was special. He intended to cultivate Blood Path as the orthodox path and Luck Path as the mystical path. In Giant Sun Immortal's first life, he created Luck Path, but he only cultivated Luck Path in his entire life. Thus, he kept Luck Path a secret, and only left behind a third of his Luck Path true inheritance in 88-point Jianghu Tower to support Fang Yuan and his family's ambitions. After his death, he used all methods to create Blood Path using his clone's ability. He had intended to use Blood Path as the most common method. Thus, the Blood Sea clone spread Blood Path everywhere. He wanted to borrow the strength of the world to help him perfect and develop Blood Path. In Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus Will used a Painting Path killer move called Brush Strike. The brush continued to move on Fang Yuan's image, leaving behind ink marks wherever it went. At the same time, black ink wounds appeared on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's injuries were rapidly worsening. Compound Immortal Killer Move, Man as before. Fang Yuan used another killer move to heal himself. But this way he had no choice but to cancel the corrosive Dark Ember killer move, only using 5 restriction Profound Light Chi to counterattack. The killer moves he used at the same time did not exceed the limits of Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path abilities. But Fang Yuan had to leave room for thinking to deal with sudden situations. Otherwise, if an accident occurred, Fang Yuan's reaction would be slightly slower, and the enemy would take advantage of it. After all, his enemies were not Qin Ding Ling or Bing Sai Chuan, but Venerables. Moreover, 2 Venerables were working together. Pressure, immense pressure pressed down on him like an endless mountain. They would not stop until they killed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage, his situation was getting more and more difficult. This was the most difficult battle he had fought since rebirth. Compared to this, the situation during the Fate War was far less torturous. Fang Yuan is in danger. Paradise Earth and the rest wanted to reinforce him, but were obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal. The two Venerables focused most of their firepower on Fang Yuan, leaving only a small part of their energy to stop the other pseudo-Venerables from helping. Finally, Fang Yuan's reverse flow river was exhausted, and Fang Yuan had no choice but to cancel the move. Without the obstruction of this move, Giant Sun Immortal laughed loudly. He unleashed the killer move that he had already prepared. The killer move was formless. Fang Yuan was instantly hit. The sovereign immortal aperture shook intensely, thunder rumbled and clouds of calamity gathered. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Immortal friend Fang Yuan, the core of this move is Calamity Luck Altar. It can turn fortune into disaster. Your sovereign immortal aperture has too many resources, it is developing too well. If such a profound blessing were to turn into a calamity, how great would the calamity be? Fang Yuan's expression changed. Library of Literature. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.